Welcome back to the channel, everyone. If you've been following our journey through reality transurfing by Vadim Zeland, you know this isn't just another self-help book. It's a complete shift in how we understand reality itself. Today, we continue with chapters 16 to 19, where Zeland takes us deeper into the mysterious dance between consciousness and reality. Chapter 16, Dances with Shadows. In this chapter, Zeland explains how our inner world and outer reality interact like dance partners. The shadows we see around us, problems, obstacles, or fears, are often reflections of our own internal state. When we stop fighting these shadows and instead adjust our inner rhythm, the world around us begins to move in harmony. Life then becomes a graceful dance rather than a constant struggle. Chapter 17, The Dreams of the Gods. Here, Zeland introduces the idea that reality itself is like a dream, not just ours, but part of a larger dream, dreamed by higher consciousness or the gods. Each person, through their thoughts and intentions, participates in shaping this collective dream. The message is clear. To change your world, you must awaken within the dream to realize your role as both the dreamer and the character within it. Chapter 18, The Mirror World. This is one of the most fascinating chapters. Zeland describes reality as a mirror that reflects your inner state with a delay. What you project inwardly, your emotions, expectations, and beliefs, eventually show up outwardly. But most people make the mistake of reacting to the mirror's reflection instead of consciously creating what they want to see. The key is patience and faith to hold your chosen image steady until reality reflects it back. Chapter 19, The Gatekeeper to Eternity. In this final chapter of the book, Zeland speaks of the gatekeeper, a metaphor for the mind's limits and the barriers we place on ourselves. To move beyond the gate and into the flow of infinite potential, we must let go of rigid control and open ourselves to awareness beyond logic. It's an invitation to experience life as an endless field of possibilities, to step into eternity by transcending fear and resistance. These chapters remind us that reality transurfing is not just philosophy, it's a manual for mastering your personal reality. The dance, the dream, the mirror, and the gatekeeper all point to one truth: your world changes when your inner world does. Let's continue with this journey.
Chapter 16, Dances with Shadows. My world and I are going for a walk. The origin of intention. A characteristic feature of the relationship people have with the outside world is that anything new is eventually treated as something mundane. Like clouds in the sky, reality constantly changes in appearance, but the rate of change is too slow for us to perceive. The movement of material realization through the alternative space is like the movement involved in a cloud formation. We can only perceive it when it is captured on film and the footage is sped up. Even the freshness of change that brightens life in short bursts dulls just as quickly. The unusual becomes the ordinary, and the delight of the feast dissolves into the everyday routine. Life becomes boring. Just as a rhetorical question I would like to ask, what is boredom? It is difficult to give a comprehensive and intelligible definition of boredom. It would be easier to describe how to fight boredom. In an attempt to survive the monotony of everyday life, the heart and mind make up all kinds of toys and games to help us experience something new and unusual. A toy is a good remedy for boredom, and a game is an even better one. Besides skating, games like hide and seek, catch, etc. are great fun and extremely popular. As a person gets older, they think up more sophisticated means of amusing themselves, from sports to contests to virtual reality. Many professions are in essence nothing other than a game. Why do I say many? Try and name a profession that could not be perceived as a game. Whatever a person does, in reality, they are just playing. In their superiority, grown-ups call what children do a game, but adults are also playing. It is just that they self-importantly refer to their play as work. Both take a very responsible attitude towards their activities. Ask a child what they are doing, and they will answer with you in great seriousness, even earnestness. I am playing. Try distracting an adult from their work, and they will respond with indignation. I'm doing something important. So the game is a serious matter. What does a child do when they are not occupied with a game? As a rule, they just muck about. So what about the grown-ups? They slob out. That is just what the adults call it. But doing nothing soon becomes boring, and then you want to play a new game. So why do we need games if only to relieve the boredom of life? Let us put the question differently. What causes boredom? Insufficient stimulus, perhaps? This question is not as trivial as it might seem. The basis of our passion for games and play is as ancient as the world we live in. What is the fundamental need of living beings? Survival and the instinct for self-preservation? This is the accepted stereotype, although it is not the correct answer. Could it be the desire to reproduce? Again, this is not the right answer. So what is it then? The primary need is to be able to independently manage our own lives. This is the fundamental principle underlying the behavior of all living beings. Everything else, including survival and reproductive instincts, are a consequence of this main principle. In other words, the goal and purpose of all living beings is to control their reality. However, it is impossible to control reality if the outside world exists independently of you and behaves in a totally uncontrollable or even hostile manner. There will always be others who want to steal your food, drive you out of a cozy corner, or even devour you as their next meal. It is hard and even scary when you are not choosing how to live your life and you feel that life is just happening to you instead, and there is nothing you can do about it. This gives rise to the insistent and sometimes unconscious desire to control the world around you. This conclusion will come as a surprise to many. It has always been obvious that the survival instinct was primary, and now you are telling us that it is in fact just a consequence of something more fundamental? It only seems strange at first. When you think about it, whatever activity a living creature is engaged in, including survival and reproduction, everything comes down to the attempt to bring the reality of the world under control. This is the key motive and primary origin of all intention underlying the activities of living beings. Inactivity is the absence of control. Consequently, boredom as such does not exist. What does exist is a consistent and insatiable thirst to control one's reality, to somehow subject it to your own will. In this sense, a game is a way of modeling controllable reality. Some kinds of birds, for example, love to play with pine cones. The pine cone is a particle of an independent, uncontrollable reality. As soon as the bird makes the pine cone a piece of its game, that particle, and to some degree reality itself, becomes controllable. Skating or sliding is also a kind of control. Reality carries me, but in the way I want it to. To some extent, any other type of game follows the same rule. Be what I want you to be. The game script is more or less predetermined, which makes the situation fairly predictable. There are, of course, other games in which it is more difficult to lead, but all games can basically be reduced to one and the same thing: to control what is happening with your will. To the observer, any kind of visible spectacle represents a game which models the control of reality. Music, books, films, and shows are all swings for the heart and mind. The exhausting stream of tense thoughts ceases and is transformed into a flight on the wings of an elegant melody or captivating story. Whatever might happen to the main characters in a film that we are watching is a tamed, trained version of reality, and so the observer can relax and enjoy the show. Games in which we play with reality never cease, even when we are sleeping. The heart and mind take pleasure in the world of dreaming, where reality is subtly shaped to the light puff of intention. Finally, games of the imagination are another acceptable method of shaping reality. A person will even make up a reality that does not exist yet, just to play at being at control. Science fiction is unusual. It remains unusual for as long as it is unreal and far removed from our lives. Reality is commonplace because of its proximity, and yet it retains a quality of being inaccessible because it is hard to influence. Generally speaking, none of these games are made up in the effort against boredom. Everyday reality is not boring. It is mundane because it is uncontrollable. It is difficult to make everyday reality conform to the rule, be as I want you to be. Hence, as human beings, we strive to hide from the nature of reality in a game where everything is simple and predictable. Nonetheless, there is nowhere to hide from the inevitability of reality. The life of any individual is conditioned by their circumstances and position in society. Mostly, reality develops irrespective of personal will. To every I want, there seems to be a you cannot. To every give me, you will hear you are not getting it. So what is to be done with these conditions? As a rule, people are fairly unambiguous in their behavior. In trying to get what they want, they try to influence their environment in a linear, direct way according to the principle of give it to me. Direct influence based on immediate contact is one form of control, but it is not the only form and is by far the most effective. We will go about things in a different way. We will hide our hands behind our back and make the world meet our desires halfway. Everything that comes next will relate to how we do this. Transurfing is a technique for controlling reality without direct impact, only not for fun as in a game, but for real. The law of bad luck. In order to learn how to control reality, you must at the very least understand how reality is created. Every individual is the direct creator of the layer of their own world, but the majority of people do not understand how this process works. People try to make everything the way they want it to be, and they apply this straightforward principle to the outside world. I will go in the direction I turn. It will cave in where I press it. But for some reason, the world does not want to obey, and when you turn one way, you find yourself going in the opposite direction. It makes you wonder, if reality behaves so strangely, perhaps our attempts to shape it require a different approach. Maybe reality does not work according to the laws we thought. But people do not want to stop and look around and ask themselves these questions. Instead, they stubbornly insist on having things their own way. As a result of this stubborn kind of creativity, the person's individual layer is created in which nothing is the way they want it to be. Reality seems strange, capricious, and hard-line. Sometimes you get the feeling that the world is doing it on purpose, despite you. It is as if problems and unwanted events are drawn to you by some inexplicable force. Our fears are realized and our worst expectations justified. We are relentlessly pursued by the things we are averse to and wish to avoid. So why is this? In the beginner's Transurfing course, we already talked about why you often get what you don't want, particularly if the aversion is intense. When you hate or fear something with all your heart, outer intention will deliver it to you in abundance. Thought energy that is born from unity of heart and mind embodies potential in reality. In other words, the sector of the alternative space that corresponds to the qualities of your thought energy will be streamed into physical reality if the feelings of the heart are one with the thoughts of the mind. However, this is not the only reason that our worst expectations are realized. Life should be free of problems. That is the norm. If you do not disturb the balance and go with the alternatives flow, everything should unfold very smoothly. Nature does not like wasting energy and has no intention of spending it on plotting against us. Unwanted circumstances and events occur as a result of the distortion that excess potential creates in the surrounding energy field, while dependent relationships exacerbate the situation even further. Excess potential appears when excessive meaning is attributed to a particular quality. Dependent relationships are created when people begin to compare and contrast themselves with others and place conditions upon a relationship such as, if you are going to be like that, then I am going to be like this. The excess potential that is created when a distorted evaluation is made will have no grievous effects while it stands relative only to itself. However, as soon as an inflated evaluation of a given object is placed in comparative relationship with another, polarization occurs, which generates the winds of balanced forces. Balanced forces strive to eliminate the polarization that has occurred, and for the most part, their action is aimed against the individual who created the polarization in the first place. The following are examples of non-relative potentials. I love you. I love myself. I hate you. I do not like myself. I'm a good person. You are a bad person. These evaluations are self-contained because they are not based on comparison or contradistinction. The following, however, are examples of potentials based on dependent relationships. I love you on the condition that you love me. I love myself because I am greater than the rest of you. You are a bad person because I am a better person than you. I am a good person because you are a bad person. I do not like myself because I am less attractive than others. I am repulsed by you because you are not the same as me. There is a huge difference between the first and second group of evaluations. Evaluations based on the principle of comparison generate polarization. Balanced forces eliminate the heterogeneity by bringing the opposite values together, just as the opposite poles of two magnets are drawn towards each other. This is why problems, as if deliberately, push their way into our lives. For example, married couples are often made up of two personalities that seem totally incompatible, as if they were a punishment the other must bear. In various types of groups, there will only be at least one person who will make your life difficult. Murphy's, or as we call it, Sod's Law, is of the same nature, and putting up with nasty neighbors seems to be an essential condition of any form of close habitation. The example of nuisance neighbors is a perfect illustration of the polarization effect. This issue, despite its seemingly mundane nature, is directly related to the field of metaphysics. The problem is that some people prevent others from getting on with their lives. But why? Because wherever you are, there will always be bad old women and old women who will not leave other good people in peace. So, should we conclude that people really can be discriminated into two groups? And yet, if you were to carry out a survey asking people which group they thought they belonged to, only a small handful would acknowledge themselves as belonging to the bad group. On the whole, your neighbors are just like you. The tendency to discriminate is created by the wind of balanced forces that blows in the direction of your aversion. The direction the wind takes is determined by the same old principle, Sod's law: you will experience anything you do not like. Some may protest. It has nothing to do with balanced forces. Some people just have no conscience. There is no point in philosophizing about it. I will prove to you now that there is more to these situations than convoluted speculation. Let us suppose that your neighbors are annoying you. Do you annoy them too? Probably not, but why? Quote, because they are like this and we are like that, and basically, we are like we are and they are bad, you will say. And yet there are no good and bad people. Any judgment is relative because it is generated by comparison and contradistinction. So why is it then that you do not annoy your neighbors? My answer may surprise you. The reason you do not annoy your neighbors is because they could not care less about you. Exactly, you will say, because they are bad people and have no shame. With this attitude to your neighbors, you switch on polarization, like an electromagnet which will draw to you ever more problems related to your neighbors. To them, it will all be water off a duck's back because you are of no interest to them whatsoever. It does not occur to them to look at you and make comparative discriminations, i.e., enter into a dependent relationship with you. It is in this sense that they could not care less about you. They do not attach any importance to you or allow you to enter the layer of their world, and as a result, they have no suffering they connect with you. Your neighbors experience no polarization in relationship to you while they are busy with their own lives and pay you no attention. And yet, if they were to attach importance to your neighborly existence and begin comparing themselves to you, it would be instantly apparent that you are not like they are. If this were to trouble them or touch a raw nerve in any way, then you would undoubtedly start annoying them and you would cease to be a good neighbor and be transformed into a bad neighbor. The situation will develop even more unexpectedly. You will begin to create the kind of problems for your neighbors that you would never have dreamed could possibly trouble anyone. You will begin to annoy your neighbors without being aware that you are doing so, just as they now have no awareness of the fact that they are annoying you. When sharing a house, for example, noise pollution is problem number one. The more you dislike the noise, the more intensely it will pursue you, despite the fact that peace and quiet is the ideal condition for cohabitating, not only for you, but for your neighbors also. Less energy is expended that way, and any disturbance of the peace and quiet is always an anomaly and does not arise without a reason. So where does the energy originate? The noise your neighbors or flatmates make throws you off balance, and you begin to quietly, or not so quietly, hate them for it. Your irritation serves as the source of the energy in the situation. A dependent relationship is created, which in turn generates polarization. Intense and aggressive feelings like, I hate these noisy neighbors, create a powerful magnet that draws ever new forms of irritating provocation to you. New neighbors will move in next door who have a tendency for a noisy lifestyle, and your old neighbors or flatmates will buy new sound equipment, as if deliberately to taunt you. You should also be aware that your neighbor's neighbors also contribute to the situation, and if the common feeling in response to the noisy neighbors coincides, the effect will be magnified. Of course, having nice neighbors depends on more than noise levels. It all depends on what kind of things you feel an aversion to. They might overwhelm you with their rubbish, suffocate you with unpleasant smells, cover the walls in the entrance hall with graffiti, etc. An aversion to neighbors as a species may attract even more tangible consequences, such as a flood or even a fire. In any other situation, this kind of law of bad luck works in the same way. An object or characteristic that is attributed particular meaning attracts objects with the opposite qualities. Meaning, as we know, is intensified via comparison and contradistinction. Where there is one magnetic pole, the other will not be far away. Polarization creates a magnet for problems and attracts everything that you feel an aversion to. Everything you find irritating will follow you. Everything that is highly undesirable happens. There is no mysticism in this. It is quite natural. Polarization distorts the lay of the energy field and gives rise to whirlwinds of balanced forces. As a result of the reflection of reality is warped like a reflection given by a curved mirror. Few people will understand that any deformity represents a consequence of balance being disturbed, and so they try to battle with the outside world rather than trying to eliminate the polarization effect. All you have to do is follow the main rule of transurfing. Be yourself and let others be themselves. You have to loosen your grip and give the world free rein. The more you insist in your own desires and rights, the more powerfully the magnet attracts the opposite. Figuratively speaking, it is as if you have grabbed the world by the throat and it is resisting, fighting to get free. It is futile to try and pressure a situation or insist on something. That just makes things worse. Instead, consciously change your relationship to the situation in accordance with the transurfing rule. For example, try at least for a while to forget about your neighbors. Stop judging them and pretend they simply do not exist. Say to yourself, to hell with them. Rid the layer of your world of your neighbors. As soon as you are able to pull off the suction pad of your relationship, your neighbor's polarization will disappear and they will gradually cease to bother you. And if you manage to completely break the dependent relationship, you might make room for something incomprehensible to happen. Your toxic neighbors may just end up becoming your best friends. Everything happens despite you. Is it strange, do you not think, that Sod's law should exist at all? Why should the world be so cruel? Or perhaps it is not, and Sod's law is just speculation and prejudice. And yet there is no getting away from it. Sod's law as a tendency definitely exists. Fortunately, the transurfing model not only reveals the reason for this, it can also explain how to avoid getting caught out by this frustrating phenomenon. The transurfing rule works without fail, freeing anyone who follows it from all sorts of problems they otherwise would have been unable to explain. All you have to do is let go the grip of control. Stop grabbing the world by the throat, and life will instantly become welcoming and pliable. If you do not let go, you will end up walking around like a magnet drawing the opposite to you. And it does not just stop at Sod's law. The collision that occurs when opposites meet causes things to escalate even further. The well-known law of the unity and conflict of opposites, the essence of which is apparent in its name, has become accepted textbook knowledge. The Volga River empties into the Caspian Sea, and the Mississippi into the Gulf of Mexico, but it is not quite as simple as that. Let us start by asking ourselves why this law exists at all. We have already explained why the unity of opposites is omnipresent. Balanced forces bring opposites into contact with one another to restore the state of balance. This does not explain, however, why opposing forces should be in a constant state of conflict. You would think the opposite would be true. Two opposites collide, neutralize each other, and calm down. But no, the opposite forces will continue to anger each other to the point where they end up fighting. If you do not pull them apart, they will go on scrapping forever. You do not have to look too far afield to find examples. You will agree that the world gets on your nerves from time to time. Of course, it gets on everyone's nerves in different ways and to differing degrees, but the essence remains the same. When something does manage to throw you off balance, it always seems to happen as if to spite you. This is what happens. When you are worried or anxious about something, your nerves are strained even if just a little. Then, as if in consequence, a jester appears and starts jumping and leaping about enough to play on your nerves even more. It starts to irritate you, and then the jester jumps even faster. There are many things that play on your nerves, making us increasingly irritated. When you are in a hurry and afraid of being late, the jester claps his hands in glee and shouts, "Okay, let's go!" From this moment onwards, everything seems to work against you. People block your way or ceremoniously parade themselves, making it impossible for you to pass. You need to go through a certain door, but in front of you there is a whole queue of the laziest people in the world who can barely place one foot in front of the other. It is the same with traffic. It is as if all the other drivers have secretly conspired against you. Of course, some things can be put down to perception. When you are in a hurry, it appears as if the rest of the world is going really slowly, but there are other more obvious signs. The lift or your car breaks down, the bus is late, or there is a massive traffic jam. These things reek of a more ill-intentioned objectivity. I could give other examples, When you are stressed and anxious, other people around you do the very thing that irritates you, and they do it right at the moment when you want to be left alone. The children start going wild even though they had been behaving themselves previously. Someone sitting next to you will start slurping and swallowing loudly. All kinds of people will get under your feet and pester you with their problems. Everywhere, things will get in the way. If you're desperate to see someone, you will end up waiting for them for ages. And if you do not want to see anyone, someone will definitely turn up uninvited, and so on and so forth. External pressures mount all the more intensely in direct proportion to your irritation. The more tense you are, the more actively other people will annoy you. The interesting thing is that people are not deliberately trying to annoy you. It would not occur to them that their behavior might be annoying someone. There are many gray areas in the psychology of the subconscious. However strange it may seem, people are mostly driven by subconscious motives. But even more peculiar is that the driving force that creates these subconscious motives originates external to the human psyche. Despite being invisible, this force consists of real informational energetic entities born of the thought energy of living beings. Pendulums. A lot has been said about pendulums in the first part of the Transurfing series. Pendulums are always present where there is potential for conflicting energies. It would be a mistake to think that these entities are capable of conspiring or of making conscious intention a physical reality. Like leeches, pendulums sense polarization as an irregularity in the energy field and try to feed on it. There is nothing particularly wrong with that. The nightmare is that pendulums not only gulp down conflict, they somehow make people behave in such a way that they give out even more of this type of energy. They will do anything to make sure the energy keeps abundantly flowing. Pendulums pull people with invisible strings, and people comply like puppets. It is not clear exactly how pendulums manage to influence people's motivations, but they are very good at it. Clear conscious awareness is off limits to pendulums, but they get along very well without it, as the subconscious is enough to satisfy their needs. Most people are asleep and waking to one degree or another. There are many things we do automatically when we are relaxed without being soberly aware. In this moment, I am awake, and I am clearly aware of what I am doing, why and wherefore I am doing it. A person's level of awareness is particularly low when they are at home or in a crowd. In the conditions of one's home, there is a minimal requirement for heightened self-control, and so people are relaxed to the point that their awareness is low to the point of dozing off. In a situation outside of the home setting, but nonetheless with a close circle of friends, our conscious awareness is more alert and concerned with self-control. In larger groups, a person's actions once again become quite spontaneous and at the same time in strong correlation with the overall impulses of the crowd. To clearly demonstrate how the pendulum works, we will take the simple example of a pedestrian who you follow on the street and then overtake. As soon as you take a step to the left, preparing to take the person in front of you, they take a spontaneous step in the same direction, blocking your way. So you try and overtake them to the right, but they inadvertently move in the same direction again. What makes the pedestrian change direction? They cannot see you because you are behind them, and why should they be at all concerned by the fact that you wish to walk past them? Perhaps the pedestrian somehow senses something approaching their back and instinctively does not want to let their competitor pass in front of them? This supposition ends itself as an explanation, and yet this is not the reason. In nature, competitiveness is always expressed in situations where the two opposing parties stand facing one another. It is the pendulum that makes the pedestrian shift to the side. People walk without thinking about how to place their feet so that they follow a perfectly straight line. In this sense, we are asleep, and so from time to time, the line created by our footsteps spontaneously deviates to the left or to the right. The motivation, that is, the choice of direction, lies in the subconscious, which in the given moment is not controllable and so is potentially accessible to pendulums. Then you turn up and attempt to overtake the person in front of you. Essentially, the situation is a conflict, albeit a minor one. With the objective of drawing on the conflict energy, the pendulum forces the pedestrian to take a small step to the side to block your way and fuel the situation with intensity. Having said that, the pendulum does not act deliberately as such because it is incapable of conscious intention. Balanced forces are equally as subconscious in their actions. I should emphasize that here we are talking about certain processes, the mechanism for which is not entirely clear, but certainly not the premeditated behavior of conscious beings. We are simply noting individual laws and phenomena connected with the nature of the world of informational energy. There is no point in discussing the specific kind of pendulum that comes into play in this situation, how it appears, how it manages to have this kind of effect, and what exactly is happening on an energetic level, as we can never give a comprehensive answer to these questions. We can, however, draw the following significant conclusion. When balanced forces bring opposites into collision, pendulums will do everything possible to inflame the energy of the emerging conflict. This is the law of the pendulum. All pendulum battles, be they domestic arguments or armed conflicts, take place in accordance with this law. In case of resistance, events will always develop towards an escalation of the conflict, irrespective of any temporary or destructive reconciliations. When the law of the pendulum is at work, the rational mind has no power. This is why the actions of individuals as well as governments seem to make no sense at all. In conflict situations, the individual's motives are under the power of the pendulum. This is also why we sometimes look back on our actions as if they were a dream, wondering how we could have been devoid of common sense and reason, and what could have made us behave so strangely. The reason is, of course, that a person acts without awareness. Consequently, when one's consciousness is no longer subject to external influence, events are perceived from a clearer perspective. People who are in close relationships argue and separate, becoming convinced that their personalities are incompatible, and yet there must have been moments of happiness when everything was going wonderfully. But then one partner changes as if out of the blue and starts behaving coldly or with hostility. They are suddenly nothing like the person they were just a short time ago. No doubt the situation is familiar to you. In reality, it has nothing to do with the fact that one partner or the other has changed. One person behaves in a manner that is totally unacceptable to the other because they are pushed into it by a pendulum. Pendulums control the subconscious motives of people who oppose one another, and the control is aimed at increasing the energy of a conflict. People fail to realize that they are being pushed into a confrontation and are capable of acting illogically and inappropriately. This effect is particularly noticeable in crimes of inexplicable cruelty. It is only afterwards, when the criminal is in the dock, that they recall their actions in bewilderment. I do not know what came over me, and they are not lying. This is exactly what happens. The criminal is totally shocked and recalls their crime as if it were a terrible dream. The dream is particularly heavy, as a person's attention has been caught in the pendulum's noose. In certain communities, such as, for example, the army, a gang or sect, an environment is created with its specific stereotypes of behavior and patterns of thinking. This numbs the mind, and the subconscious becomes totally open to the zombifying effect of pendulums. Then things happen that to the objective bystanders seem totally incomprehensible. Why do people kill others just like them with such ferocity simply because they worship a different god? What harm were they doing? People suffer in these wars, and dozens, hundreds, thousands, millions even lose their lives. Whatever happened to the survival instinct? One could just about understand the violent battle for wealth or territory, but how are we supposed to understand the battle for a belief? Peace is an idea that everyone believes in, but there is no end to war. The notion of one God is obvious, and likewise kindness, justice, and equality. The list goes on. We all understand these things, and yet common sense does not work, and evil prevails. So, where does evil come from? Pendulums are a universal source of evil. You only have to observe for a short while for it to become quite obvious. Whatever the circumstances in any confrontation, events always move in the direction of the increasing energy of conflict. If the fight dies down, then the reprieve is short-lived and bound to flare up again with renewed fury. Of course, there are many different types of pendulums, but all are destructive, albeit to varying degrees. Many are relatively harmless. The Transurfing pendulum, for example, is necessary so that as many people as possible start to think about what is really happening. It is not about freeing oneself from pendulums altogether, for this is pretty impossible. The important thing is not to be a puppet on a string, to act with conscious awareness and to use these structures in your own interests. So how can you free yourself from their negative influence? Wake up and be aware of how pendulums are trying to manipulate now. Understanding what is happening is half the battle. The power of the pendulum's influence is inversely proportionate to awareness. They only have power over you while your consciousness is asleep in waking life. Above all, do not get involved in the pendulum's destructive battles unless it is necessary to you personally. When you find yourself in the crowd, leave the stage and stand in the auditorium. Look around and wake up. Ask yourself, Why am I here? What am I doing here? And am I aware of what is happening? Waking up from sleeping and waking life must be articulated very precisely as above. In this moment, I am awake, and I am perfectly aware of what I am doing and why I am doing it specifically in this way. If you have this kind of awareness, then all will be well. If you do not, then even in the smallest, most insignificant conflict situation, you are still a puppet. This is hardest to do when something is annoying you. Usually the gesture will continue with its jumping all the time that your nerves are on edge. Normally this means that the pendulum has caught you in its noose. You can free yourself from the pendulum by falling into indifference, but this is not easy to do. For example, your neighbors are getting to you playing music you really hate. In this case, your task is to disentangle yourself from the pendulum in whatever way possible. But bear in mind that it is almost impossible not to react. Suppressing your emotions is useless. Instead, give your attention to something else. Try listening to your own music, but do not turn the volume up too loud, just enough to fade out your neighbor's music. Find other ways of distracting yourself. If you can find something else to occupy your thoughts, your neighbors will gradually quiet down. The same thing applies in other cases. If the gesture is jumping, it means that your attention has been caught in the pendulum's noose, and you have been enticed into the pendulum's game, the objective of which is to increase the energy of conflict. To free yourself from the pendulum's noose, you must refocus your attention on something else. In general, things are not too bad. Things will not happen to spite you if your consciousness is awake. You may, of course, be thinking that the above is some kind of weird nonsense. It can be hard to get your head around the idea that certain entities can control us. Whether you accept this knowledge or not is a matter of personal choice. Do not take it on faith either. Observe and then draw your own conclusions. The pendulum rule. In the world today, at every turn, we are forced to encounter direct or indirect material related to sexual relationships. In the Transurfing model, this theme, just like many others, is approached from an unusual angle. Sex, or rather our relationship to sex, plays a hugely significant role in our personal lives, whether we want to acknowledge it or not. It does not matter whether a person has an active sex life. From time to time, everyone has flashes of thought that express their relationship to sex. There can be no neutral attitude to sex. Human nature will always reveal itself eventually. Some people's relationship to sex is expressed in annoyance, ridicule, and rejection. In others, it is transformed into intention. If the intention is left unrealized or is realized unsuccessfully, all sorts of complexes or, as expressed in transurfing terms, negative slides emerge in the human psyche. It is fair to say that to some extent the issues of sex concern, if not everybody, then the vast majority of people. And many people have hang-ups when it comes to sexual relationships. Pendulums play a significant role here too because they will try their hardest to convince you that you are less than perfect and have certain problems. You are not alone in this belief. You would not imagine how many other people think the same about themselves. You are deeply mistaken if you think you have difficulties in your sex life while everyone else's is fantastic. This is an illusion artificially created by pendulums with the help of the media. You may have noticed that wherever the theme of sex comes up, we are shown people who are totally okay. If you were to take a stadium full of people and then remove everyone who had a problem, there would be no more people left standing than the fingers on your hands. Imagine standing in the middle of a huge stadium that has suddenly emptied, and you are looking about you in search of the remaining normal few. This would be more realistically reflective of the actual proportions. Even if your friends who brag about their conquests are not exaggerating, you can be sure that they too have their issues which they carefully hide. Not only from others, but from themselves. We are not going to indulge in Freudian references here, as Freud could hardly have imagined the scale of sex mania that has developed today. But it is worth asking yourself why such a simple function, perfected by nature, should cause so many problems. The answer to this question is to be found in a quite unexpected area, which is to some extent linked with the flash mob phenomenon. If you do not know exactly what this is, let me explain. Imagine a busy street or town square on a Sunday. Everything is the same as normal, and then suddenly several dozen people get out umbrellas as if it were raining. The ordinary passers-by stand there with their jaws dropping, while the rain people have a blast. This type of trick is very easy to organize. A group of people that are not necessarily already acquainted agree over the internet that a prearranged time in a specific place, there will be a signal to carry out some kind of silly activity. What is actually happening during the event? As you know, when a group of people start thinking in the same way, a pendulum is created. The flash mob thinks, "Look at us with our umbrellas." The other passerby stand by with their mouths open, and bewildered, ask, "Whatever are they up to?" The uniform thought of energy of the group creates a resonant energy which is swallowed by the pendulum. The flash pendulum is the shortest lived of all the pendulums. It flares up and then burns out without causing anyone any harm. This harmless example illustrates how longer lasting and more destructive pendulums are created and how well they work. What makes people emit energy in a specific direction? It requires a code of behavior and agreed upon type of thinking. There must be a set rule. Naturally, the rules are made by people, not by the pendulums. Pendulums emerge spontaneously, generated by the rule that has been created, and are not capable of manifesting conscious intention. The pendulum rule is the worst and most harmful thing in humanity, and it sounds, "Do as I do." Any codes of behavior or thinking come down to following the pendulum rule. If you spend a little time observing life, you will see examples of this rule time and time again. Of course, it does not always cause harm. For example, a wave made by fans at a stadium creates a flash pendulum which feeds from the resonant energy, but no one is any worse for it. In a concert hall, the pendulum will be enthusiastically consuming the energy of the audience. There is no harm in this either. However, watch how performers sometimes behave on stage when they use the pendulum's rule to stir up the audience. "Higher, raise up your arms, all together now." The audience obediently starts clapping, and the energy created, which would be tiny if it were emanated by just one individual, develops into a resonance, creating an invisible monster that hangs above the stage. If the pendulum did not swallow the energy, the artist would literally fly up into the air. As it is, the artist just gets a few crumbs that are left after the pendulum has devoured the rest. While the audience follows the rule, "Do as I do," the monster lives. Okay, so what? Nothing bad has happened after all. Flash mobs are harmless. This is true. But what does this all have to do with sex? You will never guess. We started by talking about sex and then moved on to flash mobs. So what do they have in common? You probably think that it is something to do with energy. And in fact, while two people are having sex, a flash pendulum emerges that swallows the resonance energy. People in ancient times suspected or knew that a certain entity hangs above the act. In various cultures, this essence or entity, which is referred to in the Transurfing model as a flash pendulum, is usually attributed an emotionally laden symbol such as the amusement of Satan, and some followers of occult practice believe that during the sexual act, energy is radiated that attracts various representatives of the subtle planes that settle in and have their devilish orgy. Whatever people tell you, there is no need to be concerned because a flash pendulum cannot harm you. It simply feeds on energy that you are spending anyway. But this is not the point I'm trying to make. The main thing that unites sex in its modern day form is the pendulum rule. Do as I do. With the development of digital media, the pendulum rule has achieved total domination. At every step, the human psyche is constantly being subjected to invisible but highly efficient conditioning stereotypes of behavior and thinking. I am cautious to use the word zombify here, but essentially this is where it's all going. The modern information and entertainment industry is based on one simple principle. Watch how other people become successful and follow them. Let them be your example. What the industry is trying to demonstrate is the benchmark of success. You know this perfectly well already, but you may not have stopped to consider the magnitude of the propaganda's influence, which is sometimes obvious, but more often than not, subtle and gradual. In particular, this is the case with everything relating to intimacy. In this context, the stereotypes of what it should be like are very deeply rooted. Printed materials and videos on the theme demonstrate relationships which we are supposed to believe meet the necessary standards. I do not want to create the impression that I'm talking about some kind of plot or intentional propaganda. No one actually sets themselves the goal of instilling certain patterns or molds. It happens automatically. The problem is that people always have room for doubt in their thoughts. Am I doing the right thing? There's always the need to compare, for success is relative. Hence, when a person witnesses someone else's success, they naturally tend to perceive it as a benchmark in their own life. Intimate relationships and sex in particular normally have their place in a tight, closed circle, and consequently, the need for confirmation that we are okay increases. If a person does not currently have a partner, or if they have never had a partner, they start frantically searching for an example of how things should be. Of course, the media fulfills this need, offering all its audience a huge choice of models. This is how common stereotypes of how to do it and what your image should be, etc., emerge. For example, he is tough and macho, and she is sultry and sexy. You are supposed to observe them and do what they do. And if you do not match the example, there must be something wrong with you. It is difficult to fathom the full destructiveness of this rule. You might think that I am overestimating the importance of the issue when I say that the pendulum rule is the worst and most harmful thing humanity has ever invented. And yet, not at all. I express myself quite modestly. The number of broken marriages is enormous, and the number of happy families that never were is perhaps even greater. The main reason for separation is ultimately lack of fulfillment in the sexual relationship. Everything else is either a consequence of the lack of fulfillment or an excuse when people do not want to acknowledge the true cause of their problems. Lack of fulfillment occurs as a consequence of the fact that the couple follow the pendulum rule. They both know that in accordance with the model, they must do it like this and like that. The pendulum rule sounds, do as I do, which means change yourself and betray yourself. People try and adjust to the established standard, and as a result, they experience inner discomfort and dissatisfaction. The mistake people usually make when they have a problem with sex is that they are trying to play a role. It is very simple. Of numerous models, the individual chooses the one that suits them the most and another for their partner. As the relationship continues, the individual adopts their particular role and projects their corresponding expectations on their partner. The amazing thing is that the role is usually played according to the principle of transurfing, dispassionately in the style of the participating member of the audience, because they are constantly comparing themselves and their partner to the standard model, wondering whether everything is working out right. As a result, things go pear-shaped because the nature of sex is that it requires being relaxed, free, and devoted. Sex is the only instance when you have to become totally immersed and forget about roles totally. When sex is natural and normal, it is a game played according to rules that you made up yourselves without giving a moment's thought to how others do it or how it is supposed to be done. Things become even more complex when the notions of love and sex are confused. It is sickening to hear the often sanctimonious use of the expression, let's make love. Would not it be simpler to call a spade a spade? Sex is not love, and love is not sex. Are they compatible? Indeed they are, but that does not change the fact that love is not sex, and sex is not love. They can be combined and they can exist independently of one another, but the pendulum rule stops this from happening naturally. I would say that the nature of all problems experienced in sexual relationships is linked with the fact that in following the pendulum rule, people try to artificially combine love and sex. The result is a kind of awkward hybrid. If you forget about the rules and standard models, it is actually all very straightforward. Imagine a scale with 0 at the center. The values to the left indicate affection and to the right, aggression. If the arrow shifts to the left, then it is love. If it shifts to the right, then it is sex. Whether you like it or not, sex is more about aggression than affection. Many people are shy or fearful when their devilish instincts are awakened, thinking that it is somehow unnatural. In reality, what happens is that two people meet, and at first their behavior shows no sign of anything unusual. But then they get a predatory glint in their eyes and start doing things that do not fit with what exactly? Here the pendulum rule comes into play. On the one hand, accepted notions of decency do exist, which it would be inappropriate to defy. On the other hand, within these boundaries of decency, it is impossible to take full pleasure from sex. We want both. In order to fit with the standard model of things, people start playing certain roles. Fearing their animal instincts, they water sex down with what they consider to be necessary ritual. This in turn evokes a certain amount of inhibition. When two people should be letting go the reins, the pendulum rule will not allow them to. And the opposite is true. When the arrow moves far to the side of aggression, the need for reassurance arises. Do you love me? So there are always two participating members of the audience on the stage. They are like puppets hanging on the strings of control they have attached themselves to. What are they really doing? They are desperately trying to pull the arrow to one side or the other. All they would have to do would be to ditch the pendulum rule and let go of the arrow, letting it move freely in correlation with the feelings of the heart and not the ideas of the mind. Some may protest that in this way we would be reduced to the level of animals, but once again, this is the pendulum rule at work. Who set the boundaries for where humanity ends and the level of animals begins? It's even so much a matter of where this level actually is, so much as that each individual has to make their own rules rather than following rules set by others. As a human being, you have the right to establish your own criteria for humanity and decency. I hope you understand that I'm writing this for the benefit of those who have certain issues around sex, especially for those who love each other. All that is required to eliminate the problem is to let go of the arrow as consciously as you maintain control over observing the pendulum rule. There is also a certain type of person who experiences no problems at all in their sex life. Many issues cease to have weight if you can just be direct and speak about things the way they are without confusing different notions and being consciously aware of what you wish to get out of a relationship and being able to communicate it to your partner. Life becomes instantly easier the moment you behave openly. You can be certain that your partner also has their own hidden desires. What should you do if a situation arises where one person desires something their partner finds unacceptable? Firstly, it is important to remember the first principle of frailing. Let go of the intention to receive and replace it with the one to give, and you will receive the very thing you let go of. This wonderful principle works every time, even if you do not always understand how. Secondly, you have to reject the pendulum rule totally and replace it with the rule of transurfing, which sounds, be yourself and allow others to be themselves also. As you know, in order to feel fulfilled by a sexual relationship, you have to feel free and uninhibited. You cannot feel free if you are carrying excess potential in the form of complexes such as an inferiority complex. However, much you try to relax, balanced forces will not allow you to do so. But the majority of tension arises not so much as a result of balanced forces, but as a result of dependent relationships. Inner intention is predominantly aimed at receiving rather than giving. In addition, people usually hang projections on their partner in accordance with their expectation of a given role. We just do not seem to want to let other people be themselves. As you know, dependent relationships generate polarization, which evokes the winds of balanced forces and ruin everything. The transurfing rule instantly neutralizes the polarization created by the dependent relationship. And so, even if you cannot get rid of your complexes, you can follow the transurfing rule, which will noticeably reduce the tension. To be yourself means accepting yourself as you are in all your imperfection. Allowing another to be themselves means taking back the projection of your own expectations of them. As a result, any situation in which one person wants something another would find unacceptable is automatically resolved. I repeat that all you need to do is reject the pendulum rule, replace it with the transurfing rule, and then direct your intention in accordance with the first principle of frailing. If both partners in a couple can do this, they should not experience any further problems in the relationship. I will leave more detailed explanations for why this works to the psychologists, but it works. That is all. In a more general sense, why should the pendulum need its rule? You can see that in the case of flash pendulums, they feed on resonance energy, and so they require synchronized action. But what keeps more long-lasting pendulums going who do not require their adherents to act as one? Above all, the pendulum rule establishes behavioral norms and types of thinking, i.e., standard models of what is considered normal. People do not understand that they are being offered a product, a surrogate success. Someone else's success can never serve as an example in the sense of a model to be replicated. True success is only achieved by those who have the courage to break the rules and go their own way. When you follow in someone else's footsteps, you are sentenced to the eternal task of trying to catch the setting sun. Standards of success are a mirage, but people do not know, or perhaps do not want to know, that the pendulum rule traps them in a web of illusion. Illusions are often sweeter, more convenient, and clearer than reality and the unknown. When a person comes face to face with the fact that they do not fit with the established standards, they experience inner discomfort. They are filled with the fear of failure, feel inadequate, and all alone in a hostile world. What can they do? Rejection is one option. A person often surrounds themselves with a wall of their rejection, of unattainable models of success. Or they continue chasing after the model following the pendulum rule, trying to change themselves and forcing their soul into a box of social conditioning. This approach leads only to dissatisfaction and a lack of fulfillment, and once again the person tries to change. When people chase after standard models, they radiate the energy of dissatisfaction and disappointment. It is inevitable. It is the same as a donkey going round in circles after a carrot. This is the energy that destructive pendulums feed on. The wall of rejection in turn requires no less energy. It is very hard to maintain a defense field around you all the time when everywhere and at every step you are being bombarded with rules you are unable to observe. There is a way out of the labyrinth, though. The way out lies in refusing to allow the pendulum rule and walking your own path. Those who manage it acquire a unique quality that takes your breath away: inner freedom. There are people who have this quality, and the lady who wrote the letter below is standing just a step or two away from this freedom. I am nearly 30 years old and I have never been with a man. The sexologists say that this is a serious abnormality, but I do not see why. It is not written anywhere that you have to sleep with someone before you hit 25, or that virginity should be punished on moral grounds. I am an attractive woman, and there have been plenty of opportunities for an intimate relationship, but the truth is I have not wanted to. The problem is not psychological. Everything is okay on that front too. I just have not yet met a man who I have felt I wanted to go to bed with. Recently, though, the issue has been weighing on me more heavily because everyone is indulging in carnal love except me. It is natural, and I am an exception to the rule. I have never felt enslaved to social stereotypes, but this part of social conditioning is evidently really beginning to get to me. Sometimes I feel like I am some kind of moralistic freak. The fact of my solitude does not affect my self-esteem because not sleeping with someone I do not feel particularly drawn to is a conscious decision. Am I really an exception, abnormal in some way? I said a step or two away because you still have a fear of being different. Nonetheless, you clearly have inner strength and are independent. Obviously, you are not abnormal. You just must not be afraid that you are not like everyone else. Be happy about it, although, of course, there is no need to go over the top. Perhaps you could lower the bar of your expectations and approach things more simply. If we judged by the information we are constantly being bombarded with, you would think that having sex is all people ever do, but this is an illusion. Far from everyone leads an active way of life in this context, and many people do not have a partner at all. But fear of loneliness and being different cause people to buy into the illusion. Take Paris, for example. With its air of freedom and relaxed atmosphere, Paris has won the reputation of being the city of lonely hearts. Every day, clearly in the morning, people rush out and tour the many cafes. Why? After all, they could have their coffee at home. Loneliness drives them out of their homes. It might seem as if pendulums deliberately enslave society to its rules. They do enslave people, but they do not set the rules. They exist because of the rule. The rule creates the pendulum, and only then does it start doing its dirty deed. The main feature of the pendulum that makes it so destructive is that it leads people away from the path that could make them truly happy. Imagine a busy street where everyone is going about their own affairs when suddenly figures dressed in black appear and make everyone line up and start marching. One person tries to walk away, but they are immediately and crudely forced to rejoin the line. You! Stop! Where do you think you're going? Get back in line. It is no coincidence that the film The Matrix was made. Science fiction has a tendency to become reality over time, and this tendency is accelerating. If you observe carefully, you will see that the gulf between science fiction and physical reality is becoming ever narrower. Of course, people do not lie in containers with suction cups attached to their bodies, but the analogy is pretty close. People think that the line is reality. In fact, it is the requirement to stand in line that is the illusion. True reality lies in the fact that you can break the line and go your own path. It is just not that easy to have this awareness. People are so used to living with their illusions that they need a really good shake, or as Carlos Castaneda would have said, a shift to the assemblage point before they can discern the difference between reality and illusion. People who are handicapped are genuinely in a position of having no choice. They either suffer their entire lives, tortured by their deficiency, or neglect the pendulum rule. If a person understands that they have nothing to lose, they give up chasing after standard models and begin living for their own pleasure. Invalids who play basketball in their wheelchairs are infinitely happier than able-bodied teenagers trying to copy Michael Jordan. These teenagers even come across as being less natural because they march in line. None of them will actually become anything like Michael Jordan until they realize that they need to break out of the line. Those who break the pendulum rule either become leaders or renegades. Some make their way to stardom while others end up social outcasts. The difference between them is that the former know that they have the right to break the pendulum rule, while the latter still have doubts. Stars are born, but pendulums light them up. Those that dare to break out of line become new models of success. Pendulums will not put up with individuality. They see a rising star and have no choice other than to make it their favorite. Then a new rule is made. The line turns around and marches after a new star. Can you see what is happening? In order to break out of the line, you have to know how. If you fight against the figures in black, you will lose. In the battle against pendulums, you will always be defeated. The secret lies in leaving the line without a fight. You can walk away calmly, smiling and waving goodbye to the figures in black, and then go your own way. They will do everything they can to force you back in line, but ultimately there is not anything they can do if you do not enter into conflict with them. In order to fully understand this simple truth, you have to first reconsider your current worldview. In the world we live in today, many things have been turned on their head. In this sense, transurfing puts everything in its place and assists in resisting the pendulum rule. It is true that many people will be averse to the idea that they are caught up in a matrix. Transurfing will not be of any interest to those who prefer for their ego to stay sleeping. We all receive the things we choose. An illusion is also a choice, and anyone who prefers to stay with the illusion has every right to do so. It is not my intention to force information on anyone, neither do I feel obliged to prove my ideas. Anyone can put the principles shared here into practice and prove or discredit them as they see fit. I am simply the person walking past who says, "Hey, did you know that there is something called transurfing reality?" "Really?" "Yep, that's where I am headed, but you can go wherever you like." That is all. Stabilizing the structure. In accordance with its law, the pendulum does all it can to augment the energy of an existing conflict. The battles from which pendulums draw their energy are constantly going around us, and they usually involve two or more opposing structures. There are many examples of this: war, revolution, competition, and other forms of confrontation. However, besides demonstrating aggression towards its enemies, another distinguishing feature of any pendulum is its drive to maintain and strengthen the structure that makes its very existence possible. Information energy entities are formed and grow simultaneously with the emergence of an ordered structure created by living representatives of the natural world. The existence of any pendulum is wholly dependent on the stability levels of the newly created structure. So, the pendulum will do anything necessary to stabilize its structure. This is the second law of the pendulum. As an illustration of this law, let us take the very simple example of a school of baby fish. The school behaves as if it were a single organism. If you frighten it from one side, all the fish turn and swim in the opposite direction synchronously. How is this phenomenon of synchronism explained? If we assume that every individual fish is reacting to the movements of the next fish swimming beside it, then the response to the disturbance would take on a chain-like effect. However fast the signal was passed on to the other fish in the school, there would still be some kind of delay between the response times of different fish. The point here is that there is no delay. The school can grow to quite large proportions, and yet the same synchronism is observed. Birds demonstrate the same behavior. If you have ever seen a large flock of small but fast-moving birds, you will have noticed what incredible coordination is expressed in their movements back and forth. Perhaps what we are seeing is the workings of a different kind of mechanism, for example, some kind of telepathic contact. This is unlikely, though. In water, where there are no schools of fish, if you frighten one fish, another situated just 1 meter away will not respond at all. So it is not a matter of telepathic communication. The signal is transferred only when the fish are together in a school, which in essence represents an extremely simple structure. Or could it be that no signal is being transferred at all? Let us take the example of a higher level structure such as an anthill. Science has not yet been able to provide a persuasive explanation on how a colony is run. In an anthill, there is an absence of social hierarchy, and yet incredibly, there is precise allocation of duty, enabling all the insects to work in a coordinated manner, as in any other organization run by centralized management. Ants communicate with each other by excreting odorous substances called pheromones. Trails of odor enable them to find their way home and locate food. However, This does not explain how information is simultaneously passed to all colony members. There is no question of any higher form of information exchange existing between the ants. Otherwise, why would they be using such a primitive data source as odors? So what does unite individual members into an organized colony? The answer is the pendulum. At the same time that the structure is created and developed, an informational energy entity is formed which adopts the function of managing and stabilizing that structure. Direct and feedback links exist between the pendulum and structural elements. The pendulum exists on account of the energy of its adherents, and it synchronizes their activity, uniting them in one organized community. It may seem from the outside that the structure is itself self-organizing, but this is not the case. Self-organization is only applicable to inanimate nature, where the laws of physics serve as the organizing principle. For example, during the process of crystallization, water molecules are arranged into a lattice structure, which is determined by the shape of the molecules and the forces of interaction. Uniting living organisms into a structure requires the presence of an outer organizing factor. That factor is the pendulum. How exactly the pendulum carries out its organizing function, no one can yet say. Evidently, a certain type of informational energy exchange takes place between the entity and the living organism. Any structure that unites living organisms has a pendulum as a controlling superstructure. However, one cannot say that the pendulum controls the structure via quality of reason because it is not capable of conscious intention. The consciousness of an informational energy entity is similar to an algorithm. Rather than implementing a design in the way that an intelligent being does, it manages the structure roughly as a program directs the working of an automatic device. The extent to which the elements of the structure act automatically depends on their level of awareness. The more primitive the living organism is, the less idea it will have of its motives and actions. When a being lives in isolation, its actions are determined by the internal program of its own set of instincts. However, when living beings come together in a group, an outer program of the pendulum begins to take effect, directing the behavior of the community as a whole. The aggressive world in which all beings eat each other developed as a consequence of the first law of the pendulum. Given that aggression is a product of the pendulum, it does not have to be a necessary feature of the natural world. Confirmation of this can be found in various corners of the planet. For example, as in New Zealand, a country with hardly any predators. Many inhabitants of the earth have to unite in groups in order to secure their survival in a hazardous environment. Pendulums force living beings to become elements of a given structure according to the principle, okay, if you want to survive, do as I do. People also have a tendency to gather in groups according to their interests. This can be explained by the fact that it is easier for them to communicate with others who are like-minded. It might seem strange, but many people experience difficulties communicating. However effortless interpersonal relationships might seem on the surface, they are incredibly strained for a variety of reasons, inner and outer. In order to establish a closer contact with one another, people instinctively look for something they have in common that can potentially unite them. This is where the establishing function of the pendulum comes in. When two people in conversation are swaying to the same pendulum, they are on the same wavelength and easily find a common language. This enables the relationship to acquire a quality of ease, making it possible to have a smoke or a drink, sit and have a special meal together, go camping, play a game, etc. Indeed, the most impressive illustration of the second law of the pendulum must be the birth of human civilization. Have you ever wondered how cities came into being? Why did people who had lived for thousands of years in nomadic camps and villages suddenly start building civilized settlements? What were they based on? Craft? Trade? War, perhaps? The most ancient cities in the world date to the same period as the pyramids. Caral, for example, was discovered quite recently in Peru. This lost city stood unnoticed by archaeologists for almost 5,000 years. It was finally discovered when it turned out that raised hills in the desert were once pyramids, one of which equaled in size to the Egyptian pyramids. Archaeologists were surprised to find that excavations yielded no evidence of ceramic ware or weaponry. The people of that time used primitive tools made from wood, stone, and bone. It was later established that the inhabitants of the city grew cotton and made fishing nets, which they exchanged for fish with the inhabitants of shoreline areas. And yet the inhabitants of a village could have easily engaged in the same livelihood. There were no defense structures surrounding Caral, which rules out the question of a military prehistory to the city. So what caused the emergence of this city? From ancient times, human beings had lived in villages engaging in primitive forms of craftsmanship. either trading or busy waging wars with other factions inhabiting the same region. And yet they did all this without needing to construct stone towns or erect pyramids. In all likelihood, the pendulum served as the organizing factor, or more precisely, the stabilizing factor for these settlements. It is impossible to say exactly why this happens. The truth is never to be found far away. Likely as not, at a certain point in time, a pendulum structure is spontaneously formed which carries the capacity for further development. For a city is in essence a complex pendulum hierarchy of production, consumption, and exchange. If the construction of the self-organizing system is stable at the outset, then it will expand and strengthen. The structure may even evolve into the formation of a complex civilization. This process will continue until such time as a defect in the architecture brings the gigantic construction tumbling down. Of course, there is a long way to go before that happens to us, although it all depends. Let us go back to life as it is now. The human beings are more awake in comparison to other representatives of the animate world, and yet, are we always consciously aware of our actions? The human mind is capable of creating complex structures and mechanisms, building whole cities and researching the world we live in, and yet, in the context of awareness, man has not developed much further than the animal kingdom. All of society is organized into a complex structure consisting of separate formations from the family to large corporations and whole nations. Like in nature, if a person lives in relatively isolated conditions, they are consciously responsible for their actions. As we know, enlightenment was reached by those who isolated themselves from society. However, once a person becomes an element of a structure to a large degree, they are asleep, which does not appear to hinder the mind from engaging in advanced technological production. A modern-day factory is a lot more complex than an anthill, and yet in essence, both structures are controlled by pendulums. All achievements of scientific and technological progress, if considered all together, are the products of a structure rather than a specific individual. The television as a piece of apparatus is the invention of one man, but television in the wider sense of television broadcasting is the product of an entire system which is controlled by a pendulum. When a person becomes an element of a larger structure, they are obliged to follow the pendulum rule. As a result, an unavoidable contradiction arises between the individual's personal interests and the conditions imposed by the structure. The worst thing is, when a person is not aware of this and obediently toils and sweats away for the system, unable to take the time to lift their head up, look around, and become conscious of what they're doing. You may think this is all nonsense. Why do you think that I am not aware? Quite the opposite. I am perfectly aware of what I am doing, why and wherefore I am doing it. Unlikely. Children's summer camps are a good example. The vulnerable psyche of teenagers, relatively free from lessons, serves as a fertile soil from which pendulums can sprout. Due to their aggressive essence, pendulums create an environment in which the spirit of competition can blossom. In this environment, if you are in some way different to all the others, i.e., you do not meet the parameters of the structure, you can be made a mockery, or be driven out of the herd, or simply beat up. In these conditions, the teenager falls into a deadly waking sleep. They live as if they were in a dream, unable to take full account of their actions, either as part of the crowd or in opposition to it. The sedative is the heavy residue competitive relationships leave them with, and the strong suspicion of their own inadequacy and inability to keep up with the standards. Teenager is never for a minute free of the feelings of oppression and weariness, even if to all other intent and purposes they appear calm, confident, and buoyant. It is the same feeling of oppression bordering on hopelessness that a person experiences in non-lucid dreaming when they are at the total mercy of what is happening at the dream. Life in an aggressive environment happens to the individual like in dreaming. A rapid flow of circumstances carries the individual along, forcing all their awareness to be focused on just staying afloat and keeping an anxious eye open in anticipation of the next thing. Unless a teenager has a strong sense of self which gives them an inner strength to hold to, they begin instinctively, even subconsciously, looking for another source of strength to strengthen their position. The pendulum is there to offer this support, but not freely, only in exchange for submitting to the rules of the structure. In an environment like a summer camp, there always seem to be a few raucous, boisterous kids who appear to be extremely confident and feel quite at home. Their false confidence relies on the strength offered by the pendulum. Imagine two kids like this, one a slacker and the other a prankster. Hey you, look at me, do as I do, do as I do. Hey you, what are you waiting for? Stop picking your nose, chill, have some fun, man. No one else realizes that these two kids are dangling on the pendulum's hook like a puppet on a string. The source of strength, although ephemeral, creates the illusion. The others see how confident the puppets are and act in a similar manner. They too gain a source of strength in exchange for the following rule: do as I do. Eventually, they all end up dangling together as one, the slackers and the pranksters. This is how the structure is made. The important thing to realize is that the pendulum's adherents comply with the rule unconsciously. They are totally under the illusion that this is the right thing to do. In following the rule, the adherents can get away with doing whatever they want to, so long as they follow suit. For example, people do not just swear when they are arguing anymore. They swear as part of their ordinary speech. It does not occur to anyone anymore that swearing is vulgar. Vulgarity is a sign of poor taste and low social class. It is the same as not washing or wearing dirty clothes. People might not be wearing their dirty clothing at the moment, but they surely will as soon as someone makes it a rule to do so. For example, at the court of the French King Louis IX, no one ever washed because the king had a pathological aversion to hygiene and reduced it to rinsing his hands in cognac. The court members were obliged to follow his example, and to conceal the unpleasant odor coming from their bodies, they doused themselves in perfume, as a result of which a heavy stench reigned throughout the palace grounds. And because they all inevitably suffered from lice, the dames and cavaliers introduced the sophisticated habit of carrying fine sticks around, enabling them to scratch themselves in a delicate manner. As you can see, the rule is capable of rehabilitating any nonsense at all. The main point is that those who observe the rule act absolutely the same, en masse, like a flock of sheep. For example, the first person who ever said wicked should consider themselves a true shepherd. But everyone else after who repeats this, and other convenient words like parrots in a chorus, act just exactly like sheep. Do you recall the school of baby fish? Has humanity really progressed very far in terms of consciousness? It is not only teenagers who are subject to the influence of pendulums, it is also the adults, especially when they come together in a crowd. For example, at a meeting when someone or something is being discussed by a group, a person may find that they can suddenly stand up and start a huge spiel, taking themselves quite by surprise. In hindsight, they will wonder how on earth they got through it and convince themselves for ages that everything they said was right. The crowd forces its members to behave in a certain way that is often uncharacteristic. This is how the pendulum influences those who seek a source of strength and security. So if someone thinks they have found security within a structure, what of it? This is one solution to the problem. But you should bear in mind that if you observe the structure's rules, you can forget about your individuality. You will be like everyone else and find peace and security. At the same time, you relinquish your divine gift, the uniqueness of your soul on which the genius part of yourself depends, to say nothing of the fact that unity of heart and mind becomes impossible. When a person is entirely under the power of the structure, they are almost entirely unconscious and unable to perceive the voice of the heart, which means they will never search for their true path and will spend their life in backbreaking service to the structure. I am not saying that everyone's personal path can only be found beyond the limits of a given structure. Of course, you can disappear into the mountains and cut yourself off from the world of pendulums, but if life continues to be a subconscious waking dream in the mountains as well, then you will not change a thing. The challenge is to remain the captain of your fate while you are within the structure. Is it possible, for example, to acquire the self-confidence a child so needs without submitting to the pendulum's rule, or becoming a social outcast? Easily. All you have to do is wake up and observe the scene through the eyes of an observer while you are still on the stage. Then it immediately becomes evident who are the pendulum's favorites, the slackers and the pranksters and adherents who follow the rules. You must not judge or disdain people for following the rule. If as a result of your awareness of the way of things, you start comparing yourself to those who are asleep, dependent relationships arise, polarization occurs, and the awakened one inevitably becomes an outcast. It is very important to remember that it is not enough to simply reject the pendulum's rule. You have to replace it with the transurfing rule, be yourself, and allow others to do the same. Then you will be able to find your source of strength and security within. Once you understand what is happening around you, you are already halfway home. This knowledge alone brings a reliable, calm belief in oneself, because lack of self-confidence comes from the fear of the unknown. When a person is unfamiliar with the rules of the game, the world seems scary and hostile. Then feelings of loneliness and depression take over, sending you to sleep and making you submit to the pendulum's rule. Knowing all this, you are now capable of turning life into a conscious waking dream, which means having control over a situation. Either you become a shepherd, or at the very least, you stop being a sheep. As far as strengthening your position goes, we have talked about this in quite a lot of detail in the theory of transurfing. Firstly, you have to be rid of feelings of guilt, which means you have to stop justifying yourself and explaining your actions to others who have the outright audacity to judge you. Secondly, stop protecting or proving your worth. If you follow the Transurfing rule at the same time, then these two things will be more than enough to acquire a sense of strength and security within, i.e., to begin living in accordance with your own beliefs. Bear in mind that you cannot simply thoughtlessly oppose a given structure, desperately trying to be rid of its influence. I should repeat that we are not talking about freeing yourself from pendulums entirely, but about how to avoid being a puppet on a string. Once you are awake, you will feel and see how the structure weighs on you when it tries to impose its own rules. Then you will be able to decide for yourself whether you want to refuse to follow their rules or whether you want to observe them. The important thing is to make a conscious decision while others are asleep. This is the strategy of the person who is a master of the situation. As an example, I cite a letter which is quite characteristic. Why is it sometimes the case that when you do your work to a high standard or do even more than is expected, suggesting new ideas that are very well received, no one notices it and someone else gets to take the credit? Even if there is a raise in salary available, I am quickly forgotten as if I had not even been in the running. And if I am initially offered a small promotion in the process of formalizing it, someone else takes the position before me or it is postponed. It is as if I am invisible. Why does this happen? It would appear that the reader who asks this question works in the administrative system. Any system is a pendulum. The informational energy structure first arises in the form of a set of ideas and principles, and then it is materialized materially, i.e., into a system. The system then starts to develop independently, submitting its adherence to its laws. Pendulums place their adherents in key positions not based on merit and high service, but based on how fully they fit into the system. It would be naive to think that on the career ladder or in the powerarchy, people are arranged according to their distinguishing qualities and achievements. Perhaps this is the case to some degree, but nonetheless, distinguishing qualities and achievements are not the main thing. The most important criteria is not how well a person carries out their work, so much as how correctly they do it from the point of view of the system. The pendulum is most concerned with stability, and so first and foremost, you should direct your actions towards supporting the system's stability. If you want to climb up the career ladder, you have to understand the difference between well and correctly. Here, everything depends on the team. Pendulums are different too. In the majority of teams, creativity, initiative, enthusiasm, and independence are welcome. But in the case of a management apparatus or large enterprise, the laws and ethics are totally different, i.e., corporative. Corporate ethics entail much more stringent regulations, discipline, and diligence. Taking the initiative can be punished, independence can be met with caution, and creativity far from playing the most important role. In this type of system, you have to be more correct, not better. So you have to be able to behave in a conscious and flexible manner in line with the reality of the pendulum world. It is not as difficult as it might seem. The important thing is to wake up sooner rather than later. The indigo arrivals. One of the clearest manifestations of the onset of a new reality is the phenomenon known as the indigo children, described in detail in the book of the same name by Lee Carroll and Jan Tober. The term was coined by the clairvoyant Nancy Ann Tapp, who researched the connections between a person's personality and the color of their aura. At the beginning of the 1970s, Nancy Tapp discovered an unusual phenomenon. Children of a new kind were entering the world with a previously unseen color in their aura, indigo, blue-violet. The indigo children were shown to be different in personality to other people. They often diagnosed with their hyperactive disorder and attention deficit disorder. They have difficulty sitting still unless they are doing something they find interesting. Not all children who display these disorders are necessarily indigo and vice versa. Every child is different. What all indigo children have in common is an inherent sense of status and dignity and a strong independent spirit. The indigo child does not doubt their worth for a moment, as if they were confident that they deserve a place here in this life. That is just how they are. These children surprise adults displaying a wisdom and awareness that is beyond their years. Indigo children will not conform in order to fit into society and have low tolerance of authority figures. The indigo child is an independent thinker. To them, it seems quite obvious that certain things should be done differently, while other people follow widely accepted norms and rules. You certainly would not call the indigo child pliant or accommodating. Indigo children can be very difficult to bring up and fail to respond to usual forms of discipline. They are also very intelligent. To some degree, these qualities are typical of every new generation, but the indigo children are particularly different to other children. For thousands of years, the generation shift has been fairly uniform and measured. Recently, however, a quickening in the process of generational renewal has been observed. Each new generation is even more radically different from the previous generation. The first generation indigo children now have their own children who, in their development, have already gone beyond the characteristic qualities of their parents. So what is happening here? The process of the revolutionary renewal of human consciousness does not occur without cause. As we know, in nature and in society, everything strives towards balance. Consciousness renewal therefore develops in counterbalance to some other process. It is not difficult to guess what this process is. Over recent decades, at the same time as information and telecommunication systems, a powerful network of pendulums has developed, ensnaring the entire planet. Scientific and technological progress is not as scary as its informational component, which creates fertile soil for the birth and existence of pendulums. The larger the group of adherents who think in the same way, the more powerful the pendulum, and the more power it can exert. To gain control over a large number of people, you do not have to place them in containers with suction cups attached to their bodies like in the film The Matrix. It is enough to create an all-encompassing information network, because then people will automatically take their places in its cells. So what does a person in an information cell look like? It is the so-called social element whose level of consciousness is conditioned by their place in the structure, which in reality is similar to the Matrix. The structure imperceptibly but persistently envelops each member with a set of conditioned thought and behavior patterns. People think they are acting according to their own free will, but in reality they have no conception of true freedom because the configuration is created by the structure. Each individual plays their role with the will they have been designated in a play that has been imposed upon them. It would appear that everyone is free to do what they want. We are declared to have this freedom. The only thing is that we can only want things that coincide with the interests of the structure. The structure teaches us to want what it needs us to want. This process of enslaving individual will, or intention, is what we are going to look at next. By nature, this process is synergistic. That is, it is self-organizing because pendulums do not have the capacity of conscious intention. Everything happens of its own accord as ice crystals form in the process of freezing. The pendulum network is like a colony of parasitic plants that covers the Earth's entire biosphere. This is potentially a frightening thought. Some might be amused by it. How we respond to this type of information is a very personal thing. If you like, you can attribute all this to the realms of science fiction, and yet when everyday reality adopts an unfamiliar form, its tough realism goes beyond even the boldest examples of science fiction. But let us get back to the kids. The tendency to enslave the will has generated a response in the form of a type of child that strives for independence. Their appearance is the result of a natural process and the action of balanced forces in response to the pendulum network. On the one hand, pendulums try to organize the world, driving people into structures similar to the Matrix. On the other hand, the indigos even out the pendulum's domination as if thereby fulfilling a predetermined mission. The children's behavior is aimed at challenging established systems. Whenever they find themselves squeezed in to fit the boundaries of conditioned stereotypes, they strive to break free. All children, but indigo children especially, are very sensitive to excess potential. For example, they recognize falsity immediately. When an adult tries to ingratiate themselves, they answer back, and if you praise them too much, they start playing up. Any type of order or discipline creates polarization, which the children try to challenge. I do not want to go to sleep. I do not want porridge. I can do it myself. The tendency these children display for disobedience and naughtiness is not a result of nastiness so much as a natural desire to be free from external control. Sometimes it might seem that these children do things to annoy us on purpose, but in fact their behavior is unintentional and subconscious. Their provocative behavior is neither planned nor thought through. It is a natural form of expression. It is a manifestation of the action of balanced forces in response to the discipline adults try to force upon their children. The indigos striving for independence is very evident in their attitude to religion. The new type of children may find it difficult to accept the contemporary church, write Lee Carroll and Jan Tober. Indigo children come into the world with a heightened sense of dignity, an unshakable faith that they are children of God. If this is the case, do they really need mediators to communicate with God? Hardly. Indigo children are governed mainly by the voice of the heart, then the mind. Adults think that they are doing well when they behave correctly. Children are of the opinion that the most important thing is to do everything with soul, with love and not necessarily in the way that is considered correct? What if in some past life your current children were your parents and now you have changed place? What if now these old souls have come to continue to teach you, giving you many wise lessons? The wisdom of the indigo children results from their heightened awareness. They are very aware of what is happening around them and who is who. Awareness is heightened when the focus of attention is directed inwards and not outwards. When a person is totally immersed in the cares imposed on them by the outside world, their mind dives into the game subconsciously. The indigo awareness counters the tendency of the sedated mind within the pendulum networks. All children are marked by strong individuality from birth. In their early childhood, they are very beautiful and charming. The secret to the child's charm is unity of heart and mind. They accept themselves the way they are, and so their essential inner beauty is not distorted by the false masks of the mind. Why is it then that as these wonderful creations mature, they show certain unpleasant traits and weak sides to their character? For these are the children of God, and so beautiful and powerful like God himself, despite the vulnerability of their early years. Initially, they are imbued with the power of the Creator, capable of creating a new reality. But the talents and abilities of the children of God do not have time to blossom and find practical realization before the pendulums deprive them of their divine power, unity of heart and mind. Children come into the world and look around them with large, trusting, shining, bead-like eyes. Life seems instantly full of promise and hope, but the world is ruled by pendulums according to the principle of divide and rule. Pendulums unify people's motivations and desires at the same time, destroying their uniqueness and the integrity of their individuality. The separation and alienation of the heart from the mind leads to the loss of divine beauty and strength. With time, small and big hopes are dashed. For some, this process takes place slowly and painlessly. In others who are less lucky, it happens quickly and harshly. If you look in the eyes of children at orphanages, you see two seemingly incompatible things: hope and despair. It is as if an unfinished question has gone cold in their eyes. Is this really how it is? The world of pendulums is always proving to children how imperfect and vulnerable they really are. At first, suspicion takes hold in their consciousness, and then fear that takes hold so firmly that it becomes habitual. You cannot run away just because you are frightened. You have to somehow survive in this aggressive environment. Finding themselves under the powerful influence of the structure, the children of God are forced to become elements of it. With age, children become wary of not being like everyone else because those who are, quote, like everyone else might, quote, get them, which is what often happens. It is safer in the crowd. If you stand apart from the crowd, you risk becoming an outcast. Gradually, children lose the gifts they have been given at birth: independence, awareness, intuition, and individuality. These qualities are most characteristic of the indigo children, but such characteristics mean certain death to the structure, and so the process of enslaving human will continues. Who will win this battle? No one can say. The only truly important thing is that until such a time as the structure has declared outright victory, we try here in this life to return, if just a small portion of the strength gifted to us by God. Transurfing can help us with this task. Could you, dear reader, be an indigo? It does not matter either way. We are all in essence the same, either grown-up children or the grown-ups' children. Energy lords. It is a strange thing, quite normal and yet strange at the same time. Cultural plants and pets were once wild and existed independently in a natural environment. But then man woke up and realized that he could establish control over them. It is the quality of conscious awareness that enabled man to rise above the plants and animals and exploit them for his own needs, while they continued to exist in a state of unconscious dreaming. Then structures had to be created that would determine where and how the enslaved species would live. Whatever goals the plants and animals have, and undoubtedly they do have them, the discipline and order of structure reduces them to nothing. From man's point of view, the life's purpose of his little brothers could be reduced to the primitive need for food and reproduction. However, if this is what the higher being really thinks, then it proves the truly primitive level of his supposedly perfect mind. In reality, every living creature has its own goal. But why? What for? The process of striving to fulfill purpose is the driver for evolution. We will return to this question later. For now, we will simply state the following fact. The true goal of any living being, whatever its nature, can only be achieved in its natural habitat. Any structure subjects the goals of its elements exclusively to its own interests. The development of tamed or disciplined plants follows the direction man chooses for them. As a result, the elements of the structure sleep even more deeply and finally completely lose touch with their true goals. The life of wild animals and plants is a lot more intelligent and rich than we would otherwise think. Take, for example, a herd of wild deer. They have more than enough to deal with: the problem of defending themselves from predators, bringing up the offspring, foraging for food, dealing with family relationships, the group hierarchy, as well as simply enjoying life. The life of a herd of cows in the structure of a farm could hardly be more wretched. By providing them with food and shelter, man solved all sorts of problems for these animals, but in exchange they had to sacrifice to their master, who determines how, for what purpose, and how long they will live. It is similar to man selling his soul to the devil, is it not? So what of man? The reality is that in creating these structures, man becomes a slave himself. He loses himself and ceases to understand who he is and what he really wants. The range of his activities being finally reduced to the production, buying, and selling of various products. At the head of any structure, there is a superstructure pendulum, which has no interest in the products at all and focuses purely on activity developing the structure that produces them. Why is this? Energy is the prime product. People buy things for their pleasure and comfort, right? Aside from products that give us pleasure, other products exist that are designed to cause problems for others. In both cases, energy is radiated, positive or negative, because this is what the pendulums need. As you can see, it does not all stop at the production and trading of material objects. The greatest commodity is energy, and the energy market is of course controlled by pendulums. A small portion goes to the individual, but the larger piece of the cheese always goes to the pendulums. One person gets the hay, someone else gets the milk. There are even operations conducted on the energy market that mirror operations that take place in the financial market. For example, alcohol is pure energy. When you drink alcohol, you get energy on credit. Alcoholic-induced euphoria is like an energy advance, and the subsequent hangover is the return with interest. You always have to give back more than you borrowed. Pendulums never give away energy for free without profiting somehow from the transaction. Drinks with a low alcohol content make you feel relaxed. The pendulum sucks the energy in little bits. Stronger drinks, on the other hand, evoke a rush of energy. Let the vodka be drunk. Let the music flow. However, the pendulum lends the energy at high rates of interest. Soon enough, things tilt the other way. Let the vodka flow. Get drunk on the music. After the euphoric high comes the lowest of lows. The more intense the excitement, the more tangible the depression that follows. The hangover comes not so much because of the physiological blow to the organs, so much as because while you are hungover, the pendulum desperately pumps out the person's free energy. The sufferer then has to either accept it and suffer, or take the hair of the dog. Then the pendulum can lend you energy again. The pendulum is in no rush. Sooner or later, it'll be paid off. If it were the barman, you could make a run for it out of the bar without paying, but you cannot run from a pendulum. The further a person gets into debt, the crueler the payback will be. In this condition, the free energy of the debtor is at the pendulum's full disposal. The person quite literally feels as if ticks had dug their claws into his energy body in the area of the heart chakra. The pendulum declares the ultimatum: either have something to drink or the torture will continue. Given that a person's will depends on their free energy, they become weak and lacking in will when that energy is taken from them. This is the main reason for alcoholism. When a person drinks, he is again credited energy with a portion of energy, but what inevitably follows is an even heavier payback. A person's heart can stop beating, as often is the case. The pendulum will leave a person in peace only when there is nothing more that can be taken from them, and whether they survive is a matter of luck. The first credit is always the most generous and joyful, like at a presentation. As you know, the first glass of wine you ever taste in your life has a very impressive effect. But with every glass after that, the sensation is not the same, and it is not just that the sensations become duller. They are all the more unpleasant. Pendulums fork out only with the objective of drawing people into their net. Payback is always carried out strictly without question of any concessions being made. So if you take a loan out of this kind, you must maintain a high level of awareness. Be realistic with regard to your overall creditworthiness. The drunks we see living on the street are not people who have fallen into moral degradation as we tend to think. These poor souls are people who are unable to calculate their resources properly and pay off their credit in time, and to this day remain in debt. They take out loan after loan, which becomes increasingly difficult to pay off, and it all started so well with holiday cheer. The process of the fall is not noticed in its initial stages, but then it gathers force and speed, creating an inevitable and irreversible snowball effect. The nature of an induced shift is quite treacherous, and anyone can be drawn towards the center of its vortex. In general, all intense energy-consuming experiences tend to be related to harmful habits, and these are the credits given out by the pendulums. Why are they harmful? Because pendulums are by their very nature aggressive and inclined to exacerbate the energy surrounding conflict. Everything that is tantalizing but bad for you ultimately ends badly. The greater the harm, the more negative energy is emitted. Positive energy is never emitted in such large quantities. The greatest yield is harvested from individuals who take drugs. The short-lived increased state of euphoria the substance gives the user is nothing compared to the depression that follows. And if the next dose does not kick in soon enough, the awful withdrawal experience will suck every last drop of the sorry user's energy. There are also other types of credit with lower interest rates, such as tobacco, coffee, tea, non-alcoholic drinks, and chewing gum. You may wonder what on earth chewing has to do with anything. As I've already said, when any need, material or spiritual, is fulfilled, energy is emitted. It could be the energy of pleasure, comfort, or something else. In any case, when you want something, you experience a buildup of energy. When you receive the thing you desire, you radiate that energy. In the process of chewing, a person experiences a certain feeling of comfort, which has very ancient roots. The nature of this feeling is quite evident. When you eat, everything is okay. When you are the one being eaten, things do not quite go so rosy. The same thing goes for any habit. Once you are a regular client, you become part of the herd. There is no need for a pin because while the client's attention is caught in the pendulum's noose, they are not going anywhere. When a person thinks about the object of their habit, they radiate energy at the pendulum's resonance frequency. All the debtor's thoughts are focused on receiving the next portion of energy, credit. They are not capable of thinking about anything else because the pendulum will not release their attention. This type of capture is possible due to a specific feature of the mind. Our attention can become fixated on one thing, and when this happens, it is like the arrow on a weather vane with the pendulum driving the wind in one and the same direction. The capture of the arrow of intention can be observed in the simple example of when you cannot get a particular song out of your head. You should not assume that a dependence develops solely due to physiological factors. These are part of it, but they do not play the key role. For example, when the most inveterate smokers set out on a submarine mission, the fact that they are unable to smoke does not distress them at all. Once the hatch is battened down and the command to dive has been given, any thought of being able to smoke vanishes completely because, objectively speaking, there can be no opportunity to smoke. The smoker totally accepts the objective condition and does not even think about having a cigarette. It is as if the arrow of intention has switched and now is pointing in a different direction. So what of the physiological dependency? The submarine returns from its mission, and if the smoker has not decided to give up, they remember that they might just fancy a cigarette, and the insistent creditor catches the arrow of intention in its noose. The capture of the arrow of intention can also be observed in the phenomena of game or internet addiction, dependency. A huge number of people have become so addicted that they are only able to feel comfortable when they are sitting in front of a computer screen. Should someone who has succumbed to this kind of addiction actually tear themselves away from the screen for an hour or two, they will go into remission and begin to experience all the symptoms of withdrawal. They may experience headaches, muscle pains, and unbearable feeling of discomfort. Yet as soon as the client returns to the screen, the symptoms subside instantly. Obviously, in this case, there can be no question of physiological dependency. All dependency arises because of the arrow of intention has been caught in the pendulum's noose. In order to come off the needle, you have to switch your attention to something else. Willpower is rarely enough to free yourself from the noose in the same way that you can only get a song out of your head when you switch to a different tune. A harmful habit is as a rule accompanied by a specific script and set of scenery. Together, they create a characteristic scenario such as a smoke break at work, which facilitates the capture of your attention. There is only one way to pay off all your debts and walk away from the grievous bank. Change the script and scenery. It is not difficult to do, you just have to want to do it and then apply a little imagination. In any case, even if you do not have a credit debt, but use the products of civilization irrespective of your own will, give away a portion of your energy to the pendulums. People are literally herded, if not cultivated. The entire life of civilized society represents one continual process of consuming and giving away energy, and the entire exchange is controlled by pendulums. Of itself, the fact that human energy is harvested is not such a bad thing. The greatest peril the structure imposes is that it reduces the individual paths of its elements to nothing. The members of the structure forget the very notion that an individual path may exist for them. People not only carry out whatever the structure orders, they begin wanting the very things that are sole benefit to the structure. Do not delude yourself with the idea that man is a rational being and would never permit themselves to become enslaved in such a way. We have already shown that human awareness functions at a low level. The structure is slowly but surely causing the last remains of awareness to be reduced even further. In order to secure total victory, the structure must unite all its elements into a single informational field, and this process is already being facilitated rapidly and very successfully. Man may only have a few bricks left before he finally walls himself in completely. What can be done? It turns out that if you consume the products of civilization, you are being shepherded. There have been occasions where people have tried to escape civilization and settle in communities somewhere in the wilds of nature. It is not for me to judge how successful they were. Even so, contemporary man is no longer capable of separating themselves from civilization entirely. They can no longer adapt to that extent. It does make sense, however, to reduce the harmful products you use to a minimum and replace them with the natural gifts of nature. For example, you can set up an area of family-owned land with a garden and vegetable plot. The greatest advantage of having an oasis of nature in the desert of civilization is that the norms and standards there are established by the owner and not the structure. And you do not have to start digging the ground if it is not your thing. Everyone should have the opportunity to establish rules of everyday life independently. If you want to cover everything in concrete, you can. And if you want to keep the garden wild and all its diversity, that is up to you too. Another approach for someone living in the city may be shifting to a diet of exclusively organic and natural foods. But first, you would have to wake up and become aware of the fact that a beautiful apple cultivated within the structure and bought in a supermarket will only be suitable in quality for a fully fledged element of the structure with a corresponding set of illnesses that result from living off this kind of food. There are many different paths and ways of living, but each individual must choose the one which is right for them. A role model for me will always be one particular feral cat with whom I had the honor to be acquainted. My friend and I love to escape to the forest and have a delicious campfire to get a break from the benefits of civilization. On one occasion, a huge cat approached our little camp, attracted by the interesting smells we were making. The cat had clearly once been someone's pet, but for some reason had ended up in the forest and turned wild again. Judging by his size, the ragged animal was very successfully hunting birds and mice and could probably have taken down a hare. The cat did not refuse our offering of tidbits, but neither did he stand around on tiptoe. He grabbed it and ran. After that meeting, we had the pleasure of seeing the cat again on quite a few of our trips to the forest. The whiskered fellow loved to help himself to our offerings, but he would not allow either of us to get too close. The cat was a true transurfer. He had learned the taste of true freedom, and although he sometimes dipped into civilization, he would never have exchanged his independence, not for any creature comforts. There is nothing wrong with making the most of the benefits of civilization, as long as you do not become addicted or dependent. You can tell a free individual from the herd because of their awareness. All you have to do is wake up and become aware of what is really happening. I have learned these things and am sharing them with you now for the simple reason that, well, actually it is a secret. But I will share it with you, dear reader. I have returned to the wild. I have run away from the farm. Declaration of intention. Until now, we have only focused on how to free yourself from pendulums and escape their influence. But is it possible to benefit in some way from a pendulum? Any dream is essentially brought about with the help of pendulums. There is no getting away from the fact that we all live and work in some structure or another. It is simply a question of whether the structure deprives you of your dreams or helps you to realize them. Are there methods by which one can impact a pendulum directly? This is unlikely. You cannot tame a pendulum, let alone control it. However, it is possible to use the qualities of a pendulum to your own interests. Have you ever wondered why people make toast when they are having a meal with friends? Does this tradition have a practical purpose, or is it simply symbolic ritual? It turns out that toasts are not just spoken for the sake of it. At times, folk wisdom produces customs that appear to be no more than meaningless superstition. People follow these established rules without suspecting that they actually represent a kind of method for shaping reality. The thing is that alcoholic drinks, as we described above, represent a kind of energy credit. Free energy receives an additional source of support and is raised one rung higher. Given that this is really the energy of one's will, the result it brings will depend on where you direct it. For example, if you drink to drown your sorrow, reality will descend into an even darker hole. When people drink from happiness, they will find even more reasons to make merry. If drinking is mixed with a feeling of anxiety and fear, life will give you something worth fearing. The same principle works in each case. Thought energy strengthened with a spark of energy shifts the individual onto a lifeline of a corresponding quality. When a pendulum gives credit, it serves to strengthen the energy of intention. No matter how hard it sways, the pendulum itself has no access to outer intention, and so it is incapable of materializing a sector of the alternative space. Yet reality can be controlled by living beings, so when a person makes a toast, they focus the direction of their intention. Do you see what is happening when they do this? The qualities of the energy belonging to the pendulum creditor are as a rule quite negative. However, when a person attributes goodwill to this energy, they change its polarity. Hence, a toast is not just an empty ritual, it is a declaration of intention. However, despite the beneficial action of toasts, they are all inherently contain the same unfortunate mistake. The good wishes are usually expressed for the future. Because of this, the energy made available by the pendulum is only transformed into positive energy. It does not have any impact on reality. The desire expressed in the toast remains out there somewhere as an unattainable promise of something better. This is quite natural. After all, the mirror is not capable of producing the future. It only ever reflects the present. So what can we conclude from this? All toasts should be uttered in the present tense. They might sound a little weird as a result, but they will be effective. For example, instead of saying we will be, say we are, or we have good health. We won. Those who are not with us are always with us. Lucky are those at sea. Our wishes come true. Good fortune is always with us, etc. This type of declaration of intention will immediately start pulling your wishes into the reality of today rather than putting them off until a tomorrow that never comes. Do not assume that you can easily turn your desires into reality with the help of alcohol. As you know, this is a double-edged sword. The larger the credit, the higher the rate of interest, to say nothing of the fact that as the credit debt increases consciousness, which means a person's intention shifts into an area of the alternative space that does not correspond to reality, and there can be no question of carrying out such manipulations with the help of drugs. It is not always possible to transform a pendulum's negative energy into positive energy, and not everyone is capable of doing so. Black magic works in accordance with the same principle. An evil magician calls on dark powers in order to exploit their energy and strengthen their hostile intention. It is never lucrative in any respect to get credit from a pendulum. However, if you do end up doing so, it is essential that you stick to the following rule. When you are dangling on a pendulum's hook, think only of the positive. You can even take the example of the Transurfing pendulum. It will not harm you, and the declaration of intention may significantly increase its efficacy. Every time you come across any information related to transurfing, remind yourself that it can assist you in the realization of your goals. Attuning your attention in this way will position the vector of the alternatives flow in the right direction. You should take the same approach with regard to any other pendulum, even if it bears no relation to your life. For example, while you are watching a television series or show, in one way or another, you are exchanging energy with a pendulum. While observing the action, keep your target slide ready, i.e. the picture of what you want to receive. You will always be able to spot some kind of connection with your goal in the flow of information, however small. For example, when the heroes of the series set off in a fabulously flashy car, express the fact that you intend to buy something similar for yourself. Never ever think of anything negative in the moment that you receive a credit. Worrying thoughts, pressing problems, despair, fear, all these emotions will be amplified by the boost of energy you are receiving. Here are some examples. When you are having a smoke break, think about your forthcoming success as if it were already a done deal. Or an advert encourages you to sit and enjoy the aroma of a nice cup of coffee. It would be nice in this moment to enjoy the good fortune you already have, whatever happens in the future. Do you recall the principle of coordination? For example, in the moment that you're having a smoke or drinking coffee, instead of letting your thoughts go to run their own lazy course, declare your intention. Everything is going wonderfully because I shape my reality with intention. I know how it is done. Tea ceremonies are organized according to the same principle. Saying a prayer before the onset of a meal and dedicating the food to God has become custom among many different people. However, once you have acknowledged God, do not forget about yourself. If you make offerings to yourself with the same love and care, saying something like, "Eat, eat, my dear one, get well," the effect will be completely unexpected and unbelievable. It is even possible that certain illnesses will disappear. Your body will be surprised at first and will be then glad and blossom like a flower that has been tenderly cared for. The most important thing is to serve yourself with sincerity, love, and words like, "If you do not feed yourself, no one else is going to do it for you." This type of declaration carries enormous power. If you previously treated yourself with indifference or even aversion, then similar rituals will bring about amazing change. Do not just take it from me, try it. Judging from the above, it might seem that the declaration of intention can be used in the games of cunning pendulums like the stock market, casino, or betting on the races. In principle, why not? The chances of success will be increased if in the moment of placing your money and likewise during the game you visualize a slide of inevitable winnings. It is not easy to do, but it is possible. As a rule, the player's thoughts run along the lines of, if only I could win. What if I lose? But no, I have to win. This time I will be lucky. This is no good, for in these thoughts there is everything from desire, considering how to win, and fear of losing to hopes of success. You have to put all thoughts and emotions, including hope for success, to one side. You must eliminate all this until all you have left is the unconditional and dispassionate will to win. Your declaration should be, I am a winner, and your declaration should sound without need for explanation, conditions, or exclamation marks. If you manage to achieve this state of dispassionate and unconditional will, you will have your chances of success rapidly increase. Yet that is not all. Over the course of a single game session, you may be successful once, twice, or even 3 times. But winning cannot go on forever because everyone is human and no one can keep importance to a minimum level forever. Any form of gambling is basically a type of energy credit which is capable of imperceptibly transforming into an induced transition with a tragic finale. These issues are covered in detail in the first part of the Transurfing materials, so we will not go into them again. You could say that there is only one way of avoiding having to pay interest on credit. Know when to leave the game. Do not just leave the game, but free yourself entirely from the slightest connection with the pendulum and extinguish any thoughts that resonate at the pendulum's frequency. In other words, for a certain period of time, you have to switch your attention to something else so that the game does not enter your head for a moment. This is the only way you can save yourself from being drawn into the vortex of the induced transition. Stop swaying with the pendulum. Once the tie has been totally cut, you can begin a new game session. It should be said, though, that playing with a pendulum is a dangerous and unpredictable adventure, because not one individual can possibly be endowed with a superhuman, dispassionate will to have. Essentially, it is not a game, it is a dance with a shadow. A pendulum is an invisible, cold, merciless shadow. It is not endowed with conscious awareness, nor does it have the power of intention. It does not have a heart or a mind, the opposite of which generates feelings, impulses, and weaknesses. You can never get the better of a pendulum, just as you can never outrun your own shadow. The pendulum observes your movements, knowing you have no escape. The shadow can never be defeated, and playing with it is meaningless. So what can you do? Either abandon the dangerous game or create your own venture and become a pendulum's favorite. Now that would be meaningful. In trying to beat a pendulum, you are just chasing your own shadow. Any effort you make to win and all the emotional concerns that go with those aspirations are the subject of inner intention, and inner intention always leads blindly to what is right in front of your nose, failing to see anything else at all. To put an end to the mindless chasing, you have to stop, look around you, and begin moving in your own direction independently. Then the roles are swapped. The pendulum will have to keep up with the individual rather than the individual struggling to keep up with the pendulum. Anyone who abandons narrow inner intention becomes the master of the game, the producer in the dances with shadows. In order to initiate your own game, you have to be yourself. Your personal game is the shaping of your own reality at your own discretion. You can do it. You just have to claim the privilege. Only you can give away or deprive yourself of your own privileges. This has to be understood. However, it does not all come down to giving yourself permission to be the producer. Stars are born, but they are lit up by pendulums. You could be as wise as King Solomon himself or create a stunning masterpiece, but no one will ever learn of it unless a powerful pendulum sweeps you up. However incredible your masterpiece is, this is the only reason it will not have been successful. In culture, science, and art, outstanding creations only become an object of great interest if a new pendulum emerges, or it is for some reason beneficial to an existing pendulum. In order to become a star in your field, you have to know how to exploit the features of a pendulum. Have you never wondered why certain works that were immensely successful at some point in the past lose their popularity, despite the fact that they retain their unique features? There are a vast number of cultural achievements whose amazing qualities would more than fulfill any contemporary standards. And yet today there is no market for these achievements because their pendulums that shone in the past have faded or been extinguished. When it comes down to it, popularity and fashion are always created by pendulums. Why else would people simultaneously desire the same item in mass? You can see the same phenomenon of fashion in the example of the two massively popular groups, the Beatles and ABBA. Both groups achieved worldwide recognition not because they created something fundamentally new or particularly outstanding. Nothing they did was totally new. On the contrary, the musical genres of disco and rock were created by other musicians, much less well known. So how do you explain the phenomenal success of these two groups in particular? The Beatles' career began with a run of mishaps and failures. Initially, the quartet represented a fairly ordinary band, not unlike many others at the time. They were not even particularly skilled musically. The level of their professionalism never went beyond local pubs where they did in fact perform. Yes, the Beatles were talented, but that is not enough to make it in show business. The old pendulums will always try their best to keep the new up-and-coming at bay. By 1962, the group had carved out its own style and would soon produce the songs that rocked the entire world. But that was only later. Although the group had few loyal fans at this time, no one really had noticed the Beatles. That year, the band unsuccessfully hammered on the doors of various recording studios, but were everywhere flatly turned down. It was beginning to look as if the group had no chance of ever reaching any higher than club level. In the authorized biography of the Beatles, Hunter Davies writes, "And yet we still believed that we would make it and become number one," said George. "When things were really bad and there were no opportunities at all for us, we used to do a kind of special ritual. John would shout, 'Where are we headed, boys?' We would yell back, 'Upwards, Johnny, to the very top.' 'To the top of what?' he would ask. 'To the top of the very top, Johnny.' Yet it was not their determination that secured their ticket to success. In 1963, they managed to finally release their first record, a single. Unexpectedly, the song made number one in the charts. This was their first significant achievement, and yet no one considered the event to be any big thing. The press presented the single as a moment of success for a short-lived star and missed the soon-to-be sensation. The success of the first single was followed by another period of quiet anonymity, which turned out to be the calm before the storm. 6 months later, Beatlemania was taking England by storm, and soon afterwards it was spread throughout the entire world. Every country in the world, writes Hunter Davies, witnessed the mass psychosis that just a short time ago had been unimaginable and which is unlikely ever to be repeated. Today, no one believes in this kind of thing anymore, and yet just yesterday, it was all real. A similar phenomenon was repeated in the ABBA story. In 1972, this brilliant quartet failed to qualify in the semifinals in order to perform at the Eurovision Song Contest. Finally, in 1974, they managed to get through the competition and unexpectedly for everyone secured a stunning victory, leaving the other contestants way behind. At that time, no one expected anything more of the group. Everyone thought that a band labeled Eurovision winners could only be a short-term wonder and would never make more than one hit. After winning the contest, everything went quiet again, just as it did with the Beatles. Hardly a year had passed before the world was gripped by another powerful wave, this time, ABBA-mania. Two clear patterns can be traced in both stories. Firstly, popularity develops in a wave-like trajectory. Initially, there is a fairly lengthy period of anonymity during which a small but stable fan base is formed. Then a moment of sudden flight follows, after which there is another period of quiet, as if the wave has pulled back from the shoreline to gain power. Finally, after a period of relative inactivity comes a sudden and powerful wave of astounding success. Popularity remains high for a certain period of time, but with time, the wave inevitably fades as new pendulums emerge and squeeze the previous pendulums out of the spotlight and into the background. The most interesting pattern in these stories consists in the fact that the works that become huge hits are not acknowledged during the initial period of anonymity. People listen to the songs but do not draw any attention. And then there is a sudden movement when the songs begin to create a different, unusual impression on people of something innovative and original. The sound acquires a hint of something very stylish and fashionable, and for some inexplicable reason, everyone simultaneously agrees that it is brilliant. So where does this common sense of novelty and style come from for the Beatles, whose sound was already characteristically the Beatles back in 1962? Why did it not capture anyone's imagination then? Why was no one mad about ABBA in 1972? They were singing the same songs then, so what happened? Why did people suddenly find them so electric in 1975? This phenomenon can be explained by the fact that every epoch has a characteristic quality, sound or hue, in other words, its own charisma. However, a new epoch is not just initiated of its own accord. It is drawn into being by the intention of the people, like a cloud in the alternative space. Then the pendulum stabilizes the collective intention. At first, a small group of fans form. Each fan radiates thought energy to the tune of, "I like that." A pendulum is then created which unites and synchronizes the thoughts of the admirers into, "We like that." In the alternative space, whereas we know everything exists, there is an area of sectors with one quality in common. Everyone likes that. The collective intention of the first group of fans drives the movement of material realization towards this area. As a result, after a certain time, reality takes on the hue of the new era. The number of fans continues to increase and the pendulum acquires strength. Eventually, collective intention reaches and exceeds critical mass, and the cloud with the charisma of the new era encompasses material reality in its entirety. This cloud drawn towards the united intention of the pendulum's adherents creates the charisma specific to the new time. Now you know how new trends are born, you can boldly make the most of your lawful privilege to be yourself without looking back at the rest of the world. This is the only way to realize the opportunity to communicate to the world your unique individuality. Pendulums will not put up with unique individuals. They will be forced to make you a star. Stop chasing your shadow and set out on your path independently. Then the pendulums will have no other choice than to follow you. You are quite capable of becoming a trendsetter by virtue of the fact that the qualities of your soul are totally unique. A luxury individual cloud has already been prepared in the alternative space and awaits your arrival. Announce your declaration of intention. Summary. The life goal and purpose of all living beings is to shape reality. Boredom as such does not exist. Boredom is simply a constant and insatiable thirst to shape reality. Appraisals based on a comparison generate polarization. Balanced forces eliminate polarization by means of clashing opposites. An object or quality which is attributed special significance attracts objects with the opposite qualities. The pendulum rule is, do as I do. The transurfing rule is, give yourself permission to be yourself and allow others to do the same. The transurfing rule eliminates polarization. Awareness. In this moment, I am awake and am clearly aware of what I am doing. Why, and why in this manner specifically. The first law of the pendulum, it tries to exacerbate the energy of conflict. The second law of the pendulum, it does everything possible to stabilize the structure. Pendulums coordinate the existence of organized structures. The enslavement of will, the structure teaches people what they should want. In order to free yourself from the zombifying effect of the structure, you must adopt the role of the participating spectator. The process of achieving the goal is what drives evolution. The individual loses themselves in the structure, ceasing to understand who they are and what they really want. Dependence arises due to the fact that the arrow of intention falls into the pendulum's noose. To come off the needle, you have to switch your attention and occupy your mind with something else, changing the scripts and scenery. The charisma of a particular epoch is drawn in by the intention of a group of people, like a cloud from the alternative space. Whenever you receive any energy credit, announce your declaration of intention. It is impossible to beat a pendulum. You have to either abandon the dangerous game altogether or create your own adventure and become one of its favorites. In order to create your own game, you have to give yourself permission to be yourself. Chapter 17. The Dreams of the Gods. I take care of my world. The two sides to reality. From time immemorial, people have understood that the world has a dual nature. On the one hand, everything that happens on the material level can more or less be understood and explained from the point of view of the natural sciences. On the other hand, when we encounter phenomena from the subtle planes, the laws cease to be applicable. Why is it that we are unable to unite different aspects of reality in a single knowledge system? It is a strange picture. It is as if the world plays hide and seek with humanity, not wishing to reveal its true essence. Hardly have science discovered a law to explain one phenomenon, then a new phenomenon is observed that seems to contradict it. The search for the slippery truth is like a shadow so long it goes on forever. The interesting thing is that the world is not only hiding its true identity, it also readily takes on the image assigned to it. This is the case with all fields of the natural sciences. For example, if you imagine that an object of the micro world is a particle, then there will undoubtedly be experiments to prove it. If you imagine that it is not a particle, but an electromagnetic wave, the world will not protest, but willingly reveal itself in the corresponding manner. You can ask the world what it is made of with equal success. If you ask whether the substance it is made up of is matter that has mass, it will reply yes. If you ask whether it is not, in fact, made up of energy, it will again answer in the affirmative. As you know, in a vacuum there is a continual process taking place of the birth and annihilation of microparticles as energy is transformed into matter and vice versa. There is no point in asking the world what is primary, matter or consciousness. It will cunningly change its masks, turning towards us with the side we wish to see. Representatives of different teachings will argue amongst themselves, trying to prove conflicting points of view, but reality comes up with its dispassionate verdict. Essentially, they are all right. So it turns out that the world does not just slip away from us, it agrees with us. In other words, it behaves like a mirror, in which literally all our ideas surrounding the nature of reality are reflected. So what are we left with? The world always agrees with our observations of it, and yet avoids giving us a direct answer. Are all our attempts to explain the nature of reality to be in vain? It is all actually much simpler than it seems. There is no point in searching for the absolute truth in individual manifestations of a reality that is multifaceted. We just have to accept the fact that reality is like a dual mirror that has two sides, one that is physical, that can be touched, and the other metaphysical, that lies beyond perception, but which is no less objective. At the present time, science deals with what is reflected in the mirror, while esotericism tries to peek at the other side. This is what the argument about the nature of reality comes down to. So what is hidden on the reverse side of the dual mirror? The alternatives space is what is to be found on the other side. That information structure in which the scripts of all possible events are contained. The number of alternative realities is infinite, just as the number of possible coordinate points on a graph. The alternative space records everything that ever was, is, or will be. The event that actually takes place in the physical world represents the material realization of one of those many alternatives. This might be difficult to believe. Where exactly is the alternative space? How can this be possible? From the perspective of the three dimensions, the alternative space is everywhere and at the same time, nowhere at all. It could lie beyond the limits of the visible universe, or it could be in your coffee cup. Either way, it is not to be found in the third dimension. The paradox lies in the fact that we all go to the alternative space every night. Dreams are not illusions in the normal sense of the word. We carelessly attribute our dreams to the realm of fantasy without suspecting that they reflect real events which could have their place in the past or future. We know that in dreams people see pictures that do not seem to be of this world. Sometimes people see things in dreams that they quite obviously could never have seen anywhere before. If a dream is like the brain's imitation of reality, then where does it get these incredible pictures and stories? If we conventionally attribute the conscious aspect of the human psyche to the mind and the subconscious aspect of the human psyche to the soul, then you could say that dreaming is the flight of the soul into the alternatives space. The mind does not imagine its dreams, it genuinely sees them. The soul has direct access to the information field where all scripts and scenarios are permanently stored like frames on a film roll. The phenomenon of time, i.e. the development of events, appears only in the process of the film roll moving. The mind plays the role of observer and idea generator. Memory has the same direct relationship to the alternative space. It has already been proved that the mind is not physically capable of retaining all of the information it accumulates over a lifetime. So how does the mind memorize? Rather than retaining information itself, it keeps a kind of address for the data in the alternatives space. The mind is not capable of creating anything fundamentally new. It can only compile a new version of a house from old bricks. All scientific discoveries and masterpieces are received by the mind from the alternative space via the soul. Clairvoyance and intuitive knowledge are received in the same way and from the same place. No scientific discovery, wrote Einstein, is made by means of the logical mind. It only acquires logical form later when you describe it. Every discovery, even very small ones, are always an insight. The solution always comes from the outside and unexpectedly, as if someone had hinted it. End quote. The alternative space should not be confused with the popular concept of the common information field in which data can be shifted from one object to another. The alternative space is a stationary matrix, a structure which defines everything that is or that could possibly take place in the physical world. As yet, mainstream science is unable to explain or confirm the existence of the alternative space. Quite the opposite, in fact. Science will try to discredit the transurfing model, which is not surprising because official science is a typical pendulum. Generally speaking, science, for all its indubitable merits and achievements, is prone to brush to one side anything that does not fit into its framework. When it encounters anything that defies explanation, it wriggles every which way, accusing its opponents of being charlatans, of juggling the facts, or of simply ignoring the obvious, anything to remain on its pedestal of granite. There was one person, however, academic, Vyacheslav Bronikov, who managed to completely snooker science by combining the totally incredible with the more than obvious. Children taught at the International Academy of Human Development, created by Bronik, demonstrate extraordinary abilities. These individuals are capable of seeing with their eyes closed just as well as when they are open. They can memorize huge volumes of information. They have gifts of clairvoyance and can perceive distant objects as clearly as through a telescope. It is difficult to believe, but a fact is a fact. They see through walls as if there were no obstacle there at all. How do they do it? Neurophysiologists who carry out research into the effect of direct vision describe their observations in the following way. In normal sight, the apparatus registers the area where the signal enters, its movement in the brain, and how it is processed. In the case of direct vision, the point of entry is not registered, and there is no apparent movement of the signal in the brain, and yet the equipment very precisely registers that the signal is processed. All attempts to block signal entry to the brain gave a negative result. We are discovering something that displays features totally unrelated to electromagnetic processes. It appears that the brain is capable of seeing without the means of the apparatus of sight, and that the way the information is received remains unknown. How should this be interpreted? Bronikov describes this phenomenon in terms of a connection, the conscious mind, and something he calls higher consciousness. Higher consciousness, he writes, lies outside of the human mind as a kind of environment. You have probably guessed already, in the context of transurfing, this environment is understood to be the alternatives space. It does not really matter how one refers to it, the essence remains the same. The mind, or if you prefer the brain, sees what is in the alternative space by means of the soul, whereas the eyes observe physical reality. In the case of direct vision, the brain attunes to the metaphysical information field where quite literally the entire mold of physical reality is stored. Once you have access to this bank of data, you can perceive objects irrespective of where they are physically located, behind a wall, under the ground, or many miles away. The alternative space consists both of areas that have been manifest as material reality and areas that have not yet been realized. In order to develop direct vision, you have to learn to perceive the current realized sector. From a physiological point of view, this could be interpreted as a certain synchronization between both hemispheres of the brain. Bronikov developed an entire system of special and at the same time very straightforward exercises enabling ordinary individuals to develop these abilities. If you want to, you can find relevant information on the internet and try it yourself. It is all very possible. The alternative space stores information about all possible alternatives of the past and future, which means that access to this field also develops the ability for clairvoyance. The only problem with clairvoyance is that an infinite number of alternatives exist, and so one can also see events that will never be realized in the physical world. This is why clairvoyants sometimes make mistakes in their prognoses, for they can also see things that have never been and things that will never happen. In this sense, you can rest assured that no one can know your future because no one can determine which alternative will eventually be realized. Likewise, there is no guarantee that in a dream you see the sector of the field which will become streamed into physical reality. This is great because it means that the future is not fatally predetermined, and we can continue to hope for the best. The task of transurfing is not to look at the past with regret or the future with uncertainty, but to intentionally create your own reality. Under certain conditions, human thought energy is capable of materializing a given sector of the alternative space. Under the condition that in transurfing is referred to as unity of heart and mind, the magical power of outer intention is born, which is what turns a possible future into reality. Everything that is usually associated with magic has a direct relationship to outer intention. It is with the help of this magical power that the ancients created the Egyptian pyramids and other similar miracles. This type of intention is called outer intention because it is located outside of the human being and is not subject to the human mind. True, in a certain condition, human consciousness is capable of gaining access to it. If you subject your own will to this mighty force, you can create unbelievable things. However, modern man has long lost the type of abilities possessed by the inhabitants of ancient civilizations such as Atlantis, Fragments of ancient knowledge have survived to the present day in the form of scattered esoteric teachings and practices. Applying this knowledge to everyday life is relatively difficult. And yet, it is not impossible. In transurfing, there are indirect methods which can help you get outer intention to work in other ways. People are capable of shaping their own reality, but you have to observe certain rules. Your ordinary state of mind tries unsuccessfully to manipulate the reflection in the mirror, whereas what you must do is change the actual image. The image is the focus and nature of your thoughts. In order to transform what is desired into reality, desire of itself is not enough. You need to know how to work with a dual mirror, and then you will learn how to create your own reality. You will have to finally undermine the monolith of so-called common sense, which in actual fact is not very commonsensical at all. If you can accept that two sides to reality exist simultaneously, the physical and the metaphysical, old stereotypes will crumble, and the picture of the world will become clearer. Dualism is an integral part of our reality. For example, the soul relates to the alternative space and the mind to the material world. Inner intention relates to material reality and outer intention to the virtual sectors of the alternative space. When these two aspects of reality connect on the surface of the mirror, phenomena arise that are referred to as paranormal or unexplained. An obvious example of the connection between the two sides to reality is the wave-particle dualism that occurs when a micro-object behaves either as a wave or as a particle. The birth and annihilation of microparticles in a vacuum is another example of a borderline condition in which reality fluctuates between physical and metaphysical form. However, the most surprising example is human beings who simultaneously combine in ourselves the material and the spiritual. In one sense, you could say that we are living on the surface of a gigantic mirror, which has our material universe on one side and the black eternity of the alternative space on the other. In such a unique position, it would be at best short-sighted to live within the limits of the conventional worldview and use only one side of reality, the physical side. You will learn how to work with the dual mirror of the world and how to accomplish things that would previously have seemed impossible. You will be convinced yet that your potential is limited only by your intention. The waking dream. When a potential possibility is manifested as reality, the surface of the dual mirror shows a symmetrical image. The sector of the metaphysical alternative space lies on the other side of the mirror, and its material manifestation lies on the other. All living beings are balanced on the edge of the mirror because their body and mind relate to the material world, while their soul remains inseparably connected to the alternative space. We all came into this life from the alternative space, and we will all return to the alternative space, as if to the wings of a stage for a costume change, to then reappear on the surface of the mirror in a new guise. In this theater of masks, the actors return to a never-ending cycle of parts. Having played in one role, the actor runs backstage for a minute, puts on a different mask, and once again re-enters the game, having completely forgotten anything that happened prior to his latest appearance on stage. The actor is so immersed in the image of the character they are playing that they lose all sense of who they are as an individual. Sometimes the wool falls away from the actor's eyes, and they suddenly become aware that this is not their first life here on the stage. Ian Stevenson, American professor of psychiatry, gathered more than 2,500 registered cases of remembered past lives, in which the majority of respondents were children. Without the medium of hypnosis, the children gave accounts of their lives in the distant past and in other countries. In his books, Ian Stevenson quotes extremely interesting facts. There was one particularly characteristic story of two twin brothers who spoke to each other in an unintelligible language. At first, everyone thought that it was just gibberish, until about the time they were 3 years old, when their parents finally realized that something was not right. The brothers were shown to linguists, who were surprised to find that the children were speaking to each other in Old Aramaic, a language widely spoken during the time of Christ, but which is today no longer spoken. Another example is of a Yugoslavian girl who became ill and was unconscious for a period of time. When she came around, she could no longer recognize the people around her and spoke in a foreign language. Specialists established that the language she was speaking was a Bengali dialect. The child asked to be taken home to India. When the girl was taken to the town she had named, she recognized her house. However, it turned out that the parents and the little girl had passed away long ago. There are numerous stories about children similar to these, but the same thing also happens to adults. A 27-year-old woman traveling with her husband through Germany was surprised to find that she recognized the places they were visiting, although she was there for the first time. She even saw her own home and could remember the names of her parents and brothers. At the local pub, the woman recognized an old man who had known her family and told her of the tragic accident in which a horse had kicked up one of its hooves and killed the family's little daughter. The woman expanded on his story in minute detail. In his book, Do We Only Live Once? And J. Dominorsky describes the experiments of an English psychiatrist, Arnold Blacksman, who used hypnosis to help patients return to past lives. One of his patients recounted in detail 6 past incarnations. In the first, she was the wife of tutor to a Roman alderman in England, and the wife of a Jewish usurer, then a servant girl in the house of a merchant in Paris. She was also a dame at the court of the Spanish Infante at Castile, a London seamstress, and a nun living in one of the states of America. And all these lives were lived over the course of 2 millennia. Historians carefully checked the dates and events she described and confirmed everything. If you consider all these facts, there can hardly be any doubt in the existence of reincarnation. There is just one thing that leaves me undecided. Why are cases of remembered past lives so rare and occur in such a small number of people? People mainly remember past lives in their early childhood, but with time they are erased from memory. To be more specific, it is not that memories are erased so much as that awareness is blocked. Everyone can remember their past incarnations if they wake up from the daydream of life. We know that up until the age of 4, a child is incapable of distinguishing a dream from reality. It may be that children can also recall their past lives, but the rational worldview is strongly imposed upon them before they become aware of it. Also, very few people have any memories before the age of 4. Why is this, do you think? Is it because the child is irrational and not self-aware? No, this is a great common delusion. For in reality, awareness in children is much higher than it is in adults. It is the adults who become immersed in a subconscious daydream and are as a result unable to recall their past lives or their early childhood. Let us look at how this happens. When the soul is reborn into a new body, it sits in the background while the mind takes the leading position. So what is the mind? From the moment of birth, the mind is a clean sheet of paper on which anything can be written. From the very beginning, a template is placed onto the sheet in accordance with which the individual perceives themselves and the reality of their day-to-day life. The more detailed the template is, the greater the chasm between the heart and the mind. An individual's awareness of reality will be exactly what they have been taught it should be. Awareness can be divided into 2 levels. The first is attention, and the second is perception. In the initial period after birth, perception has not been clouded by anything external, and so the child's ability for intuition and clairvoyance are wide open. In other words, the child has direct access to information from the alternative space and perceives the world just as it is. However, dream-seeing adults take the newborn in hand and immediately squeeze it into the narrow dream framework they take to be conscious existence. This is achieved by limiting the child's freedom and holding its attention on certain things. The child is forced to concentrate its attention on the attributes of reality. Look here, listen to me, don't do that, do this. Once the attention span is captured, the child's perspective is sharply narrowed. Awareness is lost and the individual sinks into a condition differing little from unconscious dreaming. In reality, when your attention is focused on a narrow range of objects, you walk as if your gaze was glued to your shoes, and so naturally, you do not look around you. The worldview template in turn places you in the Procrustean bed of false stereotypes which define how everything should be. In subconscious dreaming, the programming of attention and perception reaches its maximum level. The dreamer accepts the situation for what it is, suspecting they are impotent to affect the course of events. As a result, the dreamer finds themselves utterly in the hands of circumstance. The dream happens to them, and there is nothing they can do about it. The script develops spontaneously in accordance with one's fears and expectations, which continue with one's thought in an uncontrollable flow. In lucid dreaming, the dreamer has a higher level of awareness and can affect the course of events with their willpower. As soon as the individual grasps the idea that it is all just a dream, they develop incredible capacities. In conscious dreaming, there is nothing that cannot be accomplished. The dreamer can direct events and do inconceivable things, such as fly, and all because their attention and perception are freed. It is as if the individual has lifted their head up, looked around, and become aware of their position. In waking, however strange it may seem, one's level of awareness drops again. In the majority of cases, a person's thoughts fly spontaneously, jumping from one theme to another. The things that concern, worry, or irritate us are usually the things that control our consciousness, gnawing away at us to one degree or another. It can be difficult to control the flow of thoughts such as these. Our worst expectations and negative knee-jerk reactions shape a person's reality irrespective of their will. Perception and attention are held by problems, oppressive thoughts, and circumstances. As a result, a person becomes engrossed in their cares like in a daydream. This is how we become grown-ups. A mature person considers the child irrational in as far as they fail to fit with the dream. Naturally, the child has to learn how to survive in new conditions. Yet inevitably, the paradox arises. The more efficiently the child assimilates the rules of behavior within the narrow limits of the material world, the lower their level of awareness falls, which leads to a loss of capacity to influence the course of events and perceive the metaphysical side of reality. Grown-ups become prisoners of their own games and consequently of circumstances from the moment they begin to take them seriously, allowing their mind to become engrossed. The child, however, is the sole master of their game. They have a higher level of awareness because in every moment they know that it is just all a game. Likewise, the child keeps importance at a low level because they understand that it is just a game. The child acts dispassionately at the same time, observing like a spectator because, again, they are aware that it is all just a game. There are no more games for adults, though, for life is a very serious matter. On the one hand, this is true. On the other hand, this attitude changes human existence into an unconscious waking dream. Of course, the adult person is aware of the fact that in any given moment they are awake rather than asleep. Yet, does this really change anything? For desires are not fulfilled, dreams do not come true, and our worst expectations are confirmed as if despite us. Life unfolds randomly and not in the way we want it to. It turns out that the individual is master of their reality in lucid dreaming and yet is impotent in waking. It is all relative. The ability to control your dreams comes from being aware of yourself inside a dream relative to physical reality. At this level of awareness, the individual has the support and reference point of reality to which they can return after they have woken. Reality, in turn, is just like an unconscious waking dream in that life just happens. The individual does not remember their past lives, and they do not have a point of reference relative to which they can step up to the next level of awareness. In lucid dreaming, you remember who you really are. You are the person seeing the dream. You understand that the moment you wake up, the dreams will disappear, but that you can also remain in the dream and direct it with the power of your intention. Until such time as you become aware that you are seeing a dream and remember your point of reference, you are completely under the power of the dream. You are dependent on circumstances and closed in the box of conditioning. Reality differs from a dream in that you always return to it. In order to determine whether it is a dream or reality, you have to determine your point of reference because both the dream and reality are relative. Dreams are not real relative to reality. Relative to what, then, is reality itself unreal? Where is the reference point for reality? When a person dies, they return to this initial reference point, but every time they are reborn, they forget their starting point and become engrossed in the new dream, the next life. If you could remember who you really are, you would become conscious of the fact that you are capable of directing this dream, the dream that is life. This is incredibly difficult to do, and the difficulty lies in the fact that you have to change the template of your worldview. It is like a kind of stencil that has become rubber stamped into your mind, making it impossible to correct or erase. All you can do is create an additional one, and this requires tearing your mind away from the former. The mind can be torn away from its previous template when it is in an altered state of consciousness occurring during sleep or the impact of psychotropic agents. In a normal state of consciousness, the heart and the mind are synchronously attuned to a realized sector of the alternative space. The mind observes material reality as if it were looking through a window. In a state of alcoholic or drug-related intoxication, the mind releases its grip of control, disturbing the synchronicity and allowing the soul to deviate to an unrealized area of the alternative space. As a result, a person is physically present in the real world, but perceives it quite differently depending on the degree to which there is deviation from the former synchronicity. Simply put, a person under the influence of alcohol will find that their old familiar house or street has a weird look to it, like it is in a dream. This is because the person's mind observes the picture from close, but unrealized sectors of the alternative space, where the scenery is somewhat different. The content of these sectors can be anything. For example, a person simply cannot find the door because they cannot find where it was before. The place might appear a total mess, as if it were being totally redecorated, making it almost unrecognizable. People you know can also look entirely different. In reality, nothing has changed. It is just that the person sees unreal scenery because they are watching from a different area of the alternative's space. In non-lucid dreaming, the mind relaxes its control even further, which is why the soul flies into very distant sectors where the script and scenery are quite unimaginable. In these sectors, anything is possible, starting with Cloud 9 in heaven and ending in the kind of hell that would make demons and cauldrons a day out at the hell spa. The dreamer may end up in a technological world filled with huge clanking machinery, or they may find themselves in a world reminiscent of a slaughterhouse with nothing but dirt and piles of raw meat. You may end up lost in an unfamiliar city, where all you can do is desperately walk the streets with no idea how you got there and where to go. People in such areas may be ugly and weird, and the animals wild and rabid. When you wake up from a dream like that, you experience a huge sense of relief. Thank God it was only a dream. And yes, it was a dream, but not an illusion in the normal sense of the word, an unrealized metaphysical reality. The scariest thing about it is that the dreamer sees all these virtual characters and can do whatever they want with them in accordance with their fears and expectations. God protect us from ever ending up in such a physical reality. When cosmonauts are in orbit, they apparently see quite unearthly dreams. For example, in his published diaries, Gennady Strekalov writes, "I have strange dreams. Sometimes I am filled with wonder and have no motivation or will to communicate. Clearly the brain, like a highly complex computer, malfunctions from exhaustion or receives external information from the planetary information field where everything is written and recorded for eternity." After experiencing dreams like this that could never have originated from ordinary human consciousness, the transurfing postulate on the existence of the alternative space would not have surprised this cosmonaut at all. A model of human perception is well described in the books of Carlos Castaneda and Thun Maris. Their model reflects the ideas of the Toltec, the last people to originate from Atlantis. According to their teachings, the human being is surrounded by a shining cocoon of energy consisting of numerous threads. Somewhere in the area of the shoulder blades, the threads join in a single focus called an assemblage point. The position of the assemblage point determines the nature of your perception. If you combine the Toltec model with the concept of transurfing, you could say that when the assemblage points are in their customary position, a person perceives physical reality in its usual form. In this position, physical reality coincides with the corresponding sector of the alternative space. If the point shifts to one side, the synchronicity is disturbed, and a person is capable of perceiving unrealized areas of the field. In most people, the position of the points is firmly fixed. However, when for various reasons the focus is disturbed and the points start to wander, a person develops clairvoyant skills. Naturally, our dreams are determined by shifts in the assemblage points. It is important that the focus of our perception not only shift to one side, but also return to its former position. Otherwise, if it gets stuck in an unnatural position, the mind undergoes changes that are ordinarily referred to as insanity. People who are capable of intentionally shifting their assemblage point can shape reality and are lucid dreamers. This ability appears of itself if you return to the point of reference relative to reality, i.e., if you are conscious of how you really are. This is not an easy task. You can count the people who have been known to reach enlightenment on the fingers of one hand. Reaching enlightenment is like being in a strange city, desperately wandering along narrow, winding streets, and then soaring high up into the sky where you suddenly have a bird's eye view of everything below you. Like a line on the palm of your hand, the path to your goal becomes instantly obvious. Transurfing will not lift you up to the height of a bird, but but it will show you a path you can walk along with your eyes closed. To wake up in a dream, you have to have a reference point. You understand that it is a dream when you remember that there is another reality, true reality. Your reference point can be the knowledge that in life you can raise your consciousness up a rung, or at the very least half a rung, and this of itself, is quite something. Imagine that you are walking along a street, talking to someone or going about your day to do chores. Wake up, look around, and with a sober mind observe what is happening. You are capable of setting your world in the right direction with the power of intention. The result will not be like a dream in which the storyline changes fluidly, submitting to the slightest movement of your will. Material realization is inert, like tar, but it can be manipulated nonetheless through the principles of transurfing. The first thing you have to do is wake up. Be aware that reality is like a dream. Only in lucid dreaming can you fully control the situation. When you are daydreaming, you are not in control of the situation. You are battling with pendulums. Come down into the auditorium and observe. Behave dispassionately, rent yourself out, and remain the observer. In order to retain your level of awareness, it is essential to keep a consistent control of the flow of your thoughts. When this becomes a habit, it is automatic and requires no effort. For once you have woken up in your dream, you no longer have to make any effort to maintain the awareness that it is all a dream. You can learn to control the flow of your thoughts in the same way. At first thought, you have to systematically call yourself to wake up before it becomes a habit. When in waking you remember that you are supposed to be acting dispassionately, you become conscious, i.e. you come down from the stage into the auditorium, or you remain on stage as a participating spectator. This is the half rung of awareness that is enough to carry out the other transurfing principles, the most important of which are to reduce your importance level, to go with the alternative's flow, and coordination. These principles enable you to move confidently through the labyrinth of life, avoiding all sorts of problems even with your eyes closed. Further on in the text, you will learn more about the next powerful instrument you can use to shape your reality, which is the dual mirror. We round up this topic with one more question. If somewhere in the alternative space there is a point of reference prior to your current life relative to which reality seems a dream, then what would mark the origin of its initial reference point? Obviously, God Almighty Himself. The soul of every living being is a part of God. Every life is a dream. You could continue to ask, is there an initial reference point for God Himself? Let those who like to be nourished by hope struggle with this question. It is the same as asking whether anything exists beyond the visible universe. We can never know. Just as butterflies collecting nectar in Africa cannot know that there is such a place as America and that flowers grow there too. Is not our world wonderful enough? Why should we constantly demand an explanation to everything when we could simply enjoy the nectar of the flowers we can reach? The children of God. From the dim and distant past, people have had the habit of ascribing exclusively positive traits to God-fearing citizens and accusing the godless of all kinds of sin. The devout citizens created the stereotype for themselves and for everyone else as a sort of presumption of their innocence. And the habit existed at the same time as horrendous atrocities that were committed and continue to be committed based on the goal that would supposedly please God, to persecute dissidents. But in reality, faith of itself does not make a person righteous. So how is it then that the followers of religion are so confident in their own infallibility, or rather their own righteousness, that even the atheists are prone to respectfully agree? They say, we are the believers, we go to church, pray, and are the quintessence of everything spiritual and light. You are the atheists, and so you wallow in your sins. We are right, and you are wrong. The source of this confidence serves as a support point which a person acquires within the pendulum of religion. There is nothing it cannot give you. Confidence in God's mercy, forgiveness for one's sins, the absolution of guilt via repentance, belief in the kingdom of God, as well as hope that God will assist you, and a feeling of oneness with your fellow followers of the faith. Things are much more difficult for the atheists in this regard. They have to rely on their own strength, and there is nowhere they can be rid of their guilt. But why would a person strive towards God if they already consider themselves righteous? In many cases, it is not love for the All-Highest that draws people to Him, but feelings of fear and insecurity. There are people who believe that they are striving towards God with all their soul, but this is an illusion. What they are really doing is trying to escape their own ego. There is nothing wrong with having an ego, and generally it does not bother you unless it is offended. The ego is generated by dependent relationships in which a person compares themselves to others and discovers that they are far from perfect. The ego's only goal is to assert its own significance. If it does not receive this confirmation, it is insulted. When this happens, a person begins to experience a sense of inner discomfort, which they try to be rid of. How can this be done? If increasing your sense of importance does not work out, then there are only two things you can do. Either let go of the reins and let the ego gallop off, or suffocate it entirely. Those who choose the first method become egoists, while those who choose the second become altruists. Often, in an attempt to avoid the discomfort of being alone, the ego takes the desperate step of negating itself. The ego proclaims that to love yourself is bad, that you have to love others instead. A person then abandons care for their own soul and turns to face God and others, dedicating their lives to anything that will provide them with support. Sometimes the opposite happens. The ego is devoured in aggression, and people become criminals, villains, and cynics. Both the religiously spiritual and the fallen are a product of the ego. They just represent opposite polarities of the same process. You might believe that if you turn to God, you will manage to rid yourself of the ego. The paradox, however, lies in the fact that the ego is the very thing that is pushing you to search for God in the first place. God is inside you, not somewhere outside of you. There is a particle of God in every living being, which is how he governs the world. The ego worships some kind of abstract symbol, turning away from the true God, from their soul. Jesus, Muhammad, Buddha, and Krishna are all higher manifestations of the Lord. Ordinary people may not be higher manifestations, but they are manifestations of the same Lord nonetheless. So it works out that one manifestation worships another manifestation? What good is that? Striving towards God with the purpose of ridding oneself of the ego is the path of inner importance. Inner importance is always present when you give yourself up to be judged by others. Returning to self without looking around at others is the true path to God. If I eliminate the necessity to check the opinion of others around me, then I am self-sufficient and my ego will cease to exist, leaving nothing but my integral personality. Do not listen to others who call you to change and sculpt yourself into something that will match a certain set of standards. They press you to change, to turn away from your soul, and to follow the pendulum rule. Do as I do. Turn to face yourself. Accept yourself the way you are. Be yourself. Assert your right to be right. To dedicate yourself to serving an abstract God means to abandon your soul, and this is nothing more than adherence to the pendulum of religion. Such is the theosophy of transurfing that is not forced on anyone. I am not proclaiming absolute truths. I am simply trying to uncover certain lawful patterns. Everyone is free to draw their own conclusions. Naturally, religious figures do not like arguments of this kind, although you can come across people with all sorts of different beliefs and convictions, even among religious institutions. Zealous adherents of the pendulum of religion can be distinguished from genuine priests in the hostile manner in which they oppose all other dogmas. The assertive pressure they exert gives adherents to the pendulum away immediately. Fortunately, gone are the days in which adherents could get away with burning dissidents at the stake. However, conflicts over religion remain and will continue because no one has yet eradicated the pendulum's first law. Essentially, religion is communication with God via a mediator. You cannot get away without having a priest at the rituals of baptism, wedding, and burial. Surely God will not turn away his child just because they did not get baptized in time. If there is a particle of the Creator in all of us, surely then we are all his children. Do you require a mediator in your relationship with your mother or your father? Everyone must answer this question for themselves. The pendulum of religion is particularly harsh in relation to its adherents and cause them to give up all worldly pleasures. All spiritual paths tend to be linked with an ascetic way of life. It is commonly assumed that those that are enlightened achieve such heights on the path to spiritual perfection that they lose interest in anything remotely earthly. Do not get caught on this hook. Everyone can and must continue to take care of their material well-being, comfort, and general welfare. If that is not the case, then it indicates that a person is completely in the power of some kind of idea. Most probably, the idea belongs to one of the pendulums, be it of religion, philosophy, or some other spiritual area. In accordance with their second law, the pendulums force their adherents to dedicate themselves entirely to the interests of the structure. If a person gets firmly caught on this hook, then they genuinely lose interest in anything except the pendulum. A person can even find themselves under the power of the illusion that they are totally devoted to their own soul, or that they are having a conversation with God. In fact, the soul of this kind of enlightened being is immured in a heavy box, unable to make their true needs known. Why does the soul come into the material world? To prepare you for life ever after? That is total rubbish. If your soul comes into the world, regardless, why would it need to prepare itself for life back in heaven? If your soul comes into the world, regardless, why would it need to prepare itself for a life back in heaven? And is it even possible to prepare for that life here on the ground? Life in the physical dimension is a unique chance for the soul, which comes here from the spiritual world to experience all the joys of the material world. It will always have time to get back to the spiritual world later. What would be the point of depriving the soul all the amazing temptations this wonderful, miraculous, magnificent world has to offer? By dedicating yourself totally to the worship of God, you actually distance yourself from Him. The Creator has made many realities through living beings as its living embodiment. God's intention is to experience all the facets of the reality He has created. This is the reason why He sends His children into the material world. God has given you the freedom of action, so enjoy your freedom. You do not have to lock yourself away in a monastic cell and spend long hours in prayer. This is not serving God. It is depriving Him of the joy that one can experience from a full life. It is like refusing to let a child go and play outside, forcing them to spend all their time cramming. Adherence of the pendulum of religion will instill in you that you are incapable whilst God is all-powerful. The structure has nothing to gain from your freedom or your power. All it requires is hard-working, serviceable cogs for the bigger machine. The pendulums have already gone a long way towards enslaving the will of human beings. You can only imagine how great their influence must be for the very children of God to lose the memory of their own power and magnificence. Man was originally given the power to create the layer of his world by streaming potential alternatives from metaphysical space into physical reality. Pendulums have succeeded not only in eroding our awareness of our true abilities, they have also distorted our understanding of the meaning of life, substituting it with serving God via religious worship. It is highly unlikely that God requires us to worship Him. Do you require your children to worship you? Or would you rather they become good friends? The purpose of life and service to God lies in co-creation, creating together with Him. Many people believe that it is enough for them to believe in God. They believe in His existence and power. Okay, and so what? These people do not understand God. To them, God is a kind of abstract, inaccessible, and often frightening idol. They have been convinced that you have to worship God, follow the commandments, and lead a righteous life in order to prepare yourself for something, although no one can say exactly what. But belief is not the same as understanding. Prayer does not automatically facilitate communication with God. The language of the Lord is creation. You may accept this statement or not, but certainly there is no point in arguing or discussing it. It is not a philosophical issue, but a question of choice, and so there can be nothing more to say on the matter. You communicate with God by shaping the layer of your world, your reality. When you take joy in your creation, God takes joy with you. This is what true service to God means. Belief in God is above all belief in yourself and in your own strength as a creator. There is part of the Creator in each and every one of us. Make the Father happy. As far as you believe in your own potential, you will believe in God and carry out the words He spoke. According to your faith, be it unto you. The Dream Theater. As we said already at the beginning of the book, the primordial motive that underpins the behavior of all living beings is the need to somehow independently manage one's life. Any purposeful activity or process can be largely described as an attempt to control individual reality. Anything that happens in life can always be reduced to one and the same task: to establish control over one's immediate environment. So what does God do? The answer to this question is obvious and requires no proof. Creating and shaping reality is the goal and purpose of all life. No one would doubt God's leading function. The only question is how he does it. From the moment that the pendulums of religion began distorting the very notion of God, everything related to God became surrounded in a strange and paradoxical mystery. God does exist apparently, but no one has ever seen him. On the one hand, God rules the world, and on the other, his activity is not directly evident. So we conclude that he is, but he is not. He is not, and yet he is. The paradox of this situation enables the pendulums to interpret and exploit the notion of God in any way they see fit. Without going into too much detail, the main reason for the distortion of God's true essence is a series of substitutes that have been brought about by religion. Serving God has been replaced with worship, and the obvious nature of his existence has been replaced with blind faith. Pendulums have declared man powerless in contradistinction to God's omnipotence. Man's primordial divine essence has been reduced to nothing, thereby annihilating his former connection with the Creator. In this sense, man is like a kidnapped child that has been separated from its parents and forced to forget its true origin and purpose. As a result, man has lost all understanding of his ability and power to behave as a creator together with the highest creator of all. The Son of God has been told that he is incapable of deciding his own fate, that it is his duty to honor the Father, from a distance worshiping him as an idol. It is said that the children of God are incapable of anything and have no rights. Their life is totally in the hands of a despotic parent who will be merciful only if you obey him unconditionally with head bowed low. Once subject to the influence of pendulums, man was divorced from a worthy role of service and simply made to serve. This does not only apply to pendulums of religion. Atheism is also a kind of religion, only with atheism, everything works the other way around. Here faith has become ignorance, ignorance negation, and negation outright denial. Yet whatever worldview a person chooses, their position is essentially the same. The pendulum of religion places fate in the hands of God, and the atheist in the hands of providence, or the power of circumstances, which it is customary to fight against. In both cases, man is attributed the unenviable role of the puppet. Either pray and await the mercy of God, or jump into the battle and fight the obstacles, because nothing happens just like that without a struggle. Whatever you do, however hard you struggle, you remain under the power of the pendulum and circumstances until such time as your actions go beyond the limits of inner intention. We always receive the things we choose. If you believe that your lot in life is to wander through a thick forest, then you will have to stumble through the fallen trees. But if you can permit yourself the boldness to believe that you can reach up into the sky, you will soar about the forest and fly freely. No one is holding you down except for you. You will not believe that you are capable of receiving everything just like that, no conditions attached, with the help of outer intention, unless you can accept the fact of your own divine essence. This is very difficult to do because the essence of God has been distorted beyond recognition. From Creator, God had been turned into a ruler demanding worship. And what does a ruler do? The ruler assumes the role of judge, dishing out justice, punishment, reward according to just deserts, issuing commands, and finally helping and looking after his subjects. Yet in the real world, we see none of this. Instead, we see abuse of power and lawlessness. The righteous suffer while the sinners go about their dirty deeds unpunished. Justice triumphs at a stretch. Appeals and prayers fail to bring results you want, and yet why would not God fulfill your request and ensure that justice is done, given that he is all-powerful? In order to explain the obvious discrepancy, the pendulum adherents interpret events to adjust the scenario to fit the specific role they have ascribed to God. They use all kinds of fabrications and inventions like, "Such is the will of God," or "Each will receive what is due us when we finally stand before him." You would think that people were naughty children who had run away from their teacher and could get up to all sorts of mischief before being finally caught and harshly punished. If you put all speculation to one side, what is God's real intention? To answer this question, we will not guess or philosophize, but simply state the fact that the intention of every living being, one way or another, is to control their reality. Not judging, dealing out justice, fulfilling wishes and requests, not rewarding according to merit or punishing, not ruling over people or looking after them. The control of reality is what it is really all about. No one can do anything that God does not want them to do. Everything really is under his control. It is just that he does not rule in centralized fashion, sitting high up on a throne, but through all living beings. Could God really rule the world if he existed somewhere outside of it? Every living being carries a particle of God, and so the intention of an individual being cannot fail to coincide with his intention. By placing a soul as a part of himself in every living creature, God gave them the ability to control reality according to their consciousness. All things have the quality of consciousness, beginning with man and ending with minerals. Naturally, man stands at the upper rung of consciousness, but this does not mean that stones are not living their own kind of life. They just exist in a different temporal dimension. Everything that exists in reality contributes to how it is shaped. Rivers make the path for the riverbed. Mountains rise up amidst plains, deserts, and forests. Land and sea are constantly competing for territory, for each is endowed with a portion of consciousness, and so strives to control its reality. The higher the level of consciousness, the greater the capacity for control. Take plants, for example. Plants are a commonplace part of our lives, and yet they are also quite mysterious. No one would deny that plants are living, but few would consider them alive in the full sense of the word. People see plants as soulless biological material incapable of feeling and awareness of self or others. This, however, is a huge misconception. Plants have their own type of nervous system. Their cells exchange electric potentials. These incredible beings can also, in their own way, see, hear, feel, taste, and perceive smell. Moreover, they can communicate with each other. They have the capacity for memory, analysis, and even concern. Cleve Baxter, the American researcher, once carried out an experiment in which he connected a plant to a lie detector. 2 people took part in the experiment. One broke the stem and tore off leaves. The other was caring and spoke to the plant affectionately. The plant learned to distinguish between the 2 individuals. When the bad person entered the room, the plant screamed, and the polygraph registered a sharp rise. And when the kind person approached, the plant calmed down. As a result of his experiments, Baxter came to the conclusion that plants are capable of perceiving electromagnetic fluctuations and even thoughts. The participant only had to think about pulling off a leaf, and the plant reacted vigorously. Baxter's research was tested by other academics several times, each time producing the same result. In one laboratory where similar experiments were being carried out, a houseplant gave clear signs of the feeling we call love. A female lab assistant who used to remove the plant from the encephalogram noticed that it purred when she watered it and spoke to it in a soft voice. As soon as she entered the room, the flower would display great delight, and yet it would show no reaction to any other of the lab personnel. And imagine how surprised the researchers were to discover that the plant had started displaying signs of jealousy. If the object of the plant's love even began flirting with a member of the opposite sex, the flower would fall into a state which can only be described as depression. And it is not just plants. Researchers have shown that even DNA displays the beginnings of primitive responses. The energy transmitted from a DNA molecule placed in a spectrometer carries information not only relating to its structure, but also, and this is the most amazing part, relating to its mood. When the molecules feel comfortable, their radiation is calm. When the spectrometer cell is heated up, they begin to scream, responding to the excess heat. Once the heat reaches a certain temperature, the molecules are destroyed and die. The most incredible thing is that even in an empty cell where DNA molecules have been destroyed, their death screams can still be heard for 40 days subsequently. The spectrometer registers the phantom radiation of dying particles that are no longer physically present. These results were first obtained in the mid-1980s by the Russian scientist Peter Garyev, who worked in the Institute of Applied Physics, USSR Academy of Science. The official line of science, as one would expect, takes a very skeptical approach to these experiments. Plants cannot cry out loud, nor can they assert their rights, communicate their feelings or concerns. But they do have a soul, and they too are capable of suffering and of experiencing delight. It is just that plants, in comparison to man, are in a deep sleep. They are like a person who is sleeping, who smiles in their sleep, when they recognize an affectionate voice, or frowns when they hear a hostile shout. These wonderful dreamers serve as a source of life. They beautify our world and give us everything from a cup of healing drink to shade on a scorching day. And with all that, they make neither demand nor complaint. Although perhaps less clearly, plants are capable of feeling all the things we do as humans. They love us when we take care of them and try to thank us with their fruits. It is embarrassing to think what they must feel when we insult them. What must a tree feel when a more developed but heartless two-legged creature comes past and breaks off its branches? Fear? Pain? Insult? Is it possible to convey the horror that grips this defenseless being when a two-legged creature approaches it with an axe? Is it difficult to imagine the suffering a tree goes through when the axe sinks its blade into its body, causing life to slowly fade away? We will never know what plants feel, these silent witnesses of human cruelty that treats them as if they were mere biological material. We can only hope that they sleep deeply enough not to experience suffering as acutely as other creatures that are further up the consciousness ladder. There's nothing that can be done. The world is a cruel place in which one life exists on account of another. Yet this does not give anyone the moral right to consider that in this world of dreamers, only they are endowed with a soul and with awareness, and so have the right to treat others with neglect or disdain. There is a reason why in cultures that have not yet been spoiled by pendulum civilizations, the people ask for forgiveness before killing an animal or felling a tree. Followers of Buddhism, for example, always look where they are walking to avoid unintentionally squashing an insect, or will avoid treading on the grass if there is a path they can walk on. All living things deserve respect, and in this world, everything has equal rights. And if a person does not agree with this opinion, what is their worth? In comparison with all other inhabitants of this planet, human beings are only relatively awake, but no more than that. For life is kind of a dream. We are surrounded by an incredible world inhabited by dreaming beings. Every one of them lives out their own dream and always wants something, is striving towards something, and has its rights and its goal. Every living being has its own purpose. But why does it? What for? Asks the person who considers themselves to stand at the pinnacle of perfection. The process of striving towards one's goal is the driver for evolution. Evolution is the manner of creation, shaping reality chosen by God Himself. The notion of evolution arose comparatively recently. Previously, it was thought that the world is not subject to fundamental change and exists in the form that God originally created it. The essence of evolution can briefly be characterized as a consistent process of quantitative change, gradually transforming into qualitative change. Charles Darwin was the first to clearly demonstrate this idea in a biological context. According to Darwin, the driving forces of evolution are genetic variation and natural selection. Variation is what generates new traits in the structure and function of a given organism, while genetics consolidate these traits. The battle for survival results in the preferential survival of the fittest. Darwin's theory works, and yet it overlooks one major question. What determines variation? Natural selection and genetics eliminate or consolidate various traits as accomplished facts. But where do these traits come from? What causes them to appear in the first place? Why does a species grow fins, claws, fur, horns, etc., when they did not have them previously? In evolution, one can observe jumps, lapses, backward movement, and the appearance of fundamentally new forms which, from the point of view of an ordered picture of evolution, defy explanation. For example, it has proved impossible to establish a chain of development for the emergence of organs of sight. How did we end up with the capacity for this sight? Sight represents a jump in evolution, a fundamental change that must have been more than a mere random development. And what of the origins of life? Should we conclude that one day the genetic code for life just happened to appear as pure coincidence? From within the context of the Transurfing model, one draws the obvious conclusion that variation is shaped by intention. Every living being creates the layer of their world, including itself. The striving to control reality includes the goal of achieving this in the best way possible, and this requires changing and adapting to one's environment. The intention of all living beings from unicellular organisms to man himself can be expressed in the following manner. In my being and my behavior, I strive to act in such a way that allows me to effectively control reality. This intention materializes corresponding sectors of the alternative space, as a result of which new traits appear in the physical. For example, it is a known fact that the earliest species of bird had claws on the ends of their wings, which enabled them to climb trees. It is likely that before these birds learned to fly, they had to climb up a tree to gain height, take off, and then soar. Controlling reality in the form of, I climb trees, is not very effective. It would not be a bad thing to add another function. I can soar and glide towards the ground. And it would be even better to add, I fly freely. The intention to fly freely gradually materializes ever new alternatives into reality, each one an improvement on the last. Consequently, over a long period of time covering many generations, sectors are materialized in which wings take on ever more perfect form. There are destructive as well as creative processes in evolution. Both the first and second pendulum law apply here. In the process of evolution, pendulums fulfill a destructive as well as a stabilizing function. Their never-ending battle leads to one species being squeezed out by another, or to their complete extinction. On the other hand, pendulums also synchronize the intention of individual living beings. How else would the same traits develop in the population of a single species across an extensive geographical habitat? All development in the material world takes place as a result of the combination of internal and external factors, such as in this case, the striving of individual beings and the activity of pendulums. This is how God creates reality and rules it through the intention of all living beings. Our world is a theater of dreams in which God is audience, writer, director, and actor all at the same time. As a member of the audience, he observes a play which is unfolding on the stage of the world. As an actor, he feels and experiences everything the beings whose role he is playing experiences. This seems to be God's objective, to experience everything one possibly can in this kaleidoscope of dreams. So why is it that there is so much injustice and tragedy in the play? Why does he let this happen? Pendulums are a worldwide source of evil. Does he really endorse their existence? There are no answers to these questions. God's motives are known only to him. We can only state the fact that as writer and director, he gives the play the opportunity to unfold freely in accordance with the intention of the participants. Each player makes their contribution to the shaping of reality, as a result of which the overall picture is compiled. God's dream, woven from a variety of dreams, his individual manifestations in the form of all living beings. The questions to which we cannot provide the answers do not actually matter that much. There is just one significant conclusion we can draw from all that has been said above. God has given every living being the freedom and power to shape their own reality in accordance with their consciousness. Depending on the level of consciousness, life either turns into an unconscious dream in which the dreamer is powerless and at the mercy of circumstance, or into a conscious dream which can be controlled and shaped with the power of intention. Everyone is given the freedom of choice, but very few people make use of the privilege. Why else would the process of evolution extend over such a long period of time if intention is capable of realizing necessary sectors of the alternative space? Hardly any living beings make use of the power of intention consciously and constructively. In unconscious dreaming, it is as if they vaguely desire something, but are not aware of what exactly. Intention becomes blurred, indefinite, and unaccountable. In this sense, man has not progressed any further than the animal kingdom. As we have said previously, pendulums have not only eroded man's ability to control reality with the power of thought, but have deprived him of the knowledge that such a thing is even possible. Drawn into destructive pendulum games, man can only enjoy the backlash effect of outer intention, realizing their negative relationship to life and their worst expectations. In all other things, the individual is limited to the narrow realm of inner intention and forced to achieve their goals only by investing massive effort. A person with a relatively high level of awareness is capable of escaping the circle and transforming their life into a lucid dream in which reality is subject not only to direct influence, but to their will also. If there is a particle of God in each and every one of us, it means that our intention is also the intention of God. By shaping our reality with the power of intention, we fulfill the will of God. When you express an intention, consider it to be God's intention. How, then, could you have any doubt that it could be fulfilled? And all you have to do for this to be is simply claim your right to it. Do not ask, do not demand, do not struggle, just create. Shape your own reality with the help of conscious intention. Would God really ask himself for something to be given him? Is there anyone alive from whom God would demand something from himself? God just takes whatever he wants. When you pray to God, it is exactly the same as if God were praying to himself. When you ask God for something, it is the same as if you were asking yourself for it. You can look at it the other way around too. You are praying to yourself and asking of yourself. If your intention is the intention of God, then who do your fears and doubts belong to? Also to him. He gave you the freedom of choice. It is within the power of your will to choose whatever you want. When you choose a tough path, you struggle to achieve your goals, having to overcome all sorts of obstacles, and this is inevitable, for you are convinced that nothing is given just like that, and so you receive according to your belief. Is God so powerless that he would have to struggle? He does not have to waste his efforts on the battle with any unyielding reality. He is capable of shaping a new reality in whatever way he desires. People can do just the same if only they can accept the idea that it is possible. So what is to stop you from waking up into the dream and exploiting your former privilege? If you are ready, the rest is just a matter of technique. The next part of this book will teach you how. Summary. The world is like a dual mirror. Material reality is on one side and the metaphysical alternative space is on the other. The individual perceives reality in the way they have been taught to. Life is like a walking, non-lucid dream in which the individual has no reference point for reality. Come down into the auditorium and observe. Act dispassionately. Rent yourself out and remain the observer. Reducing importance levels, going with the alternatives flow, and coordination will enable you to navigate the waking dream with your eyes closed. The life of every living being is one of God's dreams. The purpose of life and likewise service to God lies in co-creation together with him. The process of striving towards a goal is the driver for evolution. Species variation in the process of evolution is conditioned by intention. God creates reality and controls it through the intention of everything in existence. The gift of God to every living being is freedom and the power to shape reality according to its consciousness. If you express an intention, consider it the intention of God. How then could you doubt that it could be fulfilled? Do not ask, do not demand, do not struggle. Just create. Chapter 18. The Mirror World. My world takes care of me. The dual mirror. The manifestations of reality take two forms: the physical, that which can be touched, and the metaphysical, that which lies beyond the realms of perception. Both types of manifestation exist simultaneously, each form penetrating and complementing the other. Dualism is an integral part of our world, and many things are comprised of opposites. When you stand in front of a mirror, you represent a real, living, physical object. Your reflection, on the other hand, has no material substance. It is metaphysical, imaginary, and yet just as real as the object reflected. The whole world can be seen as a gigantic dual mirror. On one side of the mirror lies the physical universe, and on the other side of the mirror lies the metaphysical alternatives space. In the dual mirror, unlike in any ordinary mirror, the material world serves as a reflection of the intention and thoughts of God, as well as all the living beings that are the embodiment of him. The alternative space is like a matrix or template, which is used for the cut, the stitching, and the fashion show for the movement of all matter. The alternative space contains information relating to what can happen in the material world and how. The number of possible realities it contains is infinite. Each alternative represents a sector of the field that is made up of scripts and scenery, i.e., a trajectory for the movement of matter. In other words, the sector determines what will happen in each specific case and what it will look like. The mirror, therefore, separates the world into two halves, the actual and the imaginary. Everything that has acquired material form lies in the real half and develops in accordance with the laws of natural science. Science, as well as the conventional worldview, is only applicable to what happens in quote-unquote reality. Reality is usually understood to mean everything that is subject to observation or direct impact. If you take away the metaphysical side of reality and only take into account the material world, the activity of all living beings, including man, is reduced to primitive movement within the limits of inner intention. As we know, using inner intention, a goal can be reached by means of direct impact on the environment. In order to achieve a goal in this way, you have to take certain steps, push and shove, elbow your way forward, and do a specific job. Material reality is physically tangible. It responds instantly to direct impact, which creates the illusion that this is the only way in which results can be achieved. However, in the realms of the material world, the range of realistically achievable goals is significantly narrowed. You can only count on things that are present. Everything depends on finances, which are usually lacking, and opportunities that are severely limited. Absolutely everything in this world is seeped in the spirit of competition. Too many people want to achieve the same thing, and there is not enough for everyone, at least within the realms of inner intention. So where do we get the conditions and circumstances that are essential to achieving our goals? This is where they come from, the alternatives space. On that side of the mirror, there is an abundance of everything and there is no competition. The goods are not physically present, but the great thing is, you can choose anything as if from a catalog and then place an order. Sooner or later, the order will be fulfilled and you will not even have to pay for it. You have to observe certain manageable conditions, but that is all. Sound like a fairy tale? It is far from it. It is more than realistic. Thought energy does not ever disappear without a trace. It is capable of materializing a sector of the alternative space that corresponds in quality to the thought energy being radiated. It only appears that everything in life is the result of the interaction between material objects. Processes that take place in the subtle planes actually play no less an important role in the physical incarnations of alternatives that exist in the virtual dimensions. We rarely notice the element of cause and effect in subtle processes. Nonetheless, they form the greater half of our reality. As a rule, the materialization of sectors in the alternative space takes place independently of one's will, because as human beings, we do not use thought energy in a deliberate, focused manner, and this is even more the case with less developed beings. As we showed in the first part of Transurfing, the effect of mental images on reality mostly manifests in the form of our worst expectations. Being grounded in quote-unquote real life, people make their way along the empty shop shelves, rushing to reach their handout for a product that has already sold out. Only goods of a poorer quality are left, but even these are expensive. Rather than simply flicking through a catalog and making an order, people rush in random search for what they want, waiting in long queues and trying to somehow squeeze their way through the crowd, only to get into arguments with the sales staffs and other buyers. The approach still does not give you what you want, and you end up with more problems than you started with. This bleak picture of reality usually originates in the mind of the individual and gradually materializes, transforming into physical reality. Every living being creates the layer of their world with their thoughts on the one hand and their direct actions on the other. All the layers arrange themselves one on top of the other as each living being contributes to the formation of reality. A layer is characterized by a specific set of conditions and circumstances which make up the way of life of an individual being. From now on, we refer to human beings specifically. Habitat conditions vary from favorable to scanty, comfortable to harsh, friendly to aggressive. Naturally, the environment in which a person is born plays an important role, but how their life will develop later largely depends on their attitude towards themselves and the world around them. Subsequent changes in lifestyle are largely determined by a person's mental outlook. The sector of the alternative space that becomes embodied will correspond in script and scenery to the nature and direction of that person's thoughts. So two factors take part in the creation of an individual layer of reality: inner intention on one side of the mirror and outer intention on the other. A person affects objects within the material world via direct connection, whereas with their thoughts, they embody in physical reality things that are not yet present. If a person is convinced that all the best things in the world have already sold out, then in reality, the shelves for them will remain empty. If they think that they will have to wait in a huge queue for hours and then pay a large sum of money, that is what will happen. If your expectations are pessimistic and filled with doubt, they will be instantly confirmed. If you expect to encounter a hostile environment, your premonition will be realized. However, if a person allows the innocent thought to permeate their being that the world has saved the cream for them, this too is what will become manifest. The eccentric who does not realize that nothing is meant to come easy turns up one day at a counter where they have literally just had a delivery of goods as if they had been brought in especially for him. It turns out that the first customer gets everything for free, while behind him a long line is already forming of people who are convinced that the reality of life is much darker and eccentric fools are just lucky. Life is a game in which the world is constantly setting its inhabitants the same riddle. Go on, guess what I'm like? Everyone replies in accordance with their own perception of the world. You are aggressive, or you are cozy, or cheerful, sorrowful, friendly, hostile, happy, ill-fated. The interesting thing is that everyone wins the quiz. The world agrees and stands before each participant in the image they ordered. If the lucky eccentric decides to change their attitude once they come up against the quote-unquote realities of life, their world will change accordingly, throwing the enlightened fool to the very back of the line. This is how the individual creates the layer of their world with their thoughts. The process can be explained using just a few simple principles. The first mirror principle is this. The world is like a mirror that reflects your relationship to it. The world literally consents to your thoughts about it. So why is it that our worst expectations are generally confirmed while our hopes and dreams do not come true? There are reasons for this, and they are expressed in the second mirror principle. Reflection is formed in the unity of heart and mind. As long as the mind does not contradict the wishes of the heart and vice versa, an unfathomable power emerges, outer intention, which materializes the sector of the alternative space that corresponds to the image of one's thoughts. In the unity of heart and mind, this image acquires clear contours and as a result is immediately embodied in physical reality. However, what usually happens in life is that the soul strives for something, but the mind is filled with doubt and will not allow the soul to follow the urge or the other way around. The intellect provides convincing arguments for something, but the heart remains indifferent. When unity is broken, the image becomes blurred. It is as if the image splits because the heart desires one thing and the intellect insists on another. There are only two things that bring the heart and mind together unconditionally: aversion and fear. For when a person hates, they do so with all their heart, and when they feel fear, it fills their whole being. In the unity of aversion, a clear image is generated depicting the thing you want to avoid. As two manifestations of reality, material and metaphysical, the heart and mind come together at the same point, and the thought form is embodied in physical reality. As a result, you get whatever it is you cannot stand. Unlike fear, desires are not as easily fulfilled because in this case, our desires' unity is rarely achieved. The heart resists the mind because, having succumbed to influence of pendulums, it strives towards other people's goals. The mind, in turn, either fails to have any awareness of its innermost desires, or it does not believe in the possibility of their fulfillment. Some people believe that to achieve your goal, you have to clearly formulate your order, and then release the corresponding thought form into the universe, and then do nothing to avoid hindering its realization. If it were only that simple. This technique works only on the condition that the second mirror principle has been fulfilled. However, unity of heart and mind is only achieved in rare cases because it is almost impossible to be fully rid of treacherous doubts. So what should you do? This leads us to the third mirror principle. There is a delay in the reaction of the dual mirror. If you cannot fulfill the second principle, the fortress must be taken by lengthy siege. Try to imagine this rather unusual scenario. You stand in front of a mirror, but there is nothing there except emptiness. Only after a little time does the image of your reflection begin to appear, like in a photograph. At a certain point you smile, but the reflection still shows the same serious expression. You lift up your arms, but the mirror image remains the same. You put your arms down straight away, and again, nothing in the mirror has changed. In order to see your reflection with raised arms, you have to hold them up for a longer period of time. The dual mirror works in exactly the same way, except that the time delay is much longer, and so the changes taking place in the mirror are practically imperceptible. Material realization is inert like tar. Nonetheless, a thought form, or slide as is referred to in transurfing, can be materialized. All it requires is one basic condition. You have to run the slide in your mind systematically for a significant period of time. As you can see, the secret is simple, and this really is all it takes. It is hard to believe that it could be all so trivial. No magic, just ordinary, everyday effort. And it really works. It is just that most people do not have the patience to follow it through. They are lit up and inspired by some idea, but quickly lose their enthusiasm and file the idea for later. In order to materialize a thought form, you have to take specific steps to work with a slide. If you do not do the work, you cannot expect a miracle. How much time is needed to realize the slide depends on the complexity of the goal you have set. While the mind is in doubt that the goal can be realistically embodied, the image will remain hazy, but sooner or later, some kind of representation will begin to appear in the mirror. Then you will begin to see for yourself how outer intention opens the necessary doors and provides the necessary opportunities for you to reach the goal. This will assure the mind that the technique is bearing fruit, and that the goal is in fact realistically achievable. Gradually, heart and mind will come to a position of unity, focusing on the radiation of thought energy into a sharper image. As a result, a reflection will be formed, creating what is normally considered a miracle. The dream that seemed impossible is transformed into reality. The reality amalgam. With the help of the slide technique described earlier on in transurfing, you can successfully create an image which the world mirror will stream into physical reality. Aside from any concrete image, though, it would not be at all bad to maintain an unchanging background to the layer of your world that would consistently create a favorable atmosphere. You may have noticed in the past that your reflection is different when you look in one mirror than it does when you look in another. It is the same face, but every mirror brings out different nuances in the reflection. Very slight yet tangible differences are revealed, such as the emotional coloring, mood, or even psychological type. Depending on the mirror, the reflection will be kind or angry, healthy or sickly, attractive or less so, and warm or cold. You might wonder what could account for the disparity, for the reflective surface of each mirror should objectively convey an exact copy of the same image. However, there are a range of factors that can have a tangible effect on the transmission of an image. Like in a photograph, a lot depends on lighting, background, and color of the mirror itself. Venetian mirrors were noted for their particular charm as early as in the Middle Ages. Venetian glass was renowned throughout the world for its fabulous quality, but it was not the glass that gave the mirror its special quality. People noticed that for some unknown reason, it was much more pleasant to admire their reflection in a Venetian mirror than in an ordinary mirror, as it gave the reflection of the face a noticeably more attractive look. It turned out that the Venetian masters had their own special secret. They would add gold to the amalgam, the composition of the mirror backing, which had the effect of making warm tones dominant in the reflective spectrum. You can perfect a small part of the dual mirror for yourself. To make the layer of your world more cozy, you can try mixing your own amalgam. The layer of your world consists on a multitude of different reactions relating to your relationship to yourself and to various manifestations in the world around you. It is essential to pick out one particular line within the spectrum of these relationships to determine the prevailing background. You could, for example, choose the following formula as dominant. My world takes care of me. People will readily express their attitude to life when they are dissatisfied with something, whereas when anything good happens, they take it for granted, almost indifferently. We do it unconsciously, reacting like oysters by force of habit. Now you can go beyond the level of the oyster, wake up and use the advantage that you can express your attitudes to life so consciously. Deliberately attune your outlook to align with the dominant idea, and then you will see how the mirror will react. It will be your first step on the path to shaping reality. Remember when you were a child, the world really did look after you, but you did not truly value it when taking it for granted. Look in the past. Perhaps you experienced this feeling when you were visiting your grandmother in the country. Cast your mind's eye back to those days in the distant past when you felt secure and serene. Fragments of memories can be very clear. It is as if a divine aroma is coming from the kitchen where your grandmother is still baking cakes. Or perhaps you are sitting on a riverbank with a fishing rod or sledging down a hill. What was it like then? Do you recall that feeling of serenity? It was like that then because the world did take care of you, and although you may have vaguely suspected it to be true, you would not have attributed it to anything in particular. That said, you would not then have had any particular complaints to make either. Everything was just fine. Even when a child is playing up, they do not put their heart and soul into their dissatisfaction. They will scream and stamp their little feet, waving their hands about, but the world still carries the child carefully and caringly, affectionately repeating, "What is the matter, little one? Did you make a mess and get yourself all dirty? Let's go and clean it all up, shall we?" As a person grows and develops, the world saves the best for them, making them gifts of exciting new toys and caring for them lovingly. The world takes care of its little charge, its favorite, its pet. The lucky child discovers all sorts of new pleasures while everything is new and fresh, unaware of the fact that they are enjoying life in the moment. The person understands this only many years later when they remember how good everything was in comparison to how it is now. So why is it then that with time all life's colors fade and light serenity is replaced with anxious concern? Perhaps it is because as we grow older, the number of problems we have to deal with increases. No, it is because as we grow up, we adopt the tendency to express a negative attitude. Dissatisfaction is a more powerful feeling than the satisfaction that comes from comfort and being at peace. Failing to understand that we are in fact happy now, despite everything, we demand more and more from the world. The charge's requests become bigger, and the charge itself more spoiled and unthankful. Naturally, the world cannot keep up with the charge's quickly growing needs, and the pet starts to make complaints, changing their attitude to the world. "You are bad. You do not give me everything I want. You do not take care of me." At this point, the negative relationship is charged with all the power of the unfulfilled soul and the capricious mind. The world is a mirror, and so it can do nothing except throw its hands in dismay and reply, "As you wish, my sweet. Let it be your way." As a result, reality as a reflection of human thought changes for the worse. When things get to this stage, a person has more reason to feel dissatisfied, as a result of which their relationship to life breaks down even more. And so the former favorite and pet is transformed into a grump, shortchanged by fate and constantly complaining that the world owes him something. It's a sorry picture. People do not remember that they were the ones to ruin it all. Spotting certain less pleasant features in the mirror's reflection, they focus their attention on them until expressing their negative response becomes an automatic process. As a result, everything gets worse than it was before. In the reflection, reality gradually becomes dimmer, as does the image. This is why the layer of an individual's world loses its former brightness and becomes more and more dull and uncomfortable. However, you can bring it all back very simply. The feeling of calm serenity, the taste of ice cream as it was in your childhood, the feeling of newness, hope for something better, and the joy of life. You will not believe how easy it is. But you do not have to believe it. Try it. It does not occur to anyone that they can renew the layer of their world by taking control of their relationship to reality. Whatever you make of your perception of the world is what your world will become. This should not be interpreted as some wishy-washy challenge to look at life more optimistically, but as genuine steps to shaping your own reality. From this moment onwards, whatever happens, make it a rule to consciously control your outlook on life. It does not matter that right at this very moment things are not as good as you would like them to be. Things are not actually that bad, and they certainly could be a lot worse. There are no stones dropping from the sky, the earth is not in flames under your feet, and there are no wild animals chasing you. Indeed, the world has changed considerably since you cooled your relationship to it. Do you remember how it used to cradle you in its arms, feed you with grandma's cakes and tell you stories? Then you grew up, and a wall of estrangement appeared between you and the outside world. Warm spontaneity grew into estrangement, trust was replaced with fear, and friendship turned into cold calculation. Yet the world did not get angry and turn its back on you. It simply went quiet and walked beside you, deep in thought like an old friend offended by a cold welcome. Look around you. Your world is still taking care of you. He planted those flowers and those trees for you. You do not pay any attention to the sun, sky, or clouds, but imagine what life would be like if they were not there. In the evenings, after a hard day's work, you can enjoy a moment of relaxation and comfort while outside it pours down with rain and a cold wind blows. The world still feeds you and puts you to bed. The world looks at you and sighs in longing for those happier times. Yet you turn away and fall asleep thoroughly convinced that the world is not what it used to be and that the past can never be retrieved. The world has not changed. Just as a mirror never changes, it is your relationship to the world that has changed, and with it reality as a reflection of your thoughts. Now rouse yourself, open your eyes, sit up in the bed, and look about you. It is the same world as it was before that took care of you, and with whom you once so enjoyed spending time. Imagine how delighted the world will be when you finally come around from the illusion. Now you are together again, and everything will be as it used to. Never again must you offend this old faithful servant with your thankless attitude. Most importantly, do not hurry, for according to the third mirror principle, he needs time to get back to his former self. Initially, you will need to show patience and self-control. You have to understand that this is part of your specific work on shaping your reality. The work you are going to do consists of the following. In any circumstance, even the most minor, confirm your amalgam formula. It does not matter what is happening, whether it is something good or bad. When something fortunate happens, do not forget to tell yourself that the world really is taking care of you. Cite this confirmation at every minor detail of life. When you come up against something that might disappoint you, make sure that even you tell yourself that everything is unfolding as it should, according to the principle of the coordination of intention. However circumstances unfold, your reaction must be unwavering. The world is always looking after you, no matter what. If something happens and you are lucky, pay particular attention to what is happening. And if you are not lucky, observe the principle of the coordination of intention, and that way you will always remain on a successful lifeline. You do not have to know what dangers the world is protecting you from, or by what means it does so. Place your trust in the world. It is essential that you learn to trust. When a person finds themselves in a difficult position, they are more inclined to rely on themselves than hope things will turn out for the best. An adult will always insist, "I can do it myself," so the world places them down on the ground and gives the opportunity to manage on their own. Okay, my darling. Run along without my help then. Break the ice of mistrust. Every time you face a problem, even if it is relatively minor, say to yourself, "I let my world take care of me." This does not mean that you should do absolutely nothing and sit there with your arms folded. It is a matter of adopting the thought that everything will turn out well of its own accord by default. The mirror will reflect your perception flawlessly. If that is how you perceive it to be, then let it be so. Make a habit of allowing the world to take care of you, from the tiny details of everyday life to the most important issues in your life. If you have walked out the door without an umbrella and it looks like it might rain, do not head back inside. Tell yourself, "My world and I are going for a walk." Tell your world, "You will look after me, won't you?" Your world will of course answer you. "Of course, my darling." You can boldly rely on your world. It will not rain, and if it does, the world will provide you with somewhere to shelter just in time. If things do not turn out so successfully, do not be offended or doubt bitterly whether the world takes care of you. Remember that you are standing in front of a mirror. All the mirror does is reflect your mental outlook, no more and no less. There is no point in getting upset, and even less so on battling with your doubts. It is useless. Leave room for mistakes and setbacks. The most important thing is to hold to your overall course. You can rely on the world for all sorts of things if you allow it to take care of you. People are not capable of solving all their own problems. Give them to the world to deal with, for the world has immeasurably greater capacity to solve them than you do. For example, you cannot avoid all threats with the help of inner intention because the layer of your world intersects with numerous other layers. Rather than directing your intention toward your own safety, direct it towards creating a world that takes care of you and protects you. Then your world's intention will start working for you. Depending on what concerns you most, you can choose your own special amalgam. For example, you could choose one of the following. My world chooses the best for me. When I go to the alternatives flow, the world meets me halfway. I create the layer of my world with intention. My world protects me. My world eliminates my problems. My world takes care of things so that my life is easy and comfortable. I place an order and my world fulfills it. I might not know how to take care of myself for the best, but my world does know. Everything that happens contributes towards the realization of my intention, and everything happens as it should. You can create a new, unique amalgam, or several for that matter. I should emphasize, though, that the most important thing is to be patient and not tire of stating the amalgam formula at every convenient instance. Persistent effort is only required initially until it becomes habit. From there onwards, it is all plain sailing. This simple technique is the key to a force more powerful than you would ever expect. You control reality by controlling your relationship to the world. The dual mirror will embody into physical reality areas of the alternative space in which the world takes care of your welfare. With time, you will create a very cozy reality. Prepare yourself for a magnificent cascade of pleasant events. I am not over-exaggerating for a moment. The layer of your world will literally become transformed in front of your very eyes. You will be surprised at how quickly things start to change, and in this moment you will realize that you will never look at the mirror of the world in the same way again. You will have experienced the rising wind of change. The wind will take care of you. You can be sure of that. Chasing your reflection. Each person creates the individual layer of their world, their own reality with their mental outlook. Their reality acquires a certain tone depending on their attitude. Figuratively speaking, certain weather conditions are set. There may be morning freshness in the sunshine, cloudy skies and heavy rain, or even a raging hurricane and natural disaster. To some extent, reality is created, as is commonly thought, as a result of a person's direct actions. Thought forms are no less powerful, however. It is just that their impact is less evident. In either case, the majority of problems are caused by a negative attitude to life. The mess that is created on the metaphysical layer then has to be sorted through on the physical level, which complicates the issue. Overall, the picture of a person's separate reality depends on how they position themselves in relationship to everything that surrounds them. At the same time, a person's frame of mind is conditioned by what is happening around them. So what we have is a closed feedback loop. Reality is created as a reflection of an individual's thought forms, and those thought forms, in turn, are greatly determined by the reflection itself. When a person stands in front of a mirror, they focus all their attention on the mirror without trying to look inside themselves. It turns out then that the ruling role in the feedback chain is played not by the image, but by the reflection. The person finds themselves under the mirror's power because they are mesmerized by their own copy. It does not occur to them that they can change the original. It is specifically due to this obsessive focus on the reflection that we actively get what we do not want. Usually, our negative feelings have a total grip on our attention. We are absorbed with the thoughts of things we would prefer to be different. We think about the things we do not want, and we do not want the things we think about. That is the paradox. The mirror does not take into account a person's willingness or reluctance. It simply conveys an exact reproduction of the content of the image, no less and no more. It is quite absurd. People voluntarily lug around with them the things they cannot stand. The saying should not be, "My tongue is my enemy," but "My thoughts are my enemy." Despite its absurdity, this is how things are. What happens when a person feels hate? They pour their entire heart and mind into the feeling. The sharp image is perfectly reflected in the mirror, filling the layer of that person's world. Whatever you hate, you will encounter in your life in abundance. This causes one to be even more irritable, which in turn embellishes the intensity of the feeling. Mentally, a person reaches a point where they are ready to tell everyone to get lost. Bugger off! The mirror then returns the event like a boomerang. You told everyone to bugger off, and they did the same to you. Does this cause the number of problems to escalate? You bet. If you stand in front of a mirror and shout, "Go to hell, the lot of you," the reflection you will see in the mirror is yourself going to hell, along with the rest of your world. In the same way, the object being condemned penetrates the layer of the prosecutor. Imagine this typical example. An angry elderly lady treats the whole world with bitter reproach. She, of course, is the perfect embodiment of strict and infallible justice, clear in conscience before others and her own soul. The rest of the world must answer to the fact that it has not been exactly to her liking. A clear, sharp picture is drawn with immense precision. Looking in the mirror with an attitude like this, the lady creates the equivalent reality in the world around her, i.e., total injustice. How else should the world respond? It does not judge or justify itself. In its inherent quality, the world becomes exactly as it is imagined to be. Exactly the same thing happens when you are reluctant to accept something. For example, if a woman is sharply averse to those who drink alcohol, she will be fated to encounter drinking at every turn. She will be constantly confronted with drunkenness in all its various manifestations, as extreme as actually marrying an alcoholic. The greater the wife's aversion, the more intensely the husband will turn to the bottle. The husband may try to give it up occasionally, but his wife hates drunkenness with such vengeance that she actually savors it and insists. You will never give it up. Unless the husband has solid steel intent, the wife's insistent aversion will end up instilling her thought form into the layer of his world. The tendency for pessimism is a fairly unattractive quality. The mood of, well, it's not going to work out anyway, is kind of like a sadomasochism. The pessimist gets a certain perverted pleasure from reveling in their sorry lot. The world is so bad, it could not get any worse. It's going to hell and taking me along with it. The pathological habit of getting a kick out of negativity develops alongside a tendency to bear grudges. I'm such a nice person. You just do not value me. It's so unfair. That's it. I'm insulted. Do not try to talk me out of it. Soon I will be dead, and then you will be sorry. And where does this get you? The picture of fatal misery is not only reflected in the mirror, it is firmly consolidated. The bitter man orders a script for failure and then celebrates. You see, I told you so. All the mirror is doing is delivering the order. As you wish. With the same mood of fatal doom, the loser states their unenviable position. Life is just darkness with no light at the end of the tunnel. They would not want to be stuck with this fate for anything, and so they spend all their thought energy on whining and complaints. What else can the mirror reflect if the image is nothing more but an expression of dissatisfaction? As the image, I am unhappy. I do not want to. Such is the reflection. It is true. You are unhappy, and you do not want to. Again, the reflection is purely fact, no less and no more. Dislike of oneself is just as paradoxical in nature. It is self-generating. There is one golden rule that can be included in the textbook for complete idiots. If I do not like myself, I do not like myself. However strange it may seem, this tautology embodies a principle that is followed by the majority of the population. Take external appearance as an example. You may have noticed that most small children are very sweet and attractive. So how is it that so many adults are dissatisfied with their appearance? It is all to do with the mirror that sends back all complaint. Those who grow up to be beautiful are those who admire themselves. That is the secret. These people are ruled by the principle, if I like myself, I will have all the more reason to like myself more. It is quite another matter when an image tells its reflection, I seem to have put on a little weight. I need to lose a few pounds. The mirror will dispassionately reply, yes, you are fat. You need to go on a diet. Or, I have become a bit skinny. I should build up some muscle, to which the response will be, yes, you are puny. Go and do some weights. Reality responds like an echo, confirming what it has heard. This is how inferiority complexes are generated. Low self-esteem is followed by a corresponding verdict, which the mirror manifests as reality. I do not think I have any particular talents. It is true, you are mediocre. I do not think I am worthy of the utmost happiness. Indeed, you have nothing to hope for. If in addition to all this, a person has an innate feeling of guilt, their goose is cooked. Am I to blame? Must I carry out my duty? Yes, you deserve to be punished, and you will be. How could it be otherwise? If a person feels guilty, even subconsciously, some form of retribution will be reflected in the mirror for certain. Do I even need to say that stress and fear are realized just as instantly? People are afraid of so many things, many of which do not occur because it would require too much energy for them to be materially realized. Accidents and catastrophes always represent an anomaly in the alternatives flow when the balance has somewhere been disturbed. However, if an unfortunate event lies in the vicinity of the flow, it will undoubtedly take place because people attract it with their thoughts. Doubt, however, has the opposite effect. Unlike fear, which focuses a person's attention on the possible realization of a given event, doubt is more concerned with what does not happen. Obviously, in many cases, as if to spite us, our doubts are confirmed. Yet why should it seem that things happen as if to spite us? In reality, the mirror is simply reflecting our own thought content, nothing more. In any case, the desire to avoid something greatly increases the likelihood of impact. Everything then seems to happen in defiance, which usually causes the individual to be in a state of irritation most of the time. Irritation completes the overall picture of one's mental outlook. The result is an integrated image. I feel uncomfortable. The individual's reality is organized accordingly and is created in such a way that the feeling of discomfort is maintained or exacerbated. It is because of their own negative attitude that people paint the layers of their world black. Any attitude that is fueled passionately by the heart and with the conviction of the mind will be reflected in reality. Moreover, the attitude will be literally replicated to perfection, irrespective of what a person is actually trying to express, attraction or aversion. Here we can see the fourth mirror principle. The mirror cites the content of the relationship, but ignores its orientation. How do people react when they see that things they do not want are being realized? Rather than looking at the image, they focus all their attention on the reflection of the image and try to change that. The reflection is physical reality, and in physical reality, your actions are limited to inner intention. This means that if the world is not listening to you and you cannot make it go the way you want it to, you have to grip it by the throat and drag it with all your strength in the direction you want it to go. A difficult task, to say the least, and in some cases, quite impossible. It is totally absurd to stand in front of a mirror trying to catch your own reflection in the hope of making something of it. Inner intention attempts to change a reality that is ready and realized by means of direct action. The house has already been built, but not as you would have liked. You have to take the house apart again and rebuild, but the end result is not quite what you wanted either. Sometimes it can seem as if you are at the wheel of an uncontrollable car. The brakes do not work, and the engine either stalls or roars in fifth gear. The driver tries to fit in with reality, but the car is totally unpredictable. It would seem logical that if you want to avoid an obstacle in your path, you should turn to the side. However, quite the opposite is true. From the moment that the dangerous obstruction has captured your attention, a collision becomes inevitable. You turn the wheel in one direction, but you are carried in the opposite direction. The harder you press on the brakes, the more quickly you slide into the skid. It turns out that it is not man who rules reality, but reality that rules man. It is like the feeling you might remember from your distant childhood when you were running and shouting with all your might. The world does not want to listen to you. It is so insulting. I remember times when I did not want to hear or understand anything. I just ran and screamed, and my shouts were intoned by the thud of my feet on the ground. Do you remember ever doing that? Why was I so stupid and obtuse? Grown-ups were trying to explain something to me, but I have absolutely no desire to comprehend what they were trying to say. Everything has to be the way I wanted it, full stop. Now I'm a grown-up myself, but nothing has really changed. I did not learn anything. I'm still stamping my foot and demanding that the world listen to me. But the world does everything despite me, so I run and shout as I used to do. I run to meet reality, but the wind of inner intention blows in my face, and my efforts are in vain. Reality is controlling me and forcing me to react negatively, like an oyster, and this just makes everything that much worse. So how do you control this crazy car? What should people do, and where are people going wrong? The mistake we make is that we stare at our own reflection. This is the whole problem. This is what we should be doing. First of all, we have to end the chase after our own reflection and stop for a moment. This means dragging our gaze away from the mirror and letting go of the inner intention to shift the world in the direction you want it to go. In this moment, the crazy car will stop in its tracks and reality will also stop. Then something incredible will happen. The world will come to meet you. The world comes to you. The ordinary human mind tries unsuccessfully to impact the reflection in the mirror when what is required is for it to change the actual image reflected. The image is produced by the nature and focus of a person's thoughts. The problem is that people look first in the mirror and only afterwards express their relationship to what they have seen. By doing this, deliberately or not, they express an intention that exacerbates reality. The tendency for negativity brings even more negative traits into the mirror. The individual layer is painted in gloomy tones and is filled with events that will be unpleasant for its owner. When a person falls into despair, the dark clouds in the mirror gather even more. If you take an aggressive stance, the world will instantly put its hackles up. You may notice that when you got into an argument with someone and sharply expressed your discontent, something else, equally as unpleasant, will follow on just as soon afterwards. The more irritated you get, the more insolently new problems seem to cling to you. Everyone will annoy you with something. People are attached to the mirror by the threads of importance, for everything that happens in the mirror represents our life and so has great personal significance. People either like what they see or they do not. Either way, the content of their thoughts corresponds with a reflection which continues to strengthen the existing situation. A person will be dependent on their surrounding reality to the extent that the image is controlled by its reflection. The greater the intensity of your feelings, the more powerful your attachment to the mirror. It does not matter what you are thinking about something. What is important is what you are thinking about. Whether you like the reflection or not, you are still focusing on it. Only the content of the thoughts has any meaning. Aversion is always focused outside of ourselves. Leave me alone, or I'm so sick of it all. Irrespective of its nature, your relationship is still focused on the object of your dissatisfaction. The passionate feeling which is born of unity of heart and mind gives the image sharp contours, and as a result, the reflection begins to be dominated by everything that corresponds to the content of the image. This is why the poor get poorer and the rich get richer. People admire themselves in the mirror of life, and each subjectively states what their reality looks like. This reality pulls you in like a swamp. It is like the old woman in line waiting to pick up her pension, or a tired woman carrying heavy bags on a crowded bus, or a sick person being passed from one clinic to another. It is their thoughts that keep them tied to their gloomy reality. At the same time, someone else is enjoying life: the sea, yachts, travel, posh hotels, expensive restaurants, whatever their heart desires. In every case, whatever the nature of the circumstances, the same fact is stated. This is how we live, whereas it should be, we live in the manner in which we think about our existence. The mirror confirms and continues to strengthen the content of our thought forms. The standard objection to this explanation is that supposedly the starting conditions are different for everyone. One person is born in poverty while another inherits a fortune. Of course, the starting point counts for a lot and determines how the image of one's life will initially be positioned and how it will develop later. But it does not mean that everyone totally depends on the startup capital. There are loads of examples of how people who were born into the lowest levels of poverty ended up in the highest circles of society and vice versa. Perhaps these are just rare examples that prove the rule. That may be true, and yet if it is possible for there to be an exception, the rule cannot be as immutable as you might think. Whatever dark hole you might find yourself in, know this: you can change everything, and what is more, you can change it radically. It doesn't matter that you have absolutely no idea of how to bring about that change. You do not have to be able to see any specific way out. The solution will present itself. You think you are at the power of circumstances you are incapable of changing. Yet this is an illusion, a sham that you can easily destroy if you want to. The thing is that we are all subconsciously walking around in a closed circle. We observe reality. We express our attitude towards it. The mirror consolidates the content of our attitude in reality. In order to transform reality, all we have to do is break the circle. You look at the reality of your world and you feel as if change is impossible. And in some ways it is, because you try to influence your reflection with inner intention, which does not have the power to significantly change anything. There are too few opportunities this side of the mirror. On the other hand, you do have the capacity to control your relationship to reality, and then outer intention can take things into its hands. There is nothing outer intention cannot do. There are alternatives to the development of events on the other side of the mirror, of which the human mind cannot even conceive. In order to launch the mechanism of outer intention, the fifth mirror principle has to be fulfilled. Switch your attention from the reflection to the image. In other words, you have to take control of your thoughts. Think about what you want and are striving to achieve, rather than the things you do not want or try to avoid. Look once again at the closed circle formula. People literally move around the mirror circle like a donkey chasing a carrot on a stick. Attached to the mirror with its attitude, a primitive response to reality, the donkey tries just as unpretentiously to catch up to the reflection in his striving to change something. Now let us see what happens if we reverse the mirror circle. We express our attitude. The mirror consolidates the content of our attitude in reality. We observe reality. So where does that get us? The primitive and impotent statement concerning the reflection ends and is replaced by an intentional and goal-directed statement of the image. Rather than habitually expressing dissatisfaction at what I see in the mirror, I begin to create an image of what I would like to see. This is the way out of the mirror maze. The world stops and then comes out to meet me. I'm not running anymore. I'm standing still and watching my reality come to me, and a different wind is blowing in my face. Now it is the wind of outer intention. This time I did everything the other way around. I ceased the futile chase after my own reflection. I let go of the world and let it turn by itself in accordance with my thoughts. The mirror circle is still a closed circle, only now I am not turning circles. The circle spins by itself, driven by the power of outer intention. Outer intention is substituted by inner intention because I abandoned the attempt to influence the reflection. I simply form a deliberate and desired image in my mind, and the dual mirror realizes the corresponding sector of the alternatives space in reality. The only difference lies in the fact that the situation will appear strange. It is strange that the element, we observe reality, is placed at the very end of the circle. People are more accustomed to behaving according to the rule of, what I see is what I bang on about. They send their attitude out into the world, and the world returns a watered-down version like an echo. I really hope it is not going to rain. Rain, rain. I do not want to study. Study, study. I do not want to work. Work, work. As a result of the purified content of an attitude is what is materialized as physical reality. You can imagine the kind of monologue the mirror would be having, tired of all the confusion. You do not feel well. Okay, so what do you need in order to feel better? You do not want to do what you are doing now. Perhaps then you could begin to explain to me what you do want. You do not like what you have now. Then tell me, dear, what do you want? It is very simple. You have to change the negative attitude to a positive one. Make an inventory of your thoughts and remove all the not particles. Dissatisfaction, reluctance, disapproval, hate, lack in belief in success, etc. All these emotions have to be shoved into a rubbish sack and disposed of at the dump. Your thoughts should be attuned to the things you do want and like. Then only pleasant things will be reflected in the mirror. It needs to be understood that favorable reality will not be created instantly. It requires patience and awareness. Nothing will be the same again. Now you no longer react to the reality of your life. You take command and deliberately send your chosen thought forms out into the world. In contrast to the visible negative reflection, you are expressing a positive attitude. It is a little strange, but what is better? To be the victim of the power of circumstances like normal people, or to determine your own fate as you see fit? A person's mood is usually formed as a reaction to unfolding circumstances, be they favorable to your success or not. As a rule, the tendency for negativity keeps a person's spirits at a low point. You have to do the opposite and consciously create your mood. Even the knowledge that you are capable of shaping your own reality raises the spirits considerably. With my intention, I chose the colors for my reality. Irrespective of the circumstances in my life, I do what I need to do to feel upbeat. I do this consciously instead of reacting in a primitive manner to external irritants. This has to become a habit. Slides, visual or musical, whatever you prefer, can help to create the right mood. Ideally, it should be a picture in which your goal is reached and you feel marvelous. However, be prepared for there to be a period of time in which you do not notice any change in the layer of your world, or the opposite might happen. There will be change, but problems will creep out from under the floorboards just to spite you. Why? These are just temporary inconveniences related to the move to a new level of relationship with reality. You will recall that the mirror works with a delay factor. You just have to stick to your guns no matter what and quietly hold the pause while nothing is happening. It should literally be like in the fairy tale. If you look around, you will turn to stone. I let whatever is going on in the mirror in the meantime be, for I know that the mirror does not have any choice. Sooner or later, it will have to start reflecting the image I create in my thoughts. If I do not succumb to the temptation of looking around and am resolute, my reality will be created in the mirror. Everything will be the way I want it to be. Your mental outlook should be as it would be if you already had what you wanted, or were just about to receive it. Remember, the mirror materializes whatever is contained in your thoughts. For example, if you are dissatisfied with your external appearance, you take no pleasure in admiring your reflection in the mirror. All your attention is focused on the less attractive traits that you dislike about yourself, and which you state in your mind. You have to understand that what is reflected in the mirror of the world is your relationship to yourself. Make it a new rule not to look into the mirror of the world, but to glance or peep into it. Ignore the negative stuff and search for the good, and let everything you perceive pass through this filter. Concentrate your attention on what you want. What did you do previously? You made a statement of fact. I'm fat and ugly. I do not like myself like this. The mirror consolidates this fact. It is true. You are those things. Now you have a different task: to search only for the wanted traits in yourself and simultaneously create a picture in your thoughts of your desired image. From this moment, this is all you do. You just look for constant confirmation of positive change. Things get better every day. If you practice this technique regularly, you will soon be left with your jaw dropping from surprise. Basically, you have to create the relationship first, and then only glance in the mirror, and do not do it the other way around. Naturally, it takes a little time to get used to it, but the game is worth the candle, and a job worth doing is worth doing well. Now reality will not control you. You will control reality. Even taking account of the inert nature of material realization, very gradually the reflection will be transformed into a positive one. The layer of your world will become so filled with good things that you will not have to convince yourself to have fun. The mirror circle will spin easily and spontaneously. The important thing is to get it moving in the first place and then get it to pick up speed with your intention. It will all be downhill from there. Surely not. I do not believe it, the boring reader will say. If only it was all that simple. Do not believe it if you do not want to. Turn around if you so choose, and a good journey to you around the mirror circle after your reflection. Who knows? Maybe one day it will catch up. However, if you do not believe it, but would like to believe it, then all I can say is that belief is not required. You do not need to believe. Just practice the recommended technique, and you will see the consequences for yourself. For the normal state of consciousness, these things will always remain inaccessible, because the workings of outer intention are discreet and inconspicuous. The mind will never understand how a dream it considers unattainable can come true. It will never believe it to be possible until it is right up against a realized fact. Let the mind be. It is okay for the mind to be pottering about in a room of doubt while you get on with what you have to do. Yeah, right. It's not working, the lazy reader will say. Indeed, the mirror technique is too simple for us to believe in its efficiency. Indeed, the mirror technique is too simple for us to believe in its efficacy. We are used to having to find complex solutions to difficult problems. People find it hard to believe that their thoughts really do affect the shape of reality, and so these things are rarely taken seriously, and as a result, they do not try. This is the first reason for the absence of visible results. The second reason is the usual lack of methodical action. Usually people are instantly inspired by some idea, but then lose feeling of enthusiasm just as quickly as it appeared. There are no miracles here. It requires doing a certain amount of work. Only this time, the work has to be done with the head and not the hands. Does the mirror which works with a delay factor really have a chance to shape your reflection if all you do is stand in front of it for a fleeting moment and then run away? Now that you are acquainted with the main mirror principles, all that remains is to put them into practice. It really is very straightforward. In order for a thought form to become established as physical reality, you have to produce it methodically. In other words, you have to regularly run the target slide around in your mind. Unlike an impractical dreaming that enters your mind randomly, this is a specific task. By taking control of the feelings that tie you to your reflection, you are freed from the mirror. It is not about suppressing your emotions, for these are just a consequence of the relationship. You have to change the essence of the relationship, the manner in which you perceive and respond to reality. Once you have your freedom, you acquire the ability to create the type of reflection you wish to see. In other words, by managing your thought process, you manage your reality. If you cannot manage your thought process, reality controls you. The process of taking control of reality can be approached with varying degrees of intensity and application. Using an amalgam is the simplest and easiest method. It enables you to create a general background of comfort and well-being, which in the majority of cases is quite sufficient. Realizing a dream demands more patience and focus. Anyone can use the mirror technique to the extent which their needs require it. There is nothing new about the idea that our world is a reflection of our thoughts. It is as if everyone understands the idea implicitly, but at the same time it remains vague and ambiguous, and so there is not much practical benefit from such knowledge. What should you do and how should you do it? Few people have the time to work towards spiritual enlightenment, comprehend the secrets of the forces of nature, or develop their own. Now, though, you have a specific technique at your disposal. You understand how it works and how to use it. Stop running around the mirror circle and you will see that the world will come to you. The maker's intention. So, in order to see the reality you desire in the mirror of the world, you have to take certain elementary steps. Intentionally shape the corresponding image in your mind's eye, paying no attention to the delayed reflection and peeking at it only in search of any new manifestation of the emerging reality. The thing is that even when you are aware of the delay, it can be quite difficult to get used to this quirky mirror. The idea is deeply rooted in our consciousness that reality is either instantly obedient, as if we are holding a stick to it, or cannot be controlled at all. We think that if a desire is not fulfilled right this moment, it is not possible for it to be realized at all. You cannot do what cannot be done. People are then resigned to the idea that all they can do is dream, and that magic is something inaccessible or transcendental. We are all accustomed to the idea that magic must be something set apart from reality. The world of fantasy is somewhere out there in the beyond or in our imagination, while real life is here. There is no getting away from it, and you cannot change it. Magicians and people with extrasensory abilities also live in a special separate world, while we ordinary people, with our ordinary problems, are left to trudge through this gray reality. In truth, there is no such thing as magic. There is just knowledge of the principles of the dual mirror. This knowledge is not hard to access. In fact, it is so transparent and unsophisticated that it could never fit with the canons of the magical. And yet, Aladdin's lamp looked like an old can, and the Holy Grail was not made of gold. Everything that has greatness is inconceivably simple. It has no need of decoration or secrecy. In contrast, it is always the things that are empty and useless that are hidden under a veil of magnitude and mystery. Once magic has been integrated into the mundane and relieved of its fairy tale attributes, it ceases to be associated with the realms of the mystical and the secret. When magic takes its place here in everyday life, it loses its fascinating element of mystery. The wonderful thing about the transformation is that everyday reality in turn ceases to be everyday and is transformed into an unknown reality which can be controlled as in a waking dream as long as the mirror principles are observed. You may already be acquainted with the Transurfing method and know how to work with a target slide. Time is passing, but nothing is happening. It is the same feeling as when you send a letter and wait ages for a reply. The mind becomes restless with impatience. You begin to wonder whether you might not be doing it right, or whether it is all in fact a load of rubbish. But the world does not stop, and the process of reflection being materialized in the mirror continues. It is just that the process is subtle and imperceptible, and so it appears as if nothing were happening. At this stage, the scales in the mind shift between the knowledge that the mirror reacts with a delay and the old habit of observing an almost instant correlation between direct action and the consequent result. What does the mind think when it perceives no visible result? It thinks that the action taken is ineffective or wrong. So what then does the mirror reflect? Exactly, it reflects the same. The process ends up being slowed or taken to a different direction. You can imagine the mind having this kind of dialogue with the world. I want a toy. Of course you do, darling. But you promised. Well, yes, you asked, and I said that you would have your toy. You seemed quite satisfied that you would have it. You misunderstood me. I want a toy right now, this minute. No, I understand you perfectly. You want it now. So where is it then? Exactly, where is it? One of us must be an idiot. Undoubtedly. Damn it! I totally forgot that you are nothing more than a stupid mirror. How can I talk to you? Then I remembered. You are giving me a toy. Okay, my sweet. So shall we go and get it then? Of course, dear. Come to me, and I will carry you. And then they set off to get the present that was so desired. Now all that remains is to have a little patience and devote your time to happily preparing for the occasion. The heart sings, and the mind rubs its hands in glee. Why should not they be satisfied, for they are going with the world to buy a toy? The transurfer will understand that the choices a person makes are transformed into an indisputable law that will inevitably be fulfilled. All it takes is to focus your attention on the end goal. Yet people are never satisfied. Do you think we are going the right way? I do not see any shops here. Do not worry, dear. We will be there soon. But when? I think we have taken a wrong turn and ended up in some back streets. Do you think? Yes, of course, we are lost. Whatever you say, Pumpkin. You know I always agree with you. Stupid mirror, I knew I should have never relied on you. Where have you brought me? I wanted to pop into the park on the way and push you on the merry-go-round while we were out. People feel unsure of themselves when they are led blindfolded. The mind just cannot come to terms with the fact that nothing is happening or that events are not unfolding as they had expected. The mind is like a cybernetic machine. When the work algorithm is disturbed, a red light comes on. The only difference between them is that the mind creates its own program or scripts, naively assuming that it can account for all future variables in advance. The primitivism of so-called common sense lies in the fact that it not only chooses a stereotypical program of action, it also insists upon it. In the moment that the choice is made and the final goal image is set, the mirror of the world receives the order and sets about realizing it according to a specific plan. Only the mirror can know how the image's reflection will be formed, as the means is inaccessible to the mind. Yet when the mind sees that the events are unfolding according to some strange scenario, it sounds the alarm and the individual then takes the world by the throat. For surely something must be done about it. The person thinks that nothing is working out, which begins to distort the target slide. On top of all of this, the person then takes action to support the scenario they consider more fitting and again ends up hindering the realization of the other plan they cannot fathom and yet would lead them to certain success. It is as if you snooker yourself with your own ball, or as the Russian proverb has it, it won't fit in the box, it won't come out of the box, and it won't give the box up. By taking a deadly grip on their own version of the script, which they feel sure must represent the path to their goal, the person prevents the goal from ever being realized. But that is not all. The irrepressible desire to have the toy as soon as possible pumps up so much excess potential that the mirror is literally distorted, and what good is the distorted mirror? Desire of itself is essential because without desire there would be no striving, and if you could add to this the resolve to act, you have the will to achieve your goal. But if you add doubt plus fear of failure to the mix, you end up with longing. This is the importance that has to be consciously reduced. Of itself, desire does not create tangible excess potential. It is only a problem when your doubts and fear make you take the world by the scruff of the neck. People usually think more or less along the lines of, I want to, but I'm afraid it won't work. Carrying the self-imposed responsibility of success or failure is a heavy yoke and causes people to place harsh conditions for themselves and the world around them. They make excessive demands on themselves and have high expectations of life. As a result, the mirror is distorted threefold. I want, I fear, I can't let go. It is a distorted three-way mirror. If you think that intention means firmly demanding what you think the world owes you, the results you want to see will elude you. If you request that the world give you what you want, you will still end up with nothing. It is important to understand that all you have to do is make an order and allow the world to carry it out for you. You just will not permit the world to do so because of your demands, requests, fears, and doubts. In response, the world also demands, requests, fears, and doubts perfectly reflecting your condition, for the world is just a mirror. You have to get a sense of this feeling. Let the world go, allow it to be a comfortable place for you to be right now. It is a subtle, fleeting feeling that passes quickly, but it must be caught hold of. Imagine for a second something incredible. Imagine that the hostile, problematic, difficult, and inconvenient world has become joyful and comfortable. You can allow the world to be so. Whether or not you do so is up to you. It is not a matter of being happy by default. It is about allowing happiness to enter your life. We are only as happy as we allow ourselves to conceive of the possibility of unbelievable luck. You do not have to force yourself to be happy. You just have to allow yourself the luxury of being so. Trust the world. It knows best how to reach the goal and will take care of everything. You do not usually concern yourself with the question of how a normal mirror can produce such a perfect reflection, do you? When you stand in front of a mirror, you only think about what you would like to see in the reflection. The mirror of the world works just as precisely, only with a delay. Just in case you do not yet feel confident that you really can rely on the world, there are two more mirror principles. It may be that some people find it easier to act following a set of instructions. However, before we move into the sixth and seventh principles, let us quickly recall the fifth. Let us suppose that you have determined what your goal is and began working systematically with the target slide. You understand that the results will not be instantaneous, and yet your mind is fidgety. Time is passing and nothing seems to be happening, or things are happening that you did not expect. In these moments, when your mind is full of doubt, activate your conscious awareness. You have forgotten the rule. Turn around and you will turn to stone. Your attention must be focused on the end goal as if it had already been achieved. The world comes to you while you are focused on the image. As soon as you turn to the reflection in the mirror where God knows what, or nothing at all, is happening, the world stops and you resume the exhausting and fruitless run around the mirror circle. You have to constantly remind yourself that the mirror works with a delay and requires a certain pause while it puts the reflection together. That is while the image is materialized into physical reality. For the time the pause lasts, you have to stick to your guns and believe in the conditions and in success when it seems as if everything is going down the pan. What you eventually receive will depend on how courageous you are in not giving in to despondency. This is true magic, stripped of magical attributes, but having real power. You should only turn around to look in the mirror, i.e. express your attitude toward what is happening, to note positive shifts, and to allow yourself to experience a pleasant feeling of surprise. In other words, your eyes must be wide open to anything that gives evidence of the world moving towards your goal, and firmly shut to accompanying and inevitable negative phenomena. If you have the tenacity to not look back, then as a rule the results will exceed your highest expectations. You will not only be given a toy, they will spin you on the merry-go-round and treat you to an ice cream. In a general sense, the rule for how to use the mirror can be expressed in the following way. When looking in the mirror, do not try to move the reflection. Instead, try to move the image, your relationship to it, and focus on your thoughts. In other words, move yourself. Do not try and catch your own reflection as a kitten does when it plays with its double, not understanding that the double is its own reflection. A song by the famous musician and philosopher Boris Grebenshchikov contains the lyrics, "She knows how to move herself to her full height." Spinning around your axis, you observe that with some delay, the world begins to slowly turn after you, but you do not rush to grab hold of it and make it spin. This is the difference between inner and outer intention. Inner intention forces you to try and have an impact on the reflection. Outer intention is about leaving the mirror alone and concentrating your attention on your thought forms, thereby having a true power at your disposal, a power capable of moving the world. What will we do, Mama, when she moves herself? The secret to this power lies in letting go of your grip. The human mind meets any circumstance it had not foreseen, and the slightest deviation from its script with hostility. A reaction promptly follows that is just as natural as it is primitive: to try and correct the situation, to object, refuse, insist on one's own way, to argue, make sudden movements, to be proactive, etc. Basically, the mind grabs at the reflection and insists in having its way. Of course, when your attention is glued to the mirror, you succumb to the illusion that you only have to reach out your hand, and reality, which is so close you could touch it, will instantly submit to your will. No such luck. The silly little kitten is deceived into playing with an ordinary mirror, and yet man who stands one rung higher in consciousness falls into the exact same trap. The only difference is that the illusion of the dual mirror is more sophisticated. That is all. It is essential that you keep your hands away from the mirror and allow your world to move. In the majority of cases, no proactive action is necessary. It is enough to be mild and flexible and go with what is happening. As you may recall, the alternative's flow will direct events along an optimal course if it is not hindered. The primitive mind is inclined to slap its hands about in the water and row against the current, insisting on upholding its own ideas. Now, in order to free yourself from the illusion, you have to turn around the short-sighted intention of the mind, making it dynamically correct its scripts to include the unpredictable. The task will be new and unfamiliar to the mind, but it is the only way out of the kitten role. The sixth mirror principle sounds: release your grip and allow the world to move with the alternative's flow. Inner intention will then turn around and move in the opposite direction, which brings us to the following paradox. By abandoning the position of control, you acquire real control over a situation. Try to observe all that surrounds you with the eyes of the observer. You represent part of a play, and at the same time you act in a detached manner, noting any movement in the set. If someone offers you something, do not be quick to refuse it. If someone gives you a piece of advice, think it over. When you hear a different point of view, do not be too quick to enter into debate. If it appears to you that someone is doing something wrong, let it go. If circumstances have changed, rather than sounding the alarm, try and embrace the change. Whatever you are involved in, take the simplest course of action. If you have to make a decision or choice, give preference to the option that comes most naturally. This does not mean that you should agree with everything wholeheartedly. It is one thing to close your eyes and let yourself be taken by the power of the current, and quite another to be consciously and intentionally moving with the flow. You will sense when you need to tighten the reins and where you should consciously give some slack. Let the world go and then observe how it moves. Watch the world as if you were a wise mentor, allowing the young pupil freedom of choice, only occasionally giving them a push in the right direction. You will see how the world begins to spin around you. Now has come the time to introduce you to the last, most important, and powerful of the mirror principles. Aside from the capacity for impeccable reflection, the mirror has one more quality. In a mirror, right becomes left, and space that stretches far into the distance seems to move in the opposite direction. People have long become used to this quality and have learned in their mind to transform illusion into reality. However, the mind still has not managed to overcome the challenge of the illusion of the dual mirror. The problem lies in our tendency to see the bad in the good, and to turn the positive into the negative, and to perceive one's good fortune as an evil lot. In reality, the world is not intent on machinating against its inhabitants. Problems are not the norm because they require a greater expenditure of energy, and nature never wastes energy. The alternative's flow always takes the path of least resistance. You could say that it follows the path of fortuitous circumstances. The majority of problems are caused by the individual slapping their hands about in the water and rowing against the still current. The main thing, however, is the tendency for negativism that generates a corresponding image which the mirror streams into physical reality. Remember, all the world does is reflect your relationship to reality with total precision. However gloomy the reflection appears, it will only become darker if you treat it as something negative. Likewise, the negative can be transformed into the positive if you declare it as such. Any circumstance or event carries an inherent unfavorable as well as beneficial potential. By expressing your attitude at this crossroads, you determine how events will unfold further, successfully or not. In the long run, you will always end up winning, even in the most unfavorable of circumstances, if you observe the seventh mirror principle. Embrace any reflection as positive. Whatever you see in the mirror, you can never know for certain whether it is for your good or to your detriment, but you can decide to choose the best for yourself. Moreover, when things do turn out well, do not take it for granted or remain indifferent. Be glad, express your pleasure, and sharpen your awareness of the fact that everything is going so well. Whatever happens, everything is unfolding as it should. This is none other than the principle of coordinating intention, which was described in detail earlier in Transurfing. For example, imagine that you face some kind of problem. When you first encounter the problem, it is as if you are standing at a crossroads where only you can decide whether to declare the problem complex or straightforward. The tendency for negativism and weariness from the burden of life force people to bow under the yoke of their problems and sorrowfully state, "Oh, how difficult! What a complex issue!" The world instantly agrees. As you wish, my love. The world always complies, so given that this is the case, it makes sense to do the opposite and tell yourself, everything is being sorted out very easily. Even if you do not really feel it, declare the problem straightforward. Let this be your postulate, for in essence, the problem is only made complex by one small detail, its accompanying circumstances. The small detail is determined by your relationship to the issue. Whatever happens, the world will again agree to everything. Is everything going to pot? No, not at all. Everything's going great. And although you may appear a complete idiot to any sane and sober individual, rub your hands in satisfaction. It's all fine. Clap your hands or make a little jump of pleasure. Then you will soon discover that circumstances that previously seemed detrimental are actually ace cards in your hand. This mirror quality always has such a sudden and unexpected impact that you never get used to it. Every time a failure turns to victory in your eyes, you will experience a feeling of incomparable delight, making you want to cry out. No, you do not say. It is magic. Previously, from the point of view of common sense, you would have reasoned quite differently, which would have accounted for all the full range of hardships and privations you previously had to experience. From this moment onwards, every time you come across any kind of problem or unpleasant situation, remember that whatever the circumstances, the world will comply with the nature of your relationship to what is happening. Whatever you wish, my dear. Do you see what you now have at your disposal? You no longer have to sit and wait for the bluebird of happiness to feign to visit you, or for the wheel of fortune to turn in the right direction. You are the master of your success. You use your will to declare any event or circumstance beneficial and to your favor. This approach goes beyond just relying on the goodwill of the world to take care of you because it loves you. The entire world is one dispassionate mirror, and if it takes care of something, it is only because you are looking at it in that way. Neither is it a case of confidence which circumstances could shake at any moment. Nor is it self-assuredness that comes from blind faith in success. It is not even a matter of being optimistic by nature. It is the intention of the maker. You create the layer of your world. You are the maker of your reality as long as you know how to move yourself without denying the world its own freedom to move. To move yourself means to follow the last three mirror principles. The maker is not so much an active agent as an observer. The will of the maker is different in that it does not subordinate, it allows. Now you know how to work with the amazing dual mirror. You need no longer fear the things of the world that others would consider hostile, problematic, or intractable. The world is yours. Take it by the hand and say to yourself, "My world and I are going for a walk." The League of Mirror Makers. It would seem that the question of fate in the context of transurfing is covered. People have free choice of their future by virtue of the existence of the alternative space, which can be controlled by applying the principles of the dual mirror. Nonetheless, it is worth elucidating on the theme a little more. Opinions differ. Some people think that fate lies in the hands of its owner. Others believe that fate is predetermined. Yet others go even further and view fate as a personal lot we are doomed to, delivered from above and determined according to our deeds in past lives. So which point of view is closest to the truth? They all are. All these views are correct and equally well-founded. Could there really be any other way in a world which represents a mirror? Everyone that stands in front of the mirror receives confirmation of the image in their thoughts. There is no point in asking the mirror whether the reflection of your face is destined to be happy or sad. On the one hand, the mirror reflects what is, and on the other hand, I will become however I wish to see myself. Therefore, the issue of fate is a question of choice. To choose a predestined fate or to prefer your fate to be free. It is all a matter of conviction. Whatever you choose is what you will receive. If a person is convinced that their fate is predetermined and that there is no escaping it, then indeed, a foregone scenario will indeed be realized. In the alternative space, there undoubtedly exists a separate stream along which the little boat of life will travel if you set it adrift to the will of the waves. The one so doomed gives in to infantile wallowing and reverently raises their head to face the skies where arrows of misfortune rain upon them like cones from a pine. O power of providence! O right hand of fate! In reality, it is not so much written in the stars as stamped on the forehead that they are a fool, simply caught up in a subconscious and pointless dream to which they have condemned themselves. When a person takes hold of the reins, their life ceases to be dependent on circumstances. The little boat can be taken in any direction away from the allegedly predetermined fate. It is all very simple. Life is like a river. If you take to the paddles and row, you can choose your direction, but if you simply give yourself to the current, you will be forced to drift within the stream you find yourself carried by. If karma is what you want, karma is what you will get. Believing that your lot in life hangs on inexorable circumstances or the mistakes committed in a past life, this is the alternative you stream into reality. It is your will, for you are the Son of God. And yet, if you desire to become the maker, then this is also within your power. The dual mirror will agree to anything. It all comes down to whether you know how to work with it. This all makes good sense within the context of Transurfing model. The only unsolved mystery concerns the alternative space. Who placed all that it contains into the alternative space? Where does the alternative space come from and why? and what existed prior to the alternative space? To be honest, I don't know. I can merely put forth the following hypothesis. No one created the alternative space. It had always existed. It is the nature of the human mind to assume that everything in this world was created by someone or something and has a beginning and an end. And yet it would appear that this is not true of everything. I am afraid that even if human awareness was raised enough to surpass that of an oyster, it still would not be sufficient to philosophize on such matters. There are things in this world that lay far beyond the capacity of the mind. For the mind, despite being capable of abstract thought, is really just an apparatus of logic. The level of my abstract thinking allows me only to construct a primitive mathematical model. If you were to take a person's conventional level of awareness to the level of infinity, by which the level of awareness would represent a dot, the question we have posed would be reduced to the following. Why is it that I, a dot, can occupy any position at all on the coordinates plane? Who created the coordinate grid? What is it for, and who existed before the coordinates grid? It is all quite incomprehensible. And if you were then to tell the little dot that aside from the second dimension, there is also a third dimension and an n-dimension space, you would quite simply blow its mind. It is easier to believe that fate is preordained by a higher power and that it can be calculated or foretold than to believe in the existence of some unfathomable alternative space that contains absolutely everything. Either way, no one likes to live with uncertainty, and so people try to get some kind of hint about the future, turning to astrologists, fortune tellers, and hierophants. This is also a question of choice. What is my intention? To know what to expect, or to co-create what I want? If you choose a passive position, then of course, all you can do is turn to another who has the audacity to claim that they can read the Book of Destinies. Yet, is that even possible? Is anyone really capable of foretelling or calculating the future? Undoubtedly, they are. Moreover, this is possible due to the existence of the alternative space. Where else can clairvoyance source fragments out of past and future? There is no doubt that events cannot develop randomly. The sectors of the alternative space are linked in chains of cause and effect, lifelines which are subject to given laws. How can these laws be evaluated? Evidently by certain external phenomena such as the position of the heavenly bodies, dreams, a card layout, and even coffee grounds. There is no such thing as coincidence. The notion of coincidence is merely a special way of perceiving an effect in the absence of detailed information relating to the cause. Yet once again, it is by the very virtue of the existence of the alternative space, this archive of film on the past and future, that the prognoses are often far from accurate. There are an infinite number of alternatives, and so there is no guarantee that the film reel taken off the shelf is destined to end up in the projector. Any prognosis can only ever rest on a portion of probability. One of the most accurate was the Bulgarian clairvoyant Vangelika Dimitrova, known throughout the world as Vanja, or Vanga. Losing her sight in her early years, Vanja acquired the gift of seeing the alternative space. Yet even with her unique abilities, the number of accurate hits relating to the past as well as the future varied in the range of 70 to 80%. Prophecies can also be distorted by the perception of the individual psychic and their subsequent interpretations. The Centuries by Nostradamus is to this day given wildly different interpretations. People try to see in prognoses things that are not really there, and the opposite. They fail to notice the obvious. When Vanja foretold that Kursk would sink, no one could understand what this meant, for Kursk is located a long way from the ocean. Yet when the submarine of the same name sank, those who knew of the prophecy must have come out in goose pimples. So, if we can only talk about the chances of a psychic seeing the right sector in the alternative space in terms of probability, then how do we explain the fact that the level of accuracy turns out to be relatively high? This has to do with the fact that once a prediction has been imprinted into a person's memory, whether they desire it or not, that prediction becomes their intention. An individual's relationship to various interpretations and horoscopes is a very personal thing, and it is made of a balance between belief and mistrust. On the one hand, people are not generally inclined to rely wholly on such things, and on the other hand, somewhere in the depths of their subconscious there is a thought that asks, what if? Importance in one's attitude towards predictions is minimal, as we tend to think that it may come true or it may not. It is like a game that is played simultaneously for fun and in all seriousness. As a result, a kind of underlying unity of heart and mind emerges, providing the conditions for a sharp, if fleeting, image to be created, which the mirror of the world willingly transforms into reality. Unbeknownst to themselves, the individual also begins to manifest what they have been foretold, which explains why the level of probability in such cases is higher than average. Vanja's biography creates the impression that she intentionally programmed her future fate early on in her childhood. Her favorite pastime was to heal her neighbor's children, her patients. She was good at telling various imagined stories which her audience listened to as if under a spell. Aside from that, Vanja used to enjoy another curious little game. She would hide something in an obscure place and then begin to search for it blindfolded, feeling her way towards it. As you can see, the pictures of the images she created were so precise that the mirror of the world recreated them in physical reality. Vanja became a healer and clairvoyant after she lost her ordinary power of sight in an accident. When she was just 12 years old, she was carried away in a hurricane and found later in a field covered in sand. It should be noted that Vanja was convinced that you could not escape your own fate and that no effort could change what was preordained. When she received visions of accidents that were going to take place in the future, she tried to avert the tragedy, but she was never successful in doing so. There were times when Vanja, knowing that death awaited someone, tried to persuade them not to set out on their journey or to leave a certain place, but it did not help. People did not believe her. This would seem to contradict the model of transurfing. Might fate be predetermined after all? In actual fact, there is no true contradiction here. No one person is capable of influencing the life of another with their own intention. People are endowed with the power to create the layer only of their own world. Even when, from the outside, it seems as if an influential politician has the fate of whole nations at their disposal, in reality, they are merely carrying out the will of the structure that created them. Everyone is capable of managing their own fate, but only under the condition that they take the wheel in their own hands. It all depends what position you take, active or passive. You can live as each day comes, reading the horoscopes and accepting your fate as if it was granted from above. On the other hand, you can really get down to business with all the diligence of foolishness and end up creating such a fate that heaven forbid should be bestowed upon you. Therefore, by active position, we take to mean the ability not to splash your hands about in the water or row against the current, and the intention to control your thoughts in accordance with the mirror principles. This position gives you genuine power over your fate, at which point the services of a seer become irrelevant. I'm not saying all predictions are false. Individual predictions are indeed often confirmed. The point, however, is that these services are only needed by people who decide to choose life as subconscious dreaming, and these will always be the overwhelming majority. Yet if you intend to transform your life into lucid dreaming that you can control, then you will undoubtedly no longer require the services of mirror makers. And who are the astrologists, hierophants, and prophesiers if not mirror makers? The predictions they give you are not just a harmless prognosis, but a surrogate part of your own fate, a small part of the mirror in which you will have a look. How could it be any different? It makes no difference whether you take the prediction seriously or not. Once you have heard it, the image will continue to occupy a place in your subconscious, programming your fate. Even if you place the issue of money to one side, did you really think that you could have a piece of your future just like that? There are consequences for taking a peek at the book of fate. The payment for these goods is always the same. You must take them with you and make them a part of your life, whether you want to or not. Such a payment could prove fatal. The blame, or shall we say responsibility, lies not with those who sell fate as a product, but with those who make the purchase. When you show interest in a prediction, you acquire a mirror, and you ask the mirror maker whether it be okay for you to smile in it that day. You already have a mirror, the layer of your world, from which you can create anything at all. In relation to my own mirror, I am free. If I wish, I can, with the will of the maker, turn any defeat into a victory, and that is how it will be, and I could not care less about psychic predictions. If, however, you have no desire to become the maker of your own reality, you can successfully make use of the services of the mirror makers. This also represents a choice and is one way of living, or rather, a safe way of moving along the stream of fate. Predictions can serve as signs that give warnings of possible unfortunate events, and they can instill you with a hope of success. In this sense, the mirror makers fulfilled a helpful role, although perhaps not all of them. The most harmful among them are those who foretell events of a global scale. By predicting forthcoming catastrophe and the end of the world, they attune large groups of people to destructive thinking, or in other words, they program the collective consciousness. This will inevitably leave its mark. What is interesting is that scientists are also part of the League of Mirror Makers, although they do not necessarily have a direct impact on the fate of others. Over the course of human history, scientists have worked on the one task of trying to explain how the world works. Once the earth was flat and rested on the hump of 3 whales, an elephant, and a turtle, or something like that. In former times, the stars rotated around the earth. Many centuries have passed since then, and some things have become clearer, but the process of trying to find a model that fits continues as before. Classical physics has been replaced by quantum physics. Objects of the microworld were first declared particles, and then turned out to be waves, who had no objection to being particles from time to time. Then came another theory telling us that these obscure objects are neither waves nor particles, but strings in 10th dimensional spacetime. The world stands in the fitting room and agrees with this model too. Even then, something did not quite fit, something was not quite right. Scientists were forced to add one more dimension, the 11th dimension, as a result of which a supernova M theory is born, according to which the string is transformed into a membrane. It is amusing, is it not? What will they think of next? No doubt this process will continue for infinity. Every new model will be found to replace the previous one. If you stand in front of one mirror and hold a second mirror in your hand, you will understand why the world has an infinite number of models. In the mirror in front of you, you see yourself holding a mirror, in which there is a reflection of you in a mirror holding a mirror, in which you see. Perhaps there is no answer to the question of how the world works. Within the context of the human mind, if one were to climb to the top of the most abstract peak in our range of definitions, we would see that the world does not actually look like anything. It is simply a mirror of our ideas. We get what we think about the world. The most we can confirm with any confidence is that reality is multifaceted, and then state a few of its laws. The process of scientific research into how the world works is similar to the example of the mirrors given above. When you take one natural phenomenon as a starting point, you get a specific version of a model, which is like having one section of the mirror. Standing with that section in front of the main mirror, you see a new aspect of reality reflected. If you take one of the manifestations of that aspect, we once again get another version of reality. And again, out of yet another tiny mirror, a new one will appear, having been reflected in the image of the mirror before that. So what is the world really like? You can try and imagine what the world is really like using the example of 2 identical mirrors placed opposite each other. Each mirror reflects the mirror that is placed in front of it. Both mirrors give the reflection of nothing, reflected an infinite number of times. It is a black infinity of images in which nothing is reflected from nothing. Does this picture fit any description provided by the concepts the mind has at its disposal? Hardly. To conclude, it should be understood that the pendulums of the mirror makers have no concern for your fate. They follow their own interests, which is to receive a constant source of energy from their clients. People would like to know every day what tomorrow has in store for them, and so they constantly turn to the well-informed, making a contribution with their energy and in exchange receiving a surrogate, a piece of fabricated fate. If a person's attention has been caught in a pendulum's noose that is trading in fate, then they will not feel confident until they have read the next horoscope or had their next dream interpreted. They become addicted as if to drugs. They have to keep getting their dose to support their illusory confidence in tomorrow while the pendulums sway and blossom. Transurfing does not require the same source of energy supply. Learn about the principles and then do whatever you want with them. Knowledge in itself is not a pendulum. A pendulum is only created when the corresponding structure emerges. Neither does transurfing explain how the world works. It simply offers a utilitarian model which enables you to understand why it is possible that reality can be controlled and how. It is the same as being perfectly capable of driving a car without having the slightest idea how the engine was put together. Transurfing's mission lies in issuing the driver's license. The mirror makers try to convince the dot that it must move along a strictly defined line in the graph and that any other form of movement is just not meant to be. This will in fact be true, but only if the dot accepts these conditions. Reality exists independently of you while you agree to this condition. You can never change the entire world, but the individual layer of your world is fully at your disposal. You do not have to change yourself. It is enough simply to exercise your right as the maker. Now you have a dual mirror a bit like a genie that makes your wishes come true, except that it is not a fairy tale anymore. It is an aspect of reality that had perhaps remained hidden from you until now under the cover of routine. Unlike the genie in the fairy tale, you cannot command the mirror genie. There is no point in making appeals to the mirror genie or seeking his compassion. Yet as soon as you declare your intention, the magic mirror will willingly comply. Okay, my dear. You are the true maker of your fate if you intend to be so. Do not give your fate away to the mirror makers. Summary. The mirror principles. The world, like a mirror, reflects your relationship to it. The reflection is formed in the unity of heart and mind. There is a delay in the reaction of the dual mirror. The mirror states the content of the relationship and ignores the nature of the relationship. Do not think about what you do not want. Think about what you are striving to attain. Release your grip and allow the world to move with the alternative's flow. Any reflection should be perceived as positive. You control reality by controlling your chain of thought. Cite the amalgam formula at every convenient opportunity. You have to move the image, not the reflection, i.e., change your mental outlook and the nature of your thoughts. Your attention should be focused on the end goal as if it were already achieved. To materialize a slide, you must turn it methodically in your mind's eye for a sufficient period of time. Do not suppress your emotions. Change your relationship to your problem. Chapter 19. The Gatekeeper to Eternity. My world and I are off to buy a toy. The energy of intention. In the previous chapter, you were introduced to the principles of controlling reality. Now we are going to look at specific methods. The first essential condition without which transurfing is totally impossible is that you must have good energy levels. There are two kinds of energy: physiological energy and free energy. You feel the former as warmth and physical strength and energy. To support your levels of physiological energy, it is efficient to eat well, rest, exercise, and get fresh air. Free energy originates in the cosmos, flowing along energy channels, and it manifests itself as vigor or vitality. This energy is the energy of intention, which enables a person to feel capable of decisive action. If you slog every day when you only have enough strength to carry out routine activities, and most importantly, if you are apathetic about life, then this indicates that you have extremely low energy levels. You could say that free energy is the same as life force. In youth, the energy of intention is overflowing. Imagine an old lady with a sickly guise. She dodders and groans, and you can tell that every movement is hard for her. Imagine then that she unexpectedly breaks into a run, takes a skip and a jump, and leaps into the air with a victorious shout of yes, swiping the air with a sharp movement of the hand. It seems inconceivable, and yet this is exactly what the old lady would want to do if her energy levels were increased sufficiently. Why is it that a person produces their best creations in the first or second third of their life? It all comes down to the energy of intention. Yet if you maintain your energy at the right level, you can create masterpieces at any age. Life force and creative energy atrophies when a person ceases to strive. There are people who look upon the world with indifference. They know everything already. They have experienced everything, and the feeling of satiety it gives them would seem to be to their liking. They see the world as a well-trodden path in an oft-visited park where nothing could ever surprise them anymore. You can hear them in their indifferently lazy voice lecturing others and proving that they know it all. People like this age early. Never tire of looking at the world with open eyes, and you will have more energy. Such is its quality. When a person no longer allows themselves to wonder at the world or to strive for new ideas, it is not only their development that comes to a halt, but a process of degradation sets in and they age. Life is a process. There can be forward and backward movement, but there can be no stops along the way. In nature, stops and total lack of movement just do not exist. Even a cliff transforms its appearance. In order to activate the energy of intention, you have to hitch it with a goal. Energy is ignited when you create dynamic action. It is like a feedback loop. Dynamic action generates intention. Intention ignites life force. If you remain apathetic and sit with your arms folded doing nothing, try to set about doing something, anything, and then energy will come to you. Sometimes all it takes is some kind of initial push to get you going. You might think that you are low on energy and that you need to get some from somewhere. However, this is not the case. In reality, you have mountains of energy because it comes from the cosmos, and you can take as much as you can carry. The fact of the matter is that you have probably already taken as much as you could. Energy does not disappear, so it is probably already being put to use. All its titanic power is spent on maintaining two kinds of burdens. First and foremost, the burden is the limitations and obligations that you have taken upon yourself. You agree to some kind of obligation, and it is as if it is a heavy plummet hung on you. You then place certain conditions upon yourself, and you carry out another plummet. Then you promise yourself or someone else something, and there comes the next one. How many plummets do you have around your neck? While there are relatively few in number, a person can go on. But one day there will come a time when the burden can no longer be lifted. Then there is a crisis. Pushed into a corner, the person becomes ill, falls into depression, or something tragic happens. They become tense and look at the world with fear and mistrust. As a result, reality as a reflection of their thoughts begins to genuinely take over even gloomier shades. A difficult patch in one's life begins that can go on for a very long time. The second type of burden consists of the load of excess potential. Ascribing excessive significance to various objects, you encumber yourself with an immense burden. It becomes an unmanageable mountain of baggage. These are the feeling of inferiority, I must be cool, protect and consolidate my importance, the feeling of guilt and responsibility, I must work my service and fulfill my duty, exaggerating the complexity of problems. I have a huge amount of work to do, as well as other doubts and concerns that constantly weigh you down. A lot of people live like this, weighed down on all sides by all sorts of obligations, unfinished business, harsh conditions, plans, and numerous goals. The goal will activate the energy of intention, but only on the condition that it is realized and does not just hang at the project stage. There is nothing easier than planning a job, placing conditions on it, and making promises. Take into account, though, that by pinning even the smallest obligation to yourself, you hang a weight around your neck which draws on part of the energy of intention, and you will have to go forward carrying this weight. In addition, one of the main causes of low energy levels is the basic accumulation of toxins in the body. It is very simple. The energy channels narrow like an old pipe, with a buildup of scale as a result of which the energy flow is reduced to a small trickle. This creates a deficit of free energy which causes various other problems, including a poor physical condition, low levels of creativity, illness, and everything associated with it. What happens is that the greater portion of energy that squeezes through the narrow energy channels goes towards maintaining an entire garland of useless weights. The pitiful portion of energy that remains is your total reserve for vitality, which gives you alertness, proactiveness, cheerfulness, optimism, the desire to have everything you want right now, and the feeling that you can move mountains. Judging from their condition, everyone can roughly make out what reserve of vitality they have left. You will not find many individuals who are wealthy in this regard. So all your free energy is employed in a whole range of unrealized potential intentions, plans, which only weigh you down. In order to free up resources, you have to either get rid of a portion of the potential intentions or bring them into being. Ask yourself, what is oppressing you? If you give it some thought, you should be able to drop many weights without regret. You may feel that you really need many of these weighty trinkets and could not possibly get rid of them. Yet what is the point if you are continually carrying them around with you, but you can never ever realize them? For example, I have to be better than everyone else. I must always be at my best. I will prove to others and myself what I am worth. I do not have any other choice than to continue walking the path I have chosen. Only winning is an option. Otherwise, I will not be able to respect myself anymore. I cannot make a mistake, and so on and so forth. Like giving up smoking, learning a foreign language, and generally beginning a new life as of this Monday. It is true that everything that is endlessly put off until later is a useless load to carry. These things should either be eliminated from your list or brought into being, because they take up energy which it is stupid to waste. For example, when a person is in the process of giving up a bad habit of some kind, a double portion of energy is spent. On the one hand, you still have to pay the pendulum interest on the loan, and on the other hand, you still have to carry the heavy burden of the obligation to drop the habit. This kind of rigmarole can end up being drawn out for years. Forcing yourself to do something should be replaced with conviction. If you are going to give something up, then do so with conviction and not because you feel that for some reason you have to. If you force yourself into a corner by volition, you pump up the tension even more, and this inevitably leads to a crisis. Therefore, it is more sensible to choose one means of the other. Either decidedly realize your intention or relieve yourself of the burden of the weight of obligation and channel the habit into a more manageable flow. For example, rather than scrounging cigarettes or collecting cigarette butts, it would be better to get yourself a decent pipe and purchase good quality tobacco. Rather than doing a pub crawl or drinking in secret, hiding around a corner, it would be better to carry a presentable hip flask. Basically, this means building a partnership relationship with your creditor. As a result, the harmful vice will become more measured and manageable. The bank is more likely to give a respectable client preferential terms, to say nothing of the fact that the habit once set free is much less harmful than a habit you hate but cannot do anything about. Declaring your intention at this point will only make matters worse, and of course, this is not an ideal solution. Before you turn a harmful habit into a civilized manner, you need to have a good look at yourself and be honest with yourself about what you are doing. Another type of burdensome weight would be studying, or rather cramming. When your intention is to fill your head with information, you end up creating huge tension. In this case, intention is not realized. It is simply pumped up with tension. And so, even if I am repeating a truism, it is not worth repeating. There's no point in memorizing information. It just ends up becoming more lifeless baggage that takes a disproportionate amount of energy to load. Knowledge, unlike data, is only properly assimilated in action, through concrete examples of when an intention is realized. For example, if you are used to helping children with their lessons, try the opposite approach. Let them explain the lesson to you, and you will feel the difference straight away. It all comes down to the focus of intention. Intention has to be redirected so that passive intent is transformed into active intent. When this happens, useless weights that require memorizing will fall away instantly. You might have one huge weight that you have secretly been thinking of dropping off for a long time, but have not yet been able to finally do it. Imagine how light and relieved you will feel if you drop it. Let yourself go. Give yourself more freedom. Compile a list of things that oppress you and take the weight from your shoulders. You will immediately free up reserves of the energy of intention, which will enable you to go forward. As we said before, a goal activates the energy of intention in the process of its realization. It is best, of course, to find your own innermost goal. If you find it, the problem of having a deficit of energy will no doubt no longer be an issue for the heart, and mind will perk up and rush with enthusiasm towards their cherished dream. However, if at the present time you do not feel able to take action and conquer new heights, there is no point in trying to determine your goal. In this case, it is very probable that the pendulums will exploit your weakness and force their goals upon you. In order to find your own goal, you have to have a certain level of freedom above all from obligations to others and yourself. And to be successful, you have to be able to free yourself from one final weight. You have to allow yourself not to have a personal goal for the time being. The search requires a certain amount of free energy, and so achieving it should be your first priority. There are 3 methods you can use to increase your energy levels. 1. Free up resources. 2. Exercise your energy channels. And 3. Widen your meridians. When you free up resources, you get a tangible influx of strength. Whereas previously you gave away energy to pendulums related, for example, to alcohol or tobacco, this energy now will be at your disposal. Previously, you spent energy on stress and anxiety. Now this energy can be transformed into the resolve to act. Previously, you spent energy on doubt and hesitation, tortured by the question of whether what you were doing was right or not. Now you decide what right means for you. Previously, energy went on worry and obligations related to a sense of guilt. Now this energy is free. Previously, you were tormented by the need to confirm your significance. Now you allow yourself to live according to your own beliefs, and you feel more at ease. Your previous outgoings have been transformed into income, into the energy of intention, which will help you to create your own reality. Earlier in Transurfing, we talked about the fact that the energy of intention can be improved with exercise. Just as physical exercise develops the muscles, achieving new goals increases your energy levels. However, when the main peaks are taken and life takes on a calm flow, the energy of intention atrophies. This fall in energy level can be compensated for by doing energy exercises. As you may recall, the principle lies in focusing the attention on the rising and descending currents while doing any physical exercise. If to this exercise you add visualizing the process, in which you play a slide in your mind's eye, in which you see the reserve of the energy of intention increasing with every day, the exercises will be even more effective. Once induced, the energy of intention will increase of its own accord. If you have exercised your energy levels intensely on one day, you can expect there to be consequences on the next. Do you think you will already have more energy? If only that were the case. On the contrary, you'll be broken. If you restart physical exercise after a long break from training, all your muscles ache the following day. It is the same when you exercise the energy of intention, except that the next day it is not pain that you feel, but tiredness and a feeling of being downcast. This is nothing to worry about. It will soon pass and things will return to normal again. The important thing is to take a methodical approach. Tell yourself every day, my intention energy increases with every passing day. After a few sessions, you will feel such a boost that you literally want to jump up and down and fly. Finally, the most direct route to increasing your energy levels is to cleanse the body and shift to a diet of natural foods that have not been treated with heat. Why? This is a separate and far from superficial theme, and we will come to it later, but for the time being, for the sake of brevity, I will introduce the following analogy. Energy flows through the body like water flows through a pipe. When the body is cleansed, it is like when a pipe is clean and the water pressure is strong. It is quite natural and straightforward to cleanse the body and maintain it in that condition. You can also take another approach. You can clean the pipe with the aid of a high-pressured water source. This approach requires the practice of meditation. This approach is long and complex, and so I suggest the simplest and most direct approach, which involves physiological cleansing. High energy levels bring a person to a state that is called inspiration. When you are inspired, you are capable of generating ideas, coming up with innovative solutions, and creating masterpieces. A muse like a moth is always drawn towards the light. Skepticism and apathy are evidence of low energy levels. When you experience a deficit of energy, you always look pessimistically at the world, and this will instantly be streamed into physical reality. When you have high levels of vitality, you transmit into the mirror of the world the image of a successful person, and then success comes towards you without you having to chase it. There is one more thing to add about inspiration. You may have noticed that inspiration sometimes behaves strangely. Sometimes there are peak moments when the impossible seems possible. But for some reason, the enthusiasm quickly fades and is replaced with pragmatism. The fire of optimism burns out quickly, and the former gloom of the gray world reigns, in which ideas about to take flight begin once again to appear hopeless. What is the point of inspiration if all it does is build castles in the sky? The answer is that what we have just described is not so much inspiration as euphoria. This condition is experienced when there is a sharp shift from low energy levels to high energy levels. Such a shift happens when strong stimulants are used, or simply when some unusual piece of information excites the imagination. An anomalous burst of energy opens the conscious mind to sectors of the alternative space that lie at a great distance from those that are currently realized materially. Theoretically, these alternatives can also become realized, except that they are situated further from the stream of the alternatives flow, and so their physical materialization requires greater energy expenditure. It is for the same reason that ideas that seem brilliant in a dream fade upon waking. In dreaming, the soul mostly flies into areas of the field that have very little in common with physical reality. Genuinely real ideas are only born of the stable energy of intention. Equally, they lie relatively close to the alternatives flow. In order for the conscious mind to go beyond the limits of the material world and touch on these ideas, one either has to be endowed with a special gift or have consistently high energy levels. Hence, one can easily compensate for a lack of talent in this area. The benefit of the energy of intention is not limited to providing a person with high levels of vitality, which enable them to act effectively in the material world. What is much more interesting than this is that the higher your energy levels are, the faster your desires are manifest in physical reality. When the energy of the cosmos passes through the human body, it is programmed by their thoughts and acquires ordered form. It is in exactly this way a radio transmitter transforms electricity into a signal carrying specific information. Once it has received an informational structure, a person's energy can illuminate the corresponding sector in the alternatives space. As a result, the metaphysical potential reality is made manifest on the physical side of the dual mirror, and the thought is realized materially. Obviously, the greater the power of the emission, the more effective the process of materialization. As you know from previous chapters, the realization of a thought does not take place instantaneously. Otherwise, our life would be like a computer game in a world of total chaos. In order to form a reflection, it is essential that there be a sharp image born in the unity of heart and mind, or a relatively lengthy period of deliberately concentrating one's attention. Perhaps one day someone will invent a materializer for the alternative space, if of course God allows it. After all, artificial intelligence is still unattainable to us, and so it should be, for who knows how it would all end if it were not. The most important thing here is that we are capable of transforming our dreams into reality. Having high energy levels does not necessarily mean using force. In order to effectively create the layer of your world, you have to feel a sense of oneness with it and even identify yourself with it. You have to take a fresh look at your surrounding reality. I am master of my reality, just as I am master of my body. You have to enter into the same time patterns as reality and not expect instant change. You need to be calm, patient, and focused on your goals. It is easy for you to control your body, for that is something that you see as a matter of course. However, some people lose this capacity as a result of certain illnesses. The body may make controlled movements or enter into a paralyzed state, becoming deaf to intention. When we are embarrassed, it is also difficult for us to have total control over our bodies. For example, the hands of a person who is inhibited and shy often make uncontrolled movements. In this state, there is no unity of heart and mind. The relationship between a person and the layer of their world is much more difficult. People feel isolated from their surrounding reality. They feel as if the layer is somewhere outside of them, as if it too makes uncontrolled movements and the person can do nothing about it. Once a person begins to feel a sense of oneness with their world, they acquire the ability to control it, just as they control their body. This ability has totally atrophied, but it can be restored. To do so, you have to constantly pay attention to the circumstances that surround you. Feel yourself to be part of this world, to be in context with it, and look for what connects you to it. In other words, to be a separate particle of the world at the same time as dissolved within it. I will not try and hide it. This is not an easy task. It is not something that can be taught. A person can only acquire a sense of oneness with the world by means of their everyday experience of life. And this path may turn out to be as long as life itself. So for those who do not find the idea of the painstaking practice of spiritual perfection attractive, there are simple, accessible instructions. The thing is that you do not always get what you want immediately. But whatever happens, you get that which you have focused your intention on. For example, if you need to increase your muscle mass, your attention should be focused on a slide which depicts your muscles growing. If you need to lose some weight, all your thoughts should be about how your body is becoming leaner. If your goal is to increase your levels of the energy of intention, then you must focus on your energy channels and energy body. And finally, if your intention is not directed toward anything, you will not get anything. Doing exercise without a specific purpose is a waste of time and effort. When your attention is focused not on the goal but on the effort, physiological energy is expanded, but that is all. For effort is a path to one goal, a means to an end. You will find yourself constantly on the path because the mirror simply reflects the content of the image. Children are overflowing with energy, but this energy is uncontrollable and is usually uselessly scattered into the atmosphere. In the same way, if a person develops their vitality to a high level but fails to give it a specific direction, the energy will be equally as useless. A simple lamp can only light up the area immediately surrounding it, whereas a narrowly focused laser beam will shine on a point many kilometers away. Therefore, if you want your energy to work for you, it is essential that you focus on the specific direction of the goal. Purposefulness directs the energy of intention in a strictly determined direction. Concentration is essential, and concentration means focus, not tension. The thought mixer works automatically. Ideas are born and fade uncontrollably. Thoughts jump from one theme to another. The mind will restlessly swing its legs like a little child. In order to control reality, you have to strive to keep your thoughts under control. It might feel a little awkward at first, but with time, it becomes a habit. In order to develop this as a habit, it is sufficient to follow one simple rule. Teach yourself to think about the thing you are doing in the moment. Do not do anything just for the hell of it, swimming in an amorphous juice of uncontrollable thoughts. Proclaim a declaration of intention. This does not mean that you always have to be on your toes. You can let your mind drift as much as you want, but make it intentional. By principle, if my mind wanders, it is only because I allow it to do so. In this way, you can deliberately return to a state of concentration when it is required. Essentially, the point is to make the image in your thoughts mostly contain the picture you would like to see reflected in the dual mirror. It is not necessary to remain in an ideal state of organic unity of heart and mind all the time to achieve your goal. It is enough to systematically focus your attention on the target slide. By controlling your train of thought, you subject reality to your will. It does not matter that your thoughts keep going out of control. The important thing is to acquire the habit of returning them to the stream of the target slide. When you have the habit of returning your thoughts again and again to the goal, the slide becomes a constant companion, and its image will always be in the background in the context of all that happens to you. Have no doubt, the image will be formed and the mirror of the world will inevitably reflect it into reality. Every individual has their own layer of the world. You could say that the reflective surface of the dual mirror is many-layered. Every living being has a mirror plate and at their disposal from the moment they're born. The individual's thoughts and intentions construct an image which is reflected as a separate reality. The entirety of all these realities are arranged in layers, creating what we observe as physical reality. In the case of man, the layer is his habitat, i.e., everything that surrounds him. Individual reality is created in two ways, physical and metaphysical. In other words, the individual creates the layer of his world by thought and action. It is difficult to judge which of these two aspects influences reality more. It is probable that thought forms play the leading role because they create a significant portion of the material problems a person spends a great deal of their time battling with. As you will now understand, transurfing deals exclusively with the metaphysical aspect of reality. Every individual lives in a specific environment in which they are surrounded by a multitude of people and material objects. So how does one delineate a separate sphere of existence within this motley environment? It is very simple. If you out the material aspect of the environment to one side for a moment, you are left with an essential quality that interests us above all. How are things going? Well or badly? A person's surroundings may be abundant or poor, friendly or aggressive, comfortable or less so, but this is not important. What does have the meaning is the extent to which that person is happy in these conditions. whether they receive what they strive for, and whether circumstances seem to unfold fortuitously or not. This quality of the layer, its hue, has the deciding influence on everything that happens in material reality. A layer can have light and dim hues. It all depends on how a person organizes their forms of thought. The more negative their thinking, the gloomier their particular reality will be. The worse things go, the more resentment builds up, which, due to the feedback chain, causes the layer to darken even more. From this, we conclude that your individual reality must be kept clean, just like the body. All negative thoughts must be decisively and sharply driven out, so that they do not have time to ruin your world. Away with them! It is just the same as having to take the rubbish out or do the cleaning. You have to get rid of old junk, otherwise, however hard you try, things will always go badly. However, there is a certain kind of junk that is not easy to eliminate from your world. This junk is feelings of guilt, inferiority complexes, doubt, stress, fear, dissatisfaction, hostility, and negative expectations. These are like our aches and pains that we would only be too glad to be rid of, but we do not know how. So you have to treat them. A remedy is available. Imagine this scene. A person in their world set off in a magic bus to a place where dreams are transformed into reality. So, my dear, here we are then, off to go get you a toy. That is a great world. The happy journey seems most promising. Everything is going brilliantly. What else could you ask for? Yet the anxious mind is not used to it. The mind is always glancing to one side, hoping to spot a problem. It is not possible for everything to be okay. Hey! Stop the bus. Over there, the righteous that judge me. We should give them a lift so that I can make amends. No, my sweet, that is nonsense. Please, we must. Otherwise I will not have any peace. The bus stops and a group of dubious-looking types climb aboard and start complaining and making demands. We are your judges, they say. Nothing can be done about them, and so the bus rides onwards. Overall, the situation is not too bad, but the person keeps fidgeting. Look, he tells the world, look at those lovely people. Let us take them with us. They will set a good example for us. I asked you, what would we want of extra passengers? The world makes weak attempts to protest, but is forced to agree, and the bus is filled with haughty individuals who make it quite plain in their manner that everyone else is below them. We are your ideal. Along the way, fear, stress, doubt, and negative expectations are all hitching a ride, and of course, the person tries to rationalize the situation wisely. Perhaps these are wise travelers who will give us direction and save us from getting lost. As you wish, my dear. The world agrees and welcomes the clamoring public aboard. We are your common sense, they claim, and continue with their common sense moaning to turn the journey into hell. In addition to everything else, the road is blocked by displeasure, blame, and aversion. The person really does not want to meet with them, but the world is so accustomed to taking with it everything the mind gives attention to. We are your nightmare, scream the unsavory types as they burst through the doors. By now, the person would only be too pleased to get rid of his annoying companions, but it's too late. The bus is overloaded and can drive no further. The manipulators, cardboard idols, hysterics, advisors, and other vermin have ruined everything. But who is to blame? Why did they have to come along in the first place? The most destructive type of all this junk is the feeling of guilt, whether the individual is conscious of the feeling or not. If you have noticed that the world punishes you and behaves as if it is mocking you or trying to undermine you, then you have all the symptoms of the disease. Drive the infection out. Give it a good kick. The feeling of guilt is an unwanted and cocky guest who sinks into your armchair, puts their feet up, and starts to dictate their conditions. You are quite capable of throwing them out if you are conscious of the fact that this is within your power. Even if you are genuinely guilty of something, you have the right only to have to ask for forgiveness once. The feeling of guilt generates punishment in the most varied form, from tiny inconveniences to huge problems. You might just cut your finger, or you might end up in some kind of accident. Outer intention will undoubtedly include some kind of punishment in the script. This is how the template worldview works. A misdeed is followed by retribution, and the heart and mind are quite unanimous. In addition, the feeling of guilt puts serious strain on polarization. As a result, Balanced forces bring all kinds of misfortune onto the head of the one who has recanted. The worst of these misfortunes is the manipulator, who will stick to you like a persistent fly. Manipulators have made a fine art of inducing a feeling of guilt in their clients. If a person has a tendency to absorb guilt and take it readily upon themselves, the manipulator will do everything it can to dump even more guilt on them. Guilt complexes are seated within us as early as childhood. Adults often use forbidden methods to force their charges to obey them. If a child spends a long time in the care of a typical manipulator, a kind of microchip is firmly inserted into their vulnerable psyche in the form of an unconscious feeling of duty and obligation to make amends for some misdeed. Having been successfully programmed, the child is forced to bear a heavy cross and is a puppet in the hands of the manipulators all the time that the microchip remains in their subconscious. So how can it be removed? You cannot suppress guilt, neither can it be got rid of just like that, because it is too deeply instilled. The heart and mind have lived like this for a very long time, eternally obliged to someone. Only a concrete course of action can draw a person out of this condition. Specifically, they have to stop justifying themselves. This is a case where treating the illness eliminates the cause. You do not have to try and convince yourself that you do not owe anyone anything. Simply be mindful of your actions. This requires awareness. If previously you had the habit of apologizing for the slightest reason, now try to adopt a different habit. Only explain your actions when it is absolutely necessary. There really is no need to tell yourself that you are not beholden. It is okay for the feeling of guilt to be inside you, but do not reveal it externally. Once the manipulators realize that they will not get the same output from you anymore, they will leave you alone. Meanwhile, the heart and mind will gradually get used to the new feeling. You do not justify yourself, which means that must be right, and consequently, your guilt simply does not exist anymore. As a result, there will be fewer and fewer reasons for your atonement. So, thanks to the feedback chain, external form tidies up inner content. The feeling of guilt disappears, and with it, various associated problems. The inferiority complex is another illness from which practically everyone suffers to some degree. This baggage makes a person feel unworthy and incapable, and this is then reflected in a physical reality. Earlier on in the Transurfing materials, we talked in detail about inner importance and the various kinds of problems that arise when a person actively strives to elevate their significance as a result of feeling flawed in some way. The paradox lies in the fact that a law applies here which is very similar to the principle of uncertainty in quantum physics. Importance decreases equal to the extent that it is emphasized. The opposite is also true. A person who has no concern for their significance has it automatically. The attempt to strengthen your position and emphasize your positive qualities is an illusion and a chase after the reflection around the mirror circle. But how do you prove to yourself that you are special and have no need to prove it? There is one more feedback chain by which the cause eliminates the effect. You have to consciously redirect your intention. Rather than trying to prove yourself or show off, you have to give up all attempts to increase your own significance. When a person manages to stop, and we all know that practically everyone in some way does this, the people around you intuitively sense that your significance does not need to be confirmed. And as this is so, people are more drawn to you and begin treating you with more respect. As a result, the heart and mind are gradually penetrated with the conviction that I am in fact worth something. There comes a moment when the mirror circle grinds to a halt, turns in the opposite direction, and starts moving toward you. Self-esteem improves, and it is as if there was never an inferiority complex at all. Doubts, stress, and fear also substantially ruin the picture of a person's individual world. Do not forget that once these thoughts have been reflected in the mirror, something will enter the layer of their world that is really worth fearing. But the greatest damage caused by anxiety is suffered by the goals one has set, because as you may recall from the previous chapter, anxiety transforms desire into longing. The stronger desire flames like the fear before defeat. The more intense outer importance will be, and the fewer the chances of success. Abandon any form of waiting that feels like longing. Otherwise, you will not get anywhere. Intention is essential to the achievement of your goals, and intention is free of doubt and emerges when simple wanting transitions to doing. In order to dull the itch of impatience, you need to have a safety net, a backup plan in case of failure, as well as accept the idea of defeat on the outset. The question might arise as to how you can accept defeat beforehand if you are tormented by a desperate thirst to have what is yours. But you will see that when things do not work out, despair, or perhaps anger will make you wave your hand at the result you had expected. Despair can also help you eliminate inner importance, i.e., painful feelings of self-importance. If something is not working out for you and hits your ambitions hard, the feeling of hopefulness will make you give it up and ditch your self-importance like a dead weight. You will immediately feel better, freer, and lighter. Things will pick up at once. Doubts in the successful completion of a project usually arise when the mind tries to work out the path and means to achieving the goal. In Transurfing Reality, we have talked a lot about why there is no point in thinking about these things. You cannot know exactly how things will work out for the best. Your task is to concentrate your attention on the goal, as if it had already been achieved, and then outer intention will open the right doors at the right time. Now that you know the rules relating to the use of the dual mirror, you have nothing to worry about. The mirror principles constitute the most effective remedy for doubt and fear. Firstly, direct your intention towards maintaining the amalgam. My world takes care of me. Secondly, you must follow the last three of the mirror principles very precisely. For example, you are planning to go to university and want to pass the selection procedure successfully. Prior to the examination, you say to yourself, if I do fail the exam, maybe that would be the best thing for me. Then you will be able to go into the exam feeling cheerful and relaxed. This is called accepting the possibility of failure and moving with the alternatives flow. You are doing what is required of you at the same time as being indifferent to the end result, or rather, being prepared to think of any outcome as successful. There is no point in pretending you do not want to achieve the goal. Self-deception does not work. You have to not think about how the goal will be reached and not get caught up in the script. Your task is to do the work of visualizing the slide and placing one foot in front of the other in the direction of your goal. The mind's control should be focused on following the mirror principles and not on the script. What is the point in worrying if success awaits you in any case? It is for you to decide how you determine your relationship to the outcome, positively or negatively. We are all accustomed to relating to our setbacks negatively, which is why we are all forced to submit to the rules of the game in which success is difficult to achieve by default. Instead, when you take an inappropriate step, name your failure a success. Then you will stand out from the crowd and your victory will be secured. The feedback chain works here just as it does in the case of feelings of guilt and self-importance. By switching your attention from the mirror to the image and ceasing the chase after the reflection, you stop the mirror circle. Then you do not have to believe in success or persuade yourself of anything. All that is needed is to refocus your intention on the observation of the mirror principles. Once their effect begins to kick in, you will notice that reality is changing substantially. Your mind is convinced that the mirror really does work. Then you finally understand that the road to success is entirely different to how you had previously imagined. As a result, the heart and mind are calmed. Fear and doubt disappear, and the mirror circle comes towards you. The rest of the junk that has to be cleared from your world includes condemnation, dissatisfaction, aversion, and negative expectations. As far as the first is concerned, you have to be clear about the fact that any form of criticism, even if it is justified, is extremely disadvantageous. Criticism is an extremely thankless task. In their attempt to restore balance between good and bad, balanced forces will do everything in their power to make sure that the accuser be the one to sit in the dock. There will never be a shortage of cause or reason. It is advisable to make any form of criticism on your part taboo. As far as all other negative responses are concerned, there is just one thing to say. By playing in the performance, my world does not suit me and I do not like my life, you shape and maintain specifically that kind of reality. Remind yourself again and again that you are standing in front of a mirror and that the amalgam and final three mirror principles can transform the layer of your world into a cozy little corner. Aside from this, there is nothing more to be said. Finally, if you feel bad at the moment, so bad that you have no strength to follow some set of principles, what should you start with? How can you straighten things out and get your reality back on track? Sometimes life does become unbearable. It is like when an alcoholic sobers up and discovers that their life is bleak and harsh. We will take as a typical example how gloomy morning arrives after a great party the night before and you have to drag yourself to work. There are all sorts of problems after work parties. The fact that people find it difficult to get back into the rhythm of work is obvious, but strangely, a similar thing happens to technical equipment too. Statistics show that more cars, computers, and other appliances break down on a Monday than any other day in the week. So what is happening to reality? This aspect of reality is created by people when their layers lie on top of one another. During the hangover period, people have to pay back the pendulum the interest on the loan. When there is a deficit of free energy, the thought form contains a large portion of negativity. This creates a collective tension at the workplace and nothing comes together. The mirror responds accordingly and reality is warped. If at home, electrical appliances may get out of sync, but it is not so tangible. But in companies, the combined warp effect leads to more noticeable consequences. Accidents happen, machinery breaks down, and complex and particularly precise technology works irregularly. The thing is that if a person is suffering from depression or is in an altered state of awareness, the layer of their world is drawn into muddy areas of the alternative space. Reality appears to be veiled in a haze. Everything about the surrounding environment remains in place. The conditions are the same as they were previously. The weather may even be fine, and yet something oppressive hangs in the air. If you have not paid attention to the hues of reality on days like this before, observe them in the future. You will feel as if the material world is staring at you with cold hostility. The quality of its layer has changed. Everything is going badly today. This quality is the cloudy haze, and it has a very tangible impact on everything, including technical equipment. The onset of a bad patch in life comes either with physical ailments brought by a deficit of free energy or from negative emotions that are experienced when our expectations are not fulfilled. To avoid letting cloudy areas into your reality, it is essential that you increase your energy levels. When your vitality reaches the necessary level, you no longer feel irritated. You must also do everything mentioned above about keeping the layer of your world clean. But for now, if you are depressed, you have to first straighten out your reality and lead the layer of your world out of the cloudy haze into a clear area of the alternative space. How is this done? There is one recipe for this, and like all things of genius, it is very simple. What do you do when a child is crying? How do you comfort it? Words do not have any effect. You will have to walk with it, show some care and attention. When you feel down, it is the child in you crying. Take care of it. Despite the fact that many of you appear to be serious, respectable, imposing, or cool, we are essentially the child. Push yourself on the merry-go-round, meaning do a little of what you like doing most. Take some special time out to relax without thinking about problems that distress you. My world and I are going for a walk. It will be time well spent because it is essential to clean your layer out. Much depends on this. Buy your favorite treat. Eat, my love. Get better. Devote the entire day to yourself and to your pleasures. Look after yourself and put yourself carefully to bed. Go to sleep now, my dear. Your world will take care of everything. There you have it. The next day, if you are diligent and observe the mirror principles, you will feel that the reality that surrounds you has begun to acquire warmer, softer hues. Your layer is coming out of the haze. If you are observant, you will be amazed at how real it all is. The material world that previously seemed stationary will begin to literally transform before your very eyes. The oppressive atmosphere will lighten, stopped clocks will start ticking again, and people will be more drawn toward you. The way the gigantic dual mirror works is simply stunning. Reality moves unnoticeably in the alternative space like the minute hand on a watch. But that does not mean it is not moving. That is how you can decorate your reality. But that is not all. Would you like to do a full-blown renovation? Think back to what it was like in your childhood. All of the colors were bright and vivid, and life was wonderful and full of promise. You were happy, Happy because the layer of your world, like your body, was fresh and clean. The world took care of you. True, you might not have valued it immensely, but you did not have any particular complaints either. With time, complaints and negativity in the image of your thoughts increase. As a result, the hues in your layer fade and life enters into a period where people start to say, "Those were the days." This effect is described in the early materials of transurfing as the generation shift. Time flies by. The past feels as if it were only yesterday, and yet it was all such a long time ago. Age tenaciously and inevitably takes its toll. Hopes fade and the world begins to deteriorate. Surely the party is not coming to an end already. No, there is still time to bring it all back. The former colors, the newness of feeling, and the delights of hope. If you adhere to the mirror principles, you will encounter an amazing phenomenon. The former freshness of the layer of your world will be restored. When you manage to straighten out the generation shift for yourself, then you will feel fully what it really means to control your own reality. Correcting the mirror. Throughout history, man has created all kinds of models for controlled reality, from rock art to complex instruments and mechanisms. All these models share one feature in common. They are all subject to the inner intention of man. Being a product of pure reason, inner intention acts in a linear fashion according to the principle of, where I make a turn is where I will go. Man can only willfully control the parts of reality he has made an attribute of the game. For example, you can control part of a river as a way of generating energy, but as a whole, the river will remain an independent component of uncontrolled reality. You can make a donkey move with inner intention by applying force, but it is impossible to make a donkey do anything it does not want to do. Independent reality is subject only to outer intention, which is born of the unity of heart and mind. A person has two means of controlling reality. The first is to make attributes of objects in the surrounding world. These objects are then subject to inner intention. The second means is to work with outer intention and live in harmony with nature. These means represent two fundamentally opposed paths for the development of human civilization. Contemporary society is developing along the lines of the first and least effective model. It is a path that will prove disastrous for the planet and mankind. Man can never totally tame nature, and so we find ourselves in constant battle with the natural environment. One day we are polluting the environment, the next day we are trying to conserve it. In short, everything is done according to the same principle. Transform everything into an attribute in order to subject it to the will of inner intention. Untamed reality exists independently and acts like a mirror in that it reflects the human relationship to physical reality. But this is no ordinary mirror. Let us suppose that a person wants the reflection in the mirror to turn to the right. Acting within the limits of inner intention, the person tries to turn the reflection itself. Excess potential is created as a result, and balanced forces turn the reflection in the opposite direction. The world does not respond because the mirror has become distorted. The mirror of the world is distorted by the phenomena of polarization. As you may recall, polarization takes place for two reasons. The first is a dependent relationship based on comparison, juxtaposition, or stipulated conditions. For example, I am good, so you must be bad. Or, you will be good if you acknowledge my superiority. The second reason for polarization to take place can be defined as turning the screws. When a person tries to put pressure on the reflection with inner intention, nothing happens. This makes the person think that they need to apply even more pressure, and so with brute force they continue to push for what they want. Balanced forces eliminate polarization through the collision of opposites. Consequently, the result turns out to be the exact opposite of the person's inner intention. The mirror can be straightened out if polarization is eliminated. This is quite simple, just like straightening a bicycle wheel. The wheel bends in areas where the spokes are too tight. If the world would not obey and seems to act as if to spite you, it is essential to determine what has caused polarization to occur and then to relax the corresponding potential. The indigo children will help us understand these processes as they are extremely sensitive to excess potential. The indigo child is characteristically independent and intuitive with a strong sense of their own individuality and high levels of awareness. These qualities develop as a reaction to the attempts of others to force them to conform and fit into rigid social structures. Every cell within the greater structure, including the family unit, strives to control children's behavior, making it as orderly as possible. To some extent, this is necessary, but not to the extent a child is made into an attribute of a game in which the main rule is, you will do what I tell you to. Obviously, this primitive type of approach can only create polarization, and it makes children uncontrollable like leaves swept up by the winds of balanced forces. The adults who are foolish and dissatisfied usually do whatever is within their power to turn the screws of discipline. In response, the children either become even more wild or become broken in spirit, allowing themselves to be transformed into attributes or elements of the structure for whom everything in life is correct but not okay. Naturally, no parent would want their child to become a social outcast, yet the fate of the common screw is not to be envied either. Many adults will confess that in their life they did everything right, but nothing good came of it, or did many things wrong and nothing was right. Every parent wants these things to be different for their own children, and so in their efforts they ever more strongly cause polarization, unyielding in their ignorance of what they are actually creating. All inner intention of any tutor ignoramus can be reduced to one idiotic formula. I want the best for you with all my heart, with all my ill-conceived might, and so you will do what I tell you to. Any problems associated with the upbringing of a child can be resolved by abandoning short-sighted inner intention and contemplating what might have caused the mirror to be warped. Firstly, one has to determine where the opposite poles of polarization are manifest. If the spokes on one side of the wheel are too tight, then they should be released a little on the other. The striving of the indigo child to independence and refusal to accept discipline can be seen as the loose spokes. What is making the spokes on the other side too tight? The tension comes from the pressure placed on indigo children to submit to the will of the adults around them. It turns out that orderliness can give rise to huge chaos. What happens if you keep turning the screws? The spokes elsewhere will become even looser and eventually something will break. Obviously, in order to reduce the effect of polarization, the over-tightened spokes have to be loosened. How? Orderliness needs to be mixed with a dose of reasonable disorder. There are many ways of doing this. You can jump on the bed, thwack each other with pillows, howl or make strange sounds, push and shove, crawl around on all fours, or think of other ways of getting up to mischief. You could also lie in wait for someone in the family and jump on them. At the table, it helps to smear jam on each other if there are no cakes on hand. Or in the summer, if you are playing near water and find a muddy puddle, then that is a treasure, and you know what has to be done. Generally speaking, the more this kind of sensible foolishness, the more obedient the child will be. The reason behind the paradox should be clear to you by now. Orderliness can equally as successfully be broken with British humor, in which seriousness is taken to the absurd. Cheerfulness, like boredom, is a reflection of the state of the soul. We have already mentioned that boredom of itself does not exist, but just an eternal need to control reality. This need represents an inherent quality of the soul. Why does the soul need to have fun? Probably because when you are having fun, you feel good. Why do you feel good? Because humor and cheerfulness reduce importance. It is impossible to shape reality when excess potential is present that blocks the energy of intention and warps the mirror of the world. If you make someone bend over backwards and tie them up, will not their body feel discomfort? The soul feels exactly the same kind of discomfort when it is held squeezed in a vice of excess potential, which is always there to some extent. The restless mind is always twisting the arm of the soul. When fun reduces tension, the soul is set free. That is why it is good when we are cheerful. We experience a feeling of inner comfort which is just as real as any physical sensation. In principle, the mirror can be corrected without the use of humor. If you are not inclined to fun and mischievous tricks by nature, you can simply contemplate on where you can relax the wheel a little. Any form of inevitable coercion should be diluted with freedom of choice. For example, do you want to wash the dishes or pop to the shops? Even discipline can be transformed into a free display of will if it is based on conscious necessity. When an adult dictates by the rule, "You can't," and do not answer back, backing it up with the argument, because then they are not an adult at all, but a fool endowed with power. Would not it be better to discuss things as equals and model the situation according to the principle of what will happen if? Coercion distorts the mirror and so generates the opposite result. To reduce the effect of polarization, you have to reconsider your stance and shift from a demonstration of power to an attempt to win respect, and replace authoritarianism with trusting relationships. Instead of using coercion, it is better that a child desire to do whatever is being required of them. The necessary approach here is to think of a way of turning what is a burdensome duty for the child into something that increases their importance. Affirmation and consolidation of personal significance is a fundamental motivating factor for all people, but children especially. The most appropriate method of interacting with children is described in the principles of frailing set out earlier in Transurfing Reality. Intuition is another quality that should be developed as a priority. In indigo children, the right hemisphere of the brain dominates. The education system, however, utilizes the left hemisphere approach, the goal of which is far from developing skills and abilities. The system forces children to learn the content of the lessons and then regularly report it back. In this approach, it is predominantly the left hemisphere of the brain that works, although the state is a passive one. The desire to fill up the mind with information generates an unambiguous response. I do not want to. Knowledge acquired in this way is useless. It is simply held by the memory in passive form like goods stored in a warehouse, and very quickly loses its worth and is forgotten. The established state of the education system could be easily corrected. All it would require is to focus the student's intention differently. First, the very roots of the teaching methodology would have to be changed from learning by heart to learning in practice. The brain would then work as it is supposed to, in its capacity as creator rather than storage warehouse. Secondly, the objective of teaching would have to be changed from reporting to teaching others. Yes, exactly. There are special schools set up in which the children literally teach each other. That is, they alternately play the role of teacher and student. Children that attend schools of this kind brilliantly assimilate complex curriculums in record time, and it is all down to the fact that intention has been set to be active. Schools such as these are very few and far between, also difficult to get into. You would think this innovative method could be implemented across the board since it has been proven to be 100% effective. But no, not for anything. The reason for this is that it is not in the interests of the structure. The structure does not need talent, great individuals, or eccentric personalities. What it needs are reliably functioning components. That is why everything is fine and the education system is perfection itself. The system produces serviceable components and does so in the manner demanded by the structure, the world of pendulums. Yet, as we know, trees also grow on rocks, and a genius will sometimes grow from the vice of common order. If you do not want your child to become an outstanding exception, pressure them in the spirit of all the canons of the system. But if you genuinely desire your children the best when you are interacting with them, constantly observe the level of polarization taking place that warps the mirror and makes the child uncontrollable. The indigo children, now the majority of the younger generation, display many wonderful qualities, the most important of which is individuality. In the world of pendulums, it is very difficult for children to preserve this quality. For this reason, it is extremely important to always bear in mind the main rule of transurfing. Be yourself and allow others to be themselves. The spokes should not be loosened too much either. All things in good measure. So where is the golden mean to be found? It is a matter of observing, figuring things out, and applying the principle of correcting the mirror rather than blindly following your typical approach. It is within your power to assist children in becoming outstanding personalities. They will be capable of working out for themselves how to fit into the structure. The reality maker. Up until now, we have talked about how to transform your life into a conscious dream and the layer of your world into a cozy corner. The mirror principles have a tangible and yet a subtle impact on reality. Now you will be introduced to more powerful approaches. The target slide is the central instrument of transurfing. visualizing a picture in which the goal has already been achieved. I will not repeat here all the ideas that were described in detail earlier in the book. I will just remind you of a few key elements. The slide should not be seen as an external moving picture. You have to be inside of the events of your imagination. What you are doing, when the goal was achieved, what you are feeling, your immediate environment, and anything else that is happening. When you place yourself at the center of the slide, you can imagine yourself with everything you strive for. This is not a technique. There are no strict rules that must be followed. Practice the slide approach in your own way. This is just one principle to keep in mind. You are standing in front of the mirror of the world, and you are shaping an image in your thoughts of what you like to have streamed into physical reality. The target slide determines the vector of the alternative's flow. If you methodically turn the slide in your thoughts, the flow of events and circumstances you encounter will be aimed towards the goal. You do not need to have a precise plan or know how it might be realized. There is no need to think about the means. The right doors will open at the right time, concrete paths and opportunities, and you will sought them. You must not place strict conditions on how the goal should be reached. Your task is to concentrate on the final result. Aside from the target slide, there is also the visualization of the process, also described in the early chapters. Once you are on the path to your goal, have fathomed how it will be realized, and are doing everything necessary in the material world, the process can be accelerated through visualization. The principle here is the following. Everything is going extremely well, and today I am doing everything better than yesterday, and tomorrow will be better than today. You could say that this is like working with the oar in harmony with the alternative's flow. As long as you hold the target slide in your thoughts, you can be sure that circumstances are working towards achieving the goal, even if it does not seem that way. You can play the slide in your mind's eye as much and as often as you like, but make sure you do it for at least half an hour each day if you genuinely intend to achieve the goal. There are several methods that can consolidate the effect of visualization. The first is energy currents. The sector of the alternative space is materialized via energy which, passing through the human body, is programmed by thought and transformed into the energy of intention. The more powerful the transmission of energy, the more powerful the effect. The force can be increased by concentrating one's attention on the energy currents. This involves imagining that from the center of the body, somewhere in the area of the stomach or solar plexus, two opposite arrows exit to the length of about 1 meter. Mentally turn the arrows simultaneously so that the front arrow points upwards and the rear arrow points downwards. Turning the key in this way activates the descending and rising currents. Imagine, without putting too much effort into it, that they are flowing along the spine in two opposite directions and reach out one into the sky and one into the ground. Focusing your attention partly on the currents of energy, launch the slide and play it to your heart's content. This exercise is best practiced when you are on a walk, in a quiet place, or when few people are around. The next technique is called the frame. Think about what you would like to be doing when your goal is achieved and what would represent an integral part of the target slide. Its indispensable attribute. You might be sitting by a fireplace in a rocking chair, standing at the helm of your personal yacht, planting roses in your garden, or shaking hands with a business partner having sealed a successful deal. Imagine any characteristic fragment of the slide. Turn the picture in your thoughts several times. It should create a kind of integral impression, an instant mold of the slide, containing a flash image and an accompanying feeling. This is the frame. For the sake of convenience, you could give it a short heading. From time to time, turn it on in your memory for an instant as you would turn on a light. Do this whenever it naturally occurs to you to do so, again, without applying too much effort. The frame represents another thread that connects you with the target sector of the alternative space. The effectiveness of the frame can be embellished with the help of the so-called explosion wave. Shape a frame or simply a picture in your thoughts that you would like to translate into reality. Immediately follow it by imagining that a sphere is expanding outwards from your body in all directions, as if your energy field had suddenly exploded. The explosion wave can extend as far as you are able to imagine it. You can repeat this exercise several times until you're tired of it. So what is happening here? You create a mental image and send it out into the universe. You can be certain that your thought will not be lost without a trace. You just have to bear in mind that the mirror works with a delay. Another technique is the outer sphere. You may never have experienced your energy membrane or felt it expanding as it becomes subject to your imagination. This will be because your actions are motivated by inner intention. Now imagine a sphere surrounds you that does not belong to you. Imagine that the sphere draws you. You can feel that something outside of you is trying to stretch out your body. Somewhere within a radius of 5 to 7 meters lies an invisible front. If you try and stretch it or squash it slightly, it will show a springy resistance. Now you will have felt the sphere more clearly. This is the borderline that connects you to the outside world. What is inside the sphere is yours, and what is outside, the external, is not yours. At the same time, you could say that the sphere belongs to you to the extent that you can feel it pulling you. Intention has become redirected. The proactive essence now lies on the outside rather than inside of you. By way of analogy, if you try and control an object with the power of inner intention, such as by moving a pencil with your willpower, it will not work. Instead, try and imagine that the pencil draws you with invisible threads. It is by means of this connecting link that you can move the pencil. Likewise, if you try and rise up into the air, you will not take off and fly. Instead, imagine the opposite happening, as if the world itself is lifting you up into the air. You might have some success if you manage to transform inner intention into outer intention. The point is to try and go beyond the point where your will tries to make the world obey it, to allowing the world to do it itself. This is all quite complex, and yet, for our purposes, it does not have to be. It is enough to feel the presence of the outer membrane. Once you sense it, do not lose that feeling. Partly focus your attention on it, and then begin to play the target slide in your mind. The sphere will serve as a kind of antenna for the transmission of thought energy, and this will substantially strengthen the efficiency of the slide. Another technique is scenery reduction. Try and reduce all the thoughts that come into your mind to the common denominator of your goal. Ordinarily, even arbitrary thoughts arrange themselves in a logical order, each one connected to the last. Complete the logical chain with a fragment of your target slide. Just remind yourself from time to time what you were striving towards. Whatever you find yourself thinking about, whatever you are doing, return your attention to the goal. Make a background image of your slide. Every event, every chunk of information should be perceived within the general context set by that image. Then you will shape the layer of your world more effectively, and your intention will be manifest in reality. Your surrounding environment can also be brought into alignment with your expectations of the goal. You may be walking in the park and turning the target slide over in your mind, in which you are working in the garden in front of your house. Look at the trees and the grass through the prism of your slide. You will feel the scene transforming, acquiring new hues. You might have the feeling that in a virtual sense you are already in that garden. This effect arises as a result of the slide being projected over the scene. Your attention is partly focused on the sector of the alternatives space where your future garden exists, while your eyes perceive material reality of the present moment. What happens is a kind of transformation of current reality in the manner of the sector representing your goal. In these moments, the process which involves the materialization of your mental image acquires greater intensity. You may recall how you felt in your childhood when things were relaxed and comfortable and the world took care of you. You were not conscious of it then. Things were just okay, and that was that. Yet, with time, you became increasingly demanding and likely to express your dissatisfaction, and this caused the world to lose interest in you. What do you associate with this feeling of calm and coziness you experienced as a child? You can make this association your key to scenery reduction, around which you feel safe and secure. From time to time, recall that carefree, happy setting, and your world will again gradually become friendly and comfortable. The final technique, one especially for the lazy, is the goal amalgam. The most important condition for visualization to be successful is that you do not force yourself to practice it. If you find yourself putting pressure on yourself to turn the target slide in your mind because you are not getting any enjoyment out of it, you will generate excess potential. Balanced forces will reduce your work to nil as a result. It is better in this case to abandon the burdensome task and pass it off onto the shoulders of your world. Ask your world to carry you. Let your world take care of realizing your choice. Tell yourself, although the how may be unbeknownst to me, everything will work its way through. In declaring this intention, you program your world to let events spontaneously unfold in such a way that they will bring you ever closer to your goal. As a result, you let go your grip and allow outer intention to realize the goal. Now you can relax and give yourself permission to simply enjoy the target slide. You are no longer obliged to work on it. The world's doing that for you. While relaxing in the world's embrace, do not forget to remind the world from time to time what you expect to receive from it. And of course, do not float in the clouds. Carry out whatever is required of you on the physical plane for the goal to be achieved. Whatever technique you use, always remember that you are not expressing a wish. You are expressing a firm intention and see the goals as an inevitable finale. If you cannot bring yourself to say, I have, at the very least say, I plan to have. In order to genuinely intend to receive your order, you must make concrete action that will confirm the seriousness of your intention. For example, if you want to get up in the morning at a certain time, you might risk oversleeping. But if you set your alarm clock, you are likely to wake up a few minutes before it goes off. The point is to give focus to your intention. This is what you are doing every time you touch wood or throw salt over your left shoulder. Any folk custom that presupposes carrying out some kind of ritual will be based on this principle. For example, in ancient times, in order to hold on to the timid bird of happiness, people used clover to help them. In a moment of good fortune, a person would hold an object decorated with clover leaf, and in a moment of danger, the same. The triple-leafed clover was also considered a means of protection from evil forces. The point here is not that a certain object is endowed with exceptional qualities which enable it to serve as a talisman. The magical power of any given object lies in one's relationship to it. When a person is filled with a belief that a talisman or ritual is capable of producing some kind of magic effect, they will be giving focus to their intention. You can make up similar kinds of hooks on which you can comfortably hang your intention. This approach, however, is, as they say, an acquired taste. You do not necessarily have to make up magic rituals, but you do need to take concrete steps that demonstrate that you're serious. For example, if you want to have your own house, act as if you are about to move in any day. Look through the advertisements and catalogs, choose furniture and household equipment in the shops. Right now, investigate everything associated with moving in. Giving focus to your intention is a very powerful thing. The fact that there is a wide variety of techniques that can be used to strengthen the slide does not mean that one is necessarily more effective and another less so. You can choose to try out more than one technique at the same time or stick with just one. The criteria for your choice, the preferred technique for you personally, should be the one you like the most and that you think works the best. When you are applying these techniques in practice, avoid going to extremes, either being excessively diligent or sloppy. Some visualization methods recommend carrying out the visualization with enthusiasm and passion, whereas others suggest shaping a thought and then letting it go into free flight, or even forgetting about it, and thereby not getting in the way of the realization of the order. As you know, the optimal approach is always the golden mean. Instead of racking your brains over where to find it, adopt the following principle as a rule. However it works out is how it should be. You are perfectly capable of developing the right methodology for you and practicing it successfully. The most important thing is that the heart and mind agree that you are taking appropriate action. You create your own reality like a reflection in a mirror. How you will stand in front of the mirror, only you can decide. Create the layer of your world in a way that suits you. What do I mean by this? You must not feel any inner discomfort when you are practicing the visualization technique. Outer intention appears only when there is unity of heart and mind. This unity cannot be achieved if you are forcing yourself to carry out a compulsory task. This will not get you anywhere, and it will simply be a waste of time. Visualization of the target slide should be carried out in a way that most suits you, that you find comfortable and pleasant, with the only limitation being that you must not look at the slide from the outside as if it were a static image. Live inside of it, at least in a virtual sense. Imagine yourself living in the slide, not external to it. Everything else should be done in the manner that most appeals to you. The one thing you must not do is try too hard. Regularly, take pleasure from your thoughts of your goal as if it had already been achieved. Surely you will enjoy thinking about the various consequences of your success, so do something nice for yourself. Do not turn it into a chore. When you think about something that gives you pleasure, you're moving directly towards your goal, and the knowledge that you are moving closer to it also gives you pleasure. You can be quite certain that if you manage to set up this vicious circle of pleasure, the goal will inevitably be reached. Success loves regularity the most. It might seem unlikely to you that you are capable of shaping your own reality that easily with the power of your thoughts. Yet have you ever tried, even over the course of 1 month, to systematically and consciously focus your thoughts on a goal? Probably not. You are used to letting your thoughts flow freely. They become diffused into a formless mass in the atmosphere, and so they produce no visible result. Only our worst expectations, the things that worry us and therefore occupy all our thoughts, really ever come true. Imagine this absurd scene that you had planted an apple tree and were seriously hoping that the tree would give fruit this instant. Because apples do not appear as you hoped, you lose patience and leave waving your hand in despair while the apple tree wants to shout, "Wait a bit longer, for goodness sake." The same thing happens with the goals we set. Reality cannot be shaped with a single wish. These are the main techniques for actively influencing reality. If you practice them, you will come across a very curious phenomenon. Let us say today that you are inspired and practicing visualization with intense enthusiasm. The next day, you notice that something unusual is happening to your reality. For example, throughout the day, you meet several individuals with a very unusual appearance. They are either too tall, strangely dressed, or ugly. You might notice that people are inexplicably irritable and that conflicts are arising when there is no need for them to, or that there is something strange about the day, as if you were in a dream. This phenomenon can be explained in the following way. In the ordinary state of consciousness, the layer of your world moves with the alternatives flow, that is, in the stream of least energy expenditure. Intense visualization causes the stream to be straightened so that it takes the most direct route to your goal. Narrowly focused thought energy carries your individual reality into intermediate areas of the alternative space, which lie to the side of the normal flow and where everything functions at an optimal level. These are transit zones, which we usually come across in dreams, but which are rarely realized in reality because they involve unnatural scripts and scenery and require heightened energy expenditure. The energy of your thoughts has a more forceful influence on your reality, causing it to become deformed, like the surface of water when the stillness is disturbed. You are no longer surprised by ripples in the water. Now you can expect to see something amazing. Ripples in reality. This does not mean that the anomaly you observe is pure coincidence, and that the fact that people are more irritable on these days is connected to magnetic storms, or that sometimes you do just so happen to see characters with a strange appearance. An unusual reality bursts into the layer of your world when it passes transit zones. Ripples appear specifically after an intense visualization practice. When you observe it, you will understand. It makes quite an impression. So you can influence your reality with varying degrees of force depending on which technique you use. In principle, the amalgam is sufficient to transform the layer of your world into a cozy corner. But you can achieve much more by initiating the intention of the maker in unison with the other techniques described above. For the sake of comparison, imagine a scene in which two toddlers meet up. The world pushes one in a pushchair, while the other takes its world by the hand. As children are given to doing, the first proudly announces, "My world takes care of me." The other retorts, "Well, my world and I are going for a walk." Do you see the difference? Finally, the last thing I would like to share is that I once received a letter from a reader in which she inadvertently expressed the main idea of the practice. I do not really understand the transurfing techniques, but as I started to change my relationship to life, I began to get the clear impression that everything was wonderful and would get even better, that everything was simply unfolding as it should. If you are able to maintain this integral feeling, then you might as well forget about all kinds of techniques, because this will be sufficient. Integrating intention, expressed as everything is wonderful and unfolding as it should, creates a general image of success, which is then reflected into reality. So your potential is only limited by your intention. Make your own reality. Coordinating the dream. Everyone begins their life in a certain set of circumstances. I was born into poverty and I cannot climb out of it. I have to make the best of what I can get. I have to do what is expected of me. The situation hypnotizes, grips the person so that they fall under the influence of the daydream that happens to them. All the while, that person is seeing the situation from within the dream. It is all the more firmly consolidated in the world's mirror. A person who is caught by the power of their reality simultaneously maintains it. The poor get poorer, and the rich get richer. You may recall that in the previous chapter we talked about the illusion of the dual mirror. It is focusing attention on the reflection that turns life into a subconscious daydream in which you are at the full mercy of circumstance. Reality will dominate you all the while that you're spellbound and anxious and watch what is happening in the mirror. In exactly the same way your attention is immersed when you catch a film on a screen, only in life the immersion is considerably deeper. You're hypnotized by the reflection which literally pulls you after it into the mirror circle. How can you transform your existence from a subconscious into a conscious dream that you can control? You need to understand one simple thing. In the world there is you and there is the mirror. While your attention is focused on the reflection, you are inside the mirror. Everything that happens inside the mirror happens independently of you. Your life is like a computer game in which someone else makes up the rules. Of course, you are granted attempts to influence what is happening there, but you are deprived of what is essential. You cannot leave the game. There is only one thing keeping you locked up, and that is your attention. You are capable of quitting the mirror. Inside the mirror, there is non-lucid dreaming. Outside the mirror, there is lucid dreaming. It is the same reality on both sides of the mirror, for it is a dual mirror. But there in Mirrorland, you do not control reality. It controls you. Inside the mirror, you are in the hands of illusion that the reflection can be altered by touching it. But that is only possible from this side of the mirror, where inner intention becomes outer intention. To escape from the inside of the mirror to the outside, you have to switch your attention from the reflection to the image. Once you are conscious of the fact that you are standing in front of a mirror, you acquire the ability to shape reality to a mental image. Having freed yourself from the illusion, you have to observe the fifth principle and redirect your chain of thoughts from do not want to what you do want, from what you do not like to what you like, from illness to health, from means to end goal. If you were to observe your life for a while, you would soon notice that at almost every step you end up having to accept circumstances and obey things you assume to be inevitable. You are used to perceiving the dream passively, as it is. At best you try to resist events, insisting on your own scripts and battling with the alternatives flow. All you really have to do, though, is change your relationship, i.e., the image in front of the mirror. At this point, you will cease to be prisoner to the game. It will start unfolding outside of you and in accordance with your will. Instead of being a chip, you will become the one throwing the dice. Now, however, a new rule comes into play. If you face what you consider to be an unlucky combination, you have to accept it and declare it successful. If you do not want to remain inside the mirror, you have no choice other than to follow this rule. It is not enough just to redirect your train of thought. You have to switch the mind's control from script development to dynamic, ongoing adjustment. You are the master of your world while you observe the sixth and seventh principles. Normally, the mind objects if impending events do not fit with this idea of what should be happening next. Now it has to be the other way around. Every time the mind expresses its dissatisfaction about a deviation from the script, you have to quickly come to your senses and readily accept the change. Everything is going as it should. The mind really struggles with the idea that at the beginning of the road, when everything remains unclear, there is still no need to worry about the means. The mind will constantly catch itself thinking about how the journey will possibly happen and picks over all sorts of negative scenarios. How one would like to tell the mind, just get it, idiot. It's none of your business. Your task is to focus your attention on the end goal. People prevent their own plans from being realized. When you make a wish, the mind always makes a rough plan beforehand of how events will develop. This is the nature of the mind. When events do not fit with the scenario, we feel that things are not working out, whereas in fact everything is going as it should. Because the mind is accustomed to thinking in cliches and adopted thought patterns and does not want to make changes to its script, the person carries on according to the original plan and spoils everything. The paradox is that no one can ever know how events should develop in order to realize their order. If a person nonetheless insists that they do know, nothing will work out. Your dreams seem difficult to achieve because you are held in the grip of certain standards and simply will not let those dreams be realized. Your door is locked shut with stereotype locks. Create the desired image, the goal in your mind, and then just place one foot in front of the other in the direction of your goal. Everything that happens to you is all for the sake of reaching the goal. Adopt the intention of the maker. Everything is going as it should because that is what I have decided. I manage my world in the way I see fit. I am no longer at the mercy of circumstance, but neither do I try and control everything. By playing the target slide in my mind's eye, it is not the circumstances I am shaping, but an ultimate picture of the world I intend to live in. Attempts to influence events are the work of the mind's inner intention, which tries to push for its own scenario. The mind has no way of knowing what awaits it on the path to the goal. Circumstances are created by outer intention, and the alternatives flow. My task is to determine the vector of the flow, but what channel it takes does not concern me. Imagine that you were woken up from your mirror daydream because something is happening. The events and scenery are all as they should be, but you are seeing things differently, as if you had escaped the flow of events and come to your senses in the middle of a huge spherical mirror. A gigantic kaleidoscope spins around you, sparkling with the many facets of reality. You are part of this reality, and at the same time, you exist separately and independently of it. It is this same kind of realization of one's separateness that a person experiences when they wake up in a dream and understand the dream now depends on them and not the other way around. In the mirror daydream, everything is just the same, the only minor difference being that reality reacts more slowly. Once you get used to its slower gear, you discover something quite wonderful. Reality is quite pliable and changes adapting to the image in your thoughts. What does this mean? Where are you? You are now outside of this world. You have exited the mirror. The Maker's Verdict. Now, dear reader, you know everything you need to know to create your own reality. You cannot change the whole world, but your individual reality is at your disposal. When you escape the illusion of the dual reflection and stand external to the world's mirror, eternity lies before you with its limitless possibilities. There is not meant to be a single drop of artificial pathos in these words. The alternative space holds three truly invaluable gifts: your future, which you are capable of materializing; sacred knowledge, which can transform you into a genius; and something else that takes your breath away. What this last thing is, you will learn a little later. First, we will talk about knowledge. You might think that only certain outstanding minds have the answers to your questions, and so you search for information in various sources and try to learn from someone else. This process can go on forever. You can spend your entire life interacting with enlightened individuals who supposedly know what you should do and how. But how do they know such things? Perhaps they became so knowledgeable by reading a huge number of books, or perhaps, unlike you, they have a special talent. Neither is true. Imagine that you have flown to Earth from a distant planet. Everything is different, unfamiliar, confusing. The people in your group have split up, setting off in different directions. Each makes their own discovery. It turns out that you can gather mushrooms in the forest, you can swim and fish in the sea, and in the mountains you can ski. All sorts of creatures inhabit the earth, some of which are harmless, and others will quite happily devour you. In the same way, humanity is constantly discovering something new. The flow of knowledge is inexhaustible. However, those who do the inventing and the creating are very few. The rest watch with surprise. What made them think of it? They must be one of the chosen ones. So what makes a person chosen? Their goals and doors are unique, inherent to their unique path. When you walk your own path, the treasures of the world are revealed to you. Then others look at you with amazement, wondering how you did it. It's that simple. The paradox lies in the fact that although this principle is superficially quite obvious, the awareness of it remains obscure. Everyone can see in order to reach new, previously unknown heights of success, you have to step out of the rat race and set out on your own path, and yet they continue to walk in the footsteps of others, trying to repeat their experience. I remember when I was little, my parents took me to the forest for the first time. My mother and father found some wild mushrooms and joyfully announced their find to the entire forest. I, on the other hand, could not find a single one and wandered between them in despair, naively thinking that if I just followed behind a grown-up, good fortune would smile upon me, for they were the ones finding the mushrooms, so they obviously knew where to look. But my efforts were in vain. It was only when I set off independently in a different direction that I at last found a massive mushroom. My parents were green with envy, and I swelled with pride, the great explorer. In that moment I understood something, but did not fully integrate it into my awareness. Later, there were many occasions when the world showed me that if I turned off the beaten path and went my own way, I would discover the treasure. But again and again, I would be drawn back into the general flow, giving in to the herd instinct. This is the difference between conscious knowledge and integrated awareness. You might suspect something to be true, but that will not help. A huge abyss stands between suspecting something to be true and having articulate knowledge. The first, unlike the second, cannot serve as a guide for action, and so has no practical value. In this regard, transurfing crosses all the T's and transforms a hunch into an articulate expression of knowledge describing what to do and how to do it. Specifically, at some point you have to stop studying the old and start creating the new, or rather, not even create, but take from where all discoveries and masterpieces are found, from eternity. In order to gain access to information stored in the alternative space, you have to lay a foundation of elementary knowledge concerning the area that interests you. Without a certain initial foundation, you will not be able to attune to the corresponding sector of the alternative space. In other words, tune into the database. As soon as you have assimilated the initial stages, you can forget what you have been taught. At that point, you will be ready to make your own discoveries and create a new masterpiece. Any book, picture, or melody is pulled out of the alternative space. You just have to hook into the sector. The hook for a melody might be 2 or 3 essential chords. For a picture, it may be a mood. For a book, a situation. You do not necessarily have to think of a plot in order to write a book. It will come to you later. The entire plot will emerge from the situation if you can pacify the presumptuous mind and allow the characters to extricate themselves from the scene. There is no need to make things up. It's all already there. You just have to calmly follow the alternatives flow. All genius is surprisingly simple. The alternatives flow follows the same unexpected path which people generally would not be capable of guessing at. Even computer programs and technical equipment can be designed in this way without a particular plan working from a certain starting point. Of course, in some instances, a project plan is essential, but where this is not the case, at least in separate areas, you should go with the alternatives flow and allow the concept to grow independently. In this attempt to plan everything beforehand, the mind complicates things with an elaborate construct. The alternatives flow will always come up with the most elegant and optimal solution, which will leave you amazed. How could things have worked out so well without a meticulously designed blueprint? Overall, it is better not to try and dream things up, but simply to carry out the task methodically moving from the beginning to the end. In any project, the idea serves as the starting point. This is the most important thing. The alternatives flow will complete everything else. You do not have to come up with an idea either. So where does the idea come from? It all comes from the same place. All brilliant conjectures exist in eternity and come to the mind via the root of the soul. The mind's task is not to come up with an idea, but to recognize it when it hits you. And it definitely will if you step away from the crowd and walk your own path, obeying the dictates of the heart. The heart has direct access to the alternative space, whereas the mind detects subtle notions and insights and works on interpreting them. Reason does not know. The heart knows. All you have to do is listen to it. You can totally rely on this seemingly superficial statement. The problem here, once again, is that people have a vague understanding of this rather than a clear awareness of the principle. Everyone seems to agree that the heart basically knows everything, but nobody takes it seriously. People pass it by assuming it to be a metaphor and attribute it no meaning. Common sense reasons. Of course there is insight, the inner voice, and intuition, but these are all shaky, intangible, and unreliable. Now iron logic is a different matter entirely based on indisputable facts. So if you have basic information of a given field, the heart can attune to the corresponding area of the alternative space and source new knowledge from there that cannot be read in any book. Ask yourself a question, express it clearly, and then forget about it for a while. Within a few days, the answer will come to you. If it does not, ask the question again from time to time. The answer may come to you over the next few months, but it will definitely come to you. It is all just a matter of whether you have enough resolve to break the established stereotypes. Free yourself from the hold of conventional norms and break the pendulum rule. It requires having the audacity to exercise your own right to knowledge so that you stop seeking answers in books written by others. You just have to change the focus of intention from being given to creating. How are you different from the authors of the books you are reading? Only in that they changed their intention focus, stopped searching, and started creating. They escaped being tied to the opinions of acknowledged authorities and had the courage to set out on their own path. You too can claim your right to be the one who knows. That brings us to what I meant by the third gift that awaits you in the alternative space. Try and imagine how a person feels when they are in the role of the superstar. Their fans see only what lies on the surface, their shining talent, the gloss of fame and wealth. It all creates the impression that this person is no mere mortal, but endowed with exceptional qualities. Is it even possible for the average person to rise to the very peaks of success and hold themselves with sufficient confidence that no one would ever dare doubt their exclusivity? However, for the chosen one, all their attributes of fame seem quite ordinary, even mundane. These individuals hardly see themselves as inhabitants of Mount Olympus because at the end of the day, they know that they are one of many others like them. So what is the difference? What separates a country girl from a star of show business, a shaky student from a luminary in the world of science, and the average person from the chosen one? It is just a matter of a single step. One type claims their right and the other type cannot bring themselves to, or does not believe they are capable or worthy of it. In the minds of the timid, there sits a firmly rooted notion that in this world, the chosen ones exist because they have been chosen by all the others by virtue of their exceptional qualities. In reality, this idea is a false stereotype. The chosen ones chose themselves. Only later, because of this, did anyone else pay them any attention. Assert your right to be a chosen one. From this moment onwards, I have chosen myself. You do not have this right because you are worthy or capable. You have this right because it is your birthright. The alternative space contains everything, including the most important thing intended for you personally, the verdict that you have this right. This is your ticket to eternity and sanction for your privilege to be the maker of your own reality. Your entire life you have been taught how you are expected to be, how you should behave, what you should revere and strive for. Now claim your lawful right to establish your own canons. It is for you to decide what is right for you and what is not, because only you can shape the layer of your world. You are quite justified in considering something to be correct that others consider false if it does not harm anyone else. When you use your privilege in life to deliver your own verdict, you can remain true to your own credo. There are as many opinions in life as there are people. Some insist that something is black, and others will claim it's white. Who should you believe? As you may recall, the world is a mirror that agrees with anyone who dares deliver their own verdict. You, however, are no mirror. You are either the one who accepts the other people's verdicts, or you are the maker who delivers their own. When you realize this is the question of which truth you should consider the only truth and whose side you should be on, the blacks or the whites, it ceases to be relevant. Now you can determine your own truth. I have decided this to be true because I am the maker of my own reality. And it will work because you have the alternative space and the dual mirror at your disposal. everything you need to stream your plans into physical reality. It is really that simple. The only condition is that you absolutely must have the temerity to assert your own right. If you experience doubt or pangs of conscience, your verdict loses its power and you go from being the lawmaker to the accused. When you doubt, you do the wrong thing regardless. It is not a matter of how appropriate your thinking and actions are, but the extent to which you are confident you are right. This needs to be integrated fully into your awareness so that the heart and mind merge into one. You already have the explanation. All that remains is to turn familiarity into true knowledge. How? Through experience. Act and become convinced of it. You must not let the will of the maker become the dictate of the mind. The verdict only has any power if the heart and mind are one. Anyone who fails to listen to the voice of the heart is not making. They're making mistakes. Everywhere you go, you see people doing things badly. For example, there are people who have no voice, no ear for music, and yet love to sing. Sometimes you come across blatant ineptitude, and yet the individual is convinced that they are a star, even though success eludes them. Why does their verdict not work? Because in their heart they know that they are no good at what they are doing. The mind cannot accept the truth, and so it tries as hard as it can to prove the opposite. There are no totally incompetent people as such. These are just people who have not found their true talent and are walking someone else's path. The third gift offers many advantages. The right to declare your own verdict represents freedom from oppressive circumstances and everything that places a shadow over your life or creates obstacles on your path. It will help you acquire a quiet confidence. My world takes care of me, and I am strong enough to allow myself the weakness of accepting the attention. From the moment you claim the right to declare your own verdict on what is good and bad, or right and wrong for your world, you can eliminate any judgment imposed on you from the outside, including anything connected with transurfing itself, as long as you do not give in to guilt, indecision, or pangs of conscience, and as long as your verdict does not cause anyone any harm. That brings me to my final point. The alternative space contains everything, and everything that you wish for with heart and mind is yours. You should be aware, however, that a gatekeeper stands at the threshold to eternity, an absolute law that guards access to everything to be found there. This implacable guard only permits access to those who have the boldness to assert their right as maker. Your verdict is your entrance pass. I am capable and worthy because I have decided it is so. I do not want or hope. I intend. Claim your right, and the gatekeeper will open the gates of eternity before you. Summary. Accumulation of toxins in the body, excess potential, and unrealized intention reduces your energy levels. In order to free up energy reserves, you have to either let go of some of your potential intentions or stream them into reality. In order for the energy to work, you have to concentrate on the end goal. Concentration is not tension, it is focus. Teach yourself to think about what you are actually doing in the moment. Systematically focusing your attention on the target slide is essential. Stop justifying yourself. Stop trying to prove how important you are. Maintain the amalgam and follow the mirror principles. To reduce the effect of polarization, you have to release the over-tightened spokes. Techniques for shaping your own reality include the target slide, visualizing the process, energy channels, the frame, the explosion wave, outer sphere, scenery reduction, target amalgam, focusing intention, and integration. The preferred approach for you personally should be the one you find works the best. Do everything in the way that feels most comfortable. Regular practice is the most important condition for success. You have to escape from the mirror. Once you have a foundation of knowledge, you can change the focus of your intention from receive to create. You do not have to come up with ideas. Just recognize them when they hit you. Departing from your starting point, go with the alternatives flow. Claim your right to be right. Leave the crowd and deliver your verdict. Assert the right of the maker. I have taken this decision because I am the maker of my own reality. Afterward, a strange reality. To conclude, I would like to go a little further in strengthening the ground under the mind's feet. There is so much in transurfing that seems incredible, but alas, one has to keep explaining to the mind that it is all indeed real. Whatever model that had been chosen to serve as a foundation for transurfing, its principles would still be valid. In other words, all the principles included here are invariant in relationship to the model. The key principle expresses the idea that the energy of our thoughts not only has an indirect influence on our physical reality, but a direct impact as well. The formal line of science still refuses to acknowledge this phenomenon because so far, experimental testing has yielded ambiguous results. Regardless, you and I need to solve our problems now and cannot wait for the scientists to give their word of approval. We are all aware that the world is subject to the laws of causality in which every effect has its cause. Cause is usually understood to mean some kind of action. The problem is that thoughts are usually perceived as an instruction to a subsequent action and not as the transmission of a physical energy capable of influencing the world around us. Nonetheless, the facts are stubborn and will eventually have their way. The unexplained phenomenon of outer intention has not been totally ignored by science. Carl Jung, the great Swiss psychiatrist, carried out research into the phenomena linked to the interaction between thought and material reality. Jung analyzed hundreds of curious instances which appeared to be unaccountable coincidences with no visible cause. Jung defined this kind of coincidence synchronicity. In his lecture on synchronicity, he provides a classical example from his personal practice. Quote, "On April 1, 1949, I made a note in the morning of an inscription containing a figure that was half man and half fish. There was fish for lunch. In conversation, someone mentioned the custom of making an April fish of someone. In the afternoon, a former patient of mine whom I had not seen for several months showed me some impressive pictures of a fish. In the evening, I was shown a piece of embroidery with sea monsters and fish in it. The following morning, I saw a former patient who was visiting me for the first time in 10 years. She had dreamed of a large fish the night before. A few months later, when I was using this series in a larger work and had just finished writing it down, I walked to a spot by the lake in front of the house where I had already been several times that morning. This time, a fish about a foot long lay on the seawall. I had no idea how it could have gotten there." I cannot resist citing another extract from Jung's lecture about a principle you will learn more about later. Jung writes, "I could tell you a great many such stories which are in principle no more surprising or incredible than the irrefutable results arrived at by Rhine," with reference to the experiments involving extrasensory perception, for example, card guessing. "And you would see that almost every case calls for its own explanation. But the causal explanation, the only possible one from the standpoint of natural science, breaks down to the psychic relativation of space and time, which together form the indispensable premises for cause and effect relationships. My example concerns a young woman patient who, in spite of efforts made on both sides, proved to be psychologically inaccessible. The difficulty lay in the fact that she always knew better about everything. Her excellent education had provided her with a weapon ideally suited to this purpose, namely a highly polished Cartesian rationalism with an impeccably geometrical idea of reality. After several fruitless attempts to sweeten her rationalism with a somewhat more human understanding, I had to confine myself to the hope that something unexpected and irrational would turn up, something that would burst the intellectual retort into which she had sealed herself. Well, I was sitting opposite her one day with my back to the window, listening to her flow of rhetoric. She had an impressive dream the night before in which someone had given her a golden scarab, a costly piece of jewelry. While she was still telling me this dream, I heard something behind me gently tapping on the window. I turned around and saw that it was a fairly large flying insect that was knocking against the window pane from outside in an obvious effort to get into the dark room. This seemed to me very strange. I opened the window immediately and caught the creature in the air as it flew in. It was a scarabized beetle, or Monroe Schaffer, Cetonia aurata, whose gold-green color most nearly represents that of a golden scarab. I handed the beetle to my patient with the words, "Here's your golden scarab." This experience punctured the desired hole in her rationalism and broke the ice of her intellectual resistance. The treatment could now be continued with satisfactory results. About a half hour after I had been considering whether to include Jung's beetle in the text as an example, a wanderer of quite impressive appearance flew in through the window. It was a beetle similar to the one described above. You may or may not believe me, but I have to confess that I was not at all surprised by the rare visit. It is not that I am so used to the phenomena of synchronicity that they no longer catch my attention. On the contrary, absorbed in my own thoughts, I did not attribute any meaning to it at all. I automatically let the beetle out of the window so that it would not have to look for its way out. It was not until a little time had passed that it suddenly struck me. I'm such an idiot. Every time outer intention announces its presence, I'm still wide-eyed with amazement. They were tugging at me with all their might, trying to show me a sign while I was in a deep, deep waking sleep. If I was at all superstitious, I would have taken it to be a sign from above. You can imagine how other people are also living life asleep and fail to notice the manifestations of outer intention. There are many more examples like this. From the point of view of transurfing, the situation is quite clear. In isolated cases, visualization generates a strong gust of the wind of outer intention. However, Jung did not rush to make any final conclusions concerning the reasons for such coincidences, whether the thoughts caused the event or thoughts arose as a result of a subconscious premonition of the event. On the one hand, Jung states that thoughts create the foundation for a series of chance events, and on the other hand, I sometimes cannot get away from the idea that there is a certain premonition of the onset of a series of specific events. In his work, Synchronicity, an acausal connecting principle, 1960, Jung defined synchronicity as the simultaneous occurrence of a certain psychic state with one or more external events which appear as meaningful parallels to the momentary subjective state. Jung hesitated for a long time about whether to publish his work because the phenomenon of synchronicity was inconceivable to traditional scientific thinking. Jung makes a vague and yet, according to the standards of traditional science, relatively bold conclusion. Synchronistic phenomena prove the simultaneous occurrence of meaningful equivalences in heterogeneous, causally unrelated processes. In other words, they prove that a content perceived by an observer can, at the same time, be represented by an outside event without any causal connection. From this, it follows either that the psyche cannot be localized in space or that space is relative to the psyche. There's no contradiction of the law of causality in the phenomena Jung is describing. There is always a cause. It is just that the interaction dynamics between thought and environment remain elusive to our current understanding. Which is the cause in synchronistic coincidences? Are events shaped by thoughts, or do thoughts arise as the premonition of an event? From the point of view of transurfing, both explanations are acceptable. The heart has access to data held in the information field, which can then be interpreted by the mind. The mind, in turn, shapes thoughts, which, under the condition of unity of heart and mind, can be manifest as physical reality. These tenets lie at the very core of the transurfing model. However, I should emphasize once again that the alternatives model does not claim to serve as a detailed description of the world. Instead, it represents a benchmark, an aid for the comprehension of certain principles. We still know very little about the world we live in, but this need not prevent us from applying the transurfing principles. The fact that the principles work is for you to discover. All phenomena related to the impact thought energy has on the surrounding world can be substantiated by the well-known theorem put forth by the quantum physicist John Bell. The theorem sounds: there are no isolated systems. Every particle in the universe is in instantaneous, or exceeding the speed of light, connection with every other particle. The entire system, even if its parts are separated by huge distances, works as a unified system. This theorem has been theoretically proven and is already substantiated on a practical level. Despite the fact that instantaneous connection contradicts the special theory of relativity, which claims that energy cannot move faster than light, the theorem has its place. It would seem that outer intention fails to conform to the theory of relativity. In general, quantum physics is based on unproven postulates, which means that it too represents a specific kind of model. And there is not just one inexplicable contradiction in the world of quantum physics, but many. which once again confirms that undue significance should not be attached to any one particular model. It should be noted that Young's ideas have found support among the very founders of modern physics, such as Wolfgang Pauli and Albert Einstein. In addition, it is quite probable that the process of information exchange does not have anything to do with energy at all, which is why it can take place faster than the speed of light. The alternatives model is not without its own contradictions, but nonetheless, it succeeds in explaining many aspects of reality. The alternatives model may not totally resolve certain known paradoxes of time and space, but it does at least iron out a few of the creases. Until now, we have been looking at the transitions from one lifeline to another in synchronicity with time. Lifelines have always existed in parallel to the temporal axis. In other words, the transition is always made from one point in time to the exact same point. Imagine if two lifelines existed that were not parallel to the time axis. A projection of the same point from the two lines onto the time axis would show the points in different places. The transition between them would indicate a shift in time into the past or the future, depending on the direction of the obliquity. The relative steepness of the declination would define the extent of time different between the 2 points. By analogy, if two lifelines were not parallel relative to the space axis, the transition through space from one point to the other would happen instantly, or at least at an unbelievable speed. The steepness and direction of the gradient would determine the distance and direction involved in the shift. This is obviously a very rough explanation, but sufficiently acceptable to the relevant content. The painstaking reader will no doubt object, but what about the paradox, the contradiction of cause and effect in relationships in time travel? I suppose I went back in time before my birth and brutally murdered my parents. How then did I come into the world? Within the framework of the alternatives model, this is only a seeming paradox. I cannot be born into that same lifeline, but so what? I can be born into a different lifeline. You may recall that there are an infinite number of lifelines, alternatives where I both exist and where I do not exist. The most bloodthirsty paradox lover could even return to their childhood, meet with themselves, and do away with the innocent creature. In this scenario, the reader would not be meeting their actual self, but with a separate realized alternative, which exists along with endless others. The past cannot be changed because it has already happened. It happened not only because a past section of a lifeline was realized, but because the alternatives of those past events already existed. In this sense, you could say the same thing about the future, that it has already happened, and so cause and effect relationships are not contradicted in the phenomenon of the shift from one lifeline to another. You could cross out one of the frames in a film roll, but it would not damage any of the other frames. Time is static. It is only the realization of potential lifeline alternatives that has the quality of dynamic range. The force for realization moves across lifeline alternatives in the same way as the circle of light from a torch moves across forest trees in the dark. It is, however, possible to travel into the past or the future on one and the same lifeline, and here we do come across a paradox. Is this not why the predictions made by clairvoyants are only approximate and often quite simply inaccurate? Clairvoyants are somehow capable of scanning fragments of the future. If these scanned fragments are part of other lifelines, then it is easy to explain the element of error in their predictions. The alternatives model has it that the greater distance between one lifeline and another, the greater the difference in the scenery. Scientists are also baffled by the movement dynamics of UFOs. They accelerate instantly, then stop, or make sudden changes in direction at right angles. Even given the quality of inertness, this type of movement pattern is impossible, to say nothing of the huge stress that it would cause to the inhabitants of the devices. From the point of view of transurfing, there is nothing supernatural about these phenomena. Aliens do not experience physical stress because UFOs do not fly like an airplane or space shuttle. It is probable that what we are observing is not so much the movement of the object as its realization at different points in the alternative space. Much remains unclear to us in questions relating to the heart and mind. Materialistic science presents the world as if it were a mechanical system. In other words, matter is primary and determines consciousness. However, in the light of recent achievements made by the same area of science, this model is increasingly losing its position of authority. The substitution and review of scientific models will be an ongoing process, all the while that man erroneously believes himself to be capable of penetrating to the very essence of the laws of nature. A simple hen could equally well express its preferred concept of the creation, construction, and development of a poultry farm. Man stands a rung higher than a hen in his intellectual evolution, but that does not bring the infinite complexity of the world any closer. Man is not meant to know and understand everything. The pendulums of science and religion that claim to represent the last instance of truth have won their dominance not so much on account of a correct interpretation of the truth as on account of the fact that they have successfully persecuted their dissidents. The constant conflict exists not only between the pendulums of science and religion, but also between individual branches within the same pendulums. The battle is ongoing, and it is a battle not for the truth, but for adherence. When I was substantiating the mind's inability to store all information, I based my argument on the model of imagining information in the form of computer bytes. However, this particular model could turn out to be incompatible with the neural activity of the brain. Who knows how information is really stored? Imagine, how would a scientist have researched a television or radio if they were born in an age prior to the invention of these devices? They would have tried pushing buttons, removing various parts, and watching for changes on the screen. Not having any idea how a TV works and basing their findings on the results of scientific observation, the scientists would have to come to various conclusions, at the root of which would stand one seemingly undeniable fact. A television generates all these different programs by itself. They are born right there in the transistors and microcircuitries. This is roughly how adherents of the mechanistic model explore the human brain. It is true that damage to individual areas of the brain can have a predictable impact on a person's perception and cognitive ability. The functional principle of the human intellect, however, remains a mystery, and yet these adherents conclude that matter and nothing else determines consciousness. Conservative followers of the mechanistic model proudly refer to themselves as scientists and declare haughtily that their science is the true science, based on factual information and not the speculations of amateurs. Anything that fails to fit the theory is declared anti-scientific and is not only rejected, but made the object of persecution. Fortunately, the number of scientists of this nature is dwindling. You may agree or disagree with the information shared in this text. Either way, remember, it is just a model. No one can say exactly how things really happen. The mind tends to negate anything that does not fit into its context of sensible explanations. Until the mind is convinced of the rational nature of knowledge, it will never allow it to be integrated into the worldview template. Transurfing works. Of that there is no doubt, but to apply it to the mind must have its explanation. The alternatives model gives us the benefit of some solid ground beneath our feet, but no more than that. It remains nothing more than a diagram that could be transformed into a more sophisticated model. For example, you could get rid of the assumption that so-called lifelines exist, which would make the early part of the book easier to understand. This would transform the alternative space from discrete to continuous. There would no longer be any paths through the forest. Only the forest would remain. Yet this would not change the essence of transurfing. No matter what the model is, it can only ever provide an approximate, more or less adequate reflection of reality. The path of studying reality is as eternal as the diversity of natural phenomena is infinite. You may have noticed that the transurfing principles overlap with the principles of similar teachings. There is nothing strange about that. Any teaching is relatively insular, and it represents an autonomous model. However, given that we are all people with roughly the same quality to our worldviews, different models will have certain aspects in common. To ask which of these many models provides a more adequate description of the world is pointless. The only thing of any significance is the practical results one can achieve from any given model. You could take mathematics, for instance. Different branches of mathematics represent separate models which describe material realization. A physics problem can be solved in different ways depending on the mathematical apparatus applied. There is no point in arguing whether analytical geometry or differential calculus is better in either case. You can only choose which particular approach you prefer. You, too, must make your choice. The intention of the ancient magicians. In conclusion, I would like to align myself with the intention of the ancient magicians. By this I mean the knowledge keepers who lived in our reality until the breakup of civilization that existed before this one. Fragments of this knowledge have been preserved to this day in the form of isolated esoteric teachings and practices. There is no information to suggest, although not yet proven, that certain ancient magicians shifted into a different reality and at this time are trying to pass their knowledge to humanity by transcendental means. Until recently, I would have treated claims like these with more than a healthy level of skepticism. Yet over the past few decades, there have been an increasing number of cases where people in different parts of the world have independently put forward similar interpretations of the same knowledge. Now, I too have come into an intimate contact with this same type of knowledge, which, as I said, I could have never made up myself. I cannot say with confidence whether the Guardian, the meeting with whom I described in the first chapter, exists, at least in our reality. Having said that, I do have plenty of reason to suppose that he does in fact exist. I have come across many different characters in dreams, but they had absolutely no effect on my highly conservative worldview. My meeting with the Guardian not only turned my worldview upside down, it turned my life around. Suddenly, for no particular reason, a former physicist showing no previous signs of aptitude started to write books. It would be too incredible and extravagant to accept that the motivation for all this was a run-of-the-mill dream. The Guardian never appeared to me again after that first meeting, although sometimes it seems to me that I can feel his presence. Either way, I have never considered transurfing my own knowledge. I am just a repeater tuned into the corresponding area of the alternatives space. I do not consider the work to be my own merit, although I must confess I found it extremely difficult to express and systematize the knowledge of transurfing. It is one thing to learn something, but quite another to be able to talk about it. You too will not only learn about this knowledge, you will assimilate it. For having devoured the book in one go, you will not have received knowledge, so much as an awareness and an adeptness. These are different things. Transurfing offers quite concrete methods for turning your dreams into reality. This might not be enough for some people. If you are looking for tricks that can be spelt out like the procedure for tying a tie, you could spend your life searching in vain. Creating your own fate cannot be reduced to a simple rule that goes, step 1, 2, 3. Transurfing cannot be reduced to a technique of executing certain moves. It is not about technique, but about becoming aware of your inner freedom and the feeling that you are master of the layer of your world. Once you experience that feeling, everything will unfold of its own accord without the need for any particular technique. In order to achieve this level of awareness, you have to make transurfing a way of life. There is no other way. It is not at all laborious or burdensome. It's actually quite entertaining, like playing with a mirror. The world is a mirror of your relationship to it, only with a delayed reaction. By comparing your relationship to the world with the subsequent reaction of the mirror, you teach your mind a simple truth, and yet one that is difficult for one's consciousness to truly assimilate. You shape the layer of your world with intention. It is also essential to become comfortable with the simple but strange truth that you do not need to be concerned with the means and ways of achieving the goal. One fundamental principle lies at the foundation of this statement. The focus of intention determines the vector of the alternatives flow. All you have to do is maintain the focus and let the alternatives flow take its course. The means of achieving the goal will present itself. You cannot and need not know exactly how the goal will be realized. Whatever happens, if you keep your target slide in mind and observe the principle of coordination, the alternatives flow will carry you to your goal. Such is the law.
Thank you so much for listening. We truly appreciate you spending your time with us here on Better You Audio. If you found value in this audiobook, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Your support helps us continue bringing powerful and inspiring books to you. And this is just the beginning. We've got more audiobooks coming your way in the days ahead. So be sure to check back soon and keep growing with us. Until next time, take care and stay focused on becoming the best version of yourself.